makes a move, will open up that wall. Impact trick, doesn't quite hit. Breach opened, angle established. Kyro hits the first, but Geo responds with the trade. 30 seconds left.
Twent now holding on the mattress, if you will. He's got a little bit of support, so it doesn't look like Wildcard are going to be able to swing him just yet. Still, all the alibis are up on the window, so they're not going to be able to make their move in without being noticed. Speaking of being noticed, I think that's Geo who's made his way into the shower. 15 seconds left, guys. They've got to get a move on.
Geo cooks a nade, scared of someone behind that chassis, but Twent swings wide and finds him as he's cooking it. On the balcony as well, Vinny taken down. Milo needs to respond. He cannot stick this plant, no coverage. As Emo-Rin's isolated down below and Overt picking Wildcard apart. The timer will deplete and the defenders will win the round.
Oh, dirty. Really love that from Overt. I mean, that just starts from that the mini game on Jacuzzi Wall. I mean, God, how many times are we going to use the word mini game, guys? I actually think I picked that up from you. I think that's where it all started for me. I started using it after I listened to one of your casts, and you know, my ears were bleeding, but I did hear the word mini games quite often. But that right there was won by Overt so early on. Milo just could not get those Selma charges off. I think Kyro actually came all the way from Con. I think it was the Con door to use his first impact grenade. Like, honestly, that was so nicely played. Wildcard were just stuck between a rock and a hard place. And, I mean, maybe they could have looked at a different avenue, put some pressure in from Cash, and at the very least made Overt uncomfortable. However, all the attention was just so stalled out outside of Jacuzzi, and it's just not a pretty sight when you've got Overt set like that.
That was pretty good colour from you. I don't really have much more to add, so
Bang.
Well done. Heading into round 4 though, Overt will go back down to basement, and very, very similar lineup with Mute Mozzie, Sawyer as well, playing the cap can to maybe try and inflict damage on some of these entries who won't be suspecting those traps. Wildcard in response, pretty standard lineup. I think across this whole match we're going to see that double hard breach, Thermite Ace, Thatcher as well, so lock those 3 in, plus you know, you need to add a Vert player onto that, so you're going to have Buck or Sledge, and then you just flex your best fragger or one of your fraggers onto someone else, and Emo will jump on Zephyr. So I don't think we're going to see too many shakeups in that department, at least not for now. And yeah, I'm keen to see, do Wildcard commit to the roam clear once more? I would say probably they will. They did a decent job last time, good time management, so I don't see why they wouldn't do anything different here. Or would do something different here, rather.
I guess, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That is... I mean, I feel like that might be one of my most commonly used phrases in terms of casting, because, you know, it's the old faithful, very easy to follow. Now, Vinny's going to be able to open up with the EMP for the Selma charge, break open CCTV, and Gio's already getting to work, crunching in logistics or bedroom, depending on where he decides to go from here. But Wildcard, they're in a pretty decent position. Can we just get an overview of where Overt are right now on that 3rd floor, Mandy? Just make sure that maybe have they stuck that roam upstairs? It looks like at least there's one. I think he might even just be on blue. So Overt are well and truly out of there. They're not interested in sticking around for a second.
Yeah. Now the question will be, how much time does Wildcard waste in clearing this? There's no vigil on the board this time, so I assume droning this out should be a little bit easier. In fact, if Wildcard have played this well, they should have had pre-places that were monitoring the stairs and ensuring that they knew how many members were on each floor. It looks like they've done a pretty good job. Emo-Rin's getting control of lounge, looking quite confident. Pat making his way into bar as well. Geo already getting Vert. So halfway into the round, Wildcard, once again, they clear the roam. They can begin working some of these walls, some of these hatches, and start applying pressure in towards the site. Emo-Rin will probably post up blue as... Whoa, was that through the hatch?
Yeah, Elements. Okay, so I was watching that and I didn't know whether he was actually going to do it. Elements was standing directly under the hatch in Church and threw it up into, what's it called now? Stage? You can see the hologram of where he's died. Literally, the second it blew, Pat ran around to cover and get on his drone, and that C4 went off instantly. So Overt have picked that up from Wildcard, well, I would imagine, from Wildcard's VOD of last night. That's nasty.
Yeah, that's really well played. 45 seconds now left. Wildcard trying to work the kitchen hatch. Milo will deploy these Selmas on the edge of the hatch, ensuring that it will open it up. You need 2 charges to get it popped. There's one, and the second closely following behind. Milo on the Vert. Narrowly misses that pick as the hatch will open up. 4 versus 5. Wildcard not in the best of positions. Triple ball's still up. Armory not under a whole lot of pressure. Emo-Rin's not posted in blue for that push as well. So a lot of focus will be on probably Dirt, which is also being held. Kitchen Hatch. I mean, this is going to be tough.
Yeah, Capcan, has he been spotted as well? That could also do some damage as Wildcard make their way in. That C4 might be perfect from Cairo. It's not, but it won't make a difference. There's Vinny starting to take the damage, starting to feel the burn of those traps. There's another one on Church Wall the second he walks in, but a boom, he's down. All of a sudden, it's Gio and Milo. They cannot hold. Overt are styling on Wildcard on this defense.
I don't think that Capcan actually saw Milo planting there. I could have sworn he just ran straight past him there. And Milo fell off the plant to save his KD, so that was a little bit strange. But yeah, either way, really well played by Overt. And a lot of that was off the back of that really great Nitro cell that you detailed, Rob. Elements there, clearly aware of Pat's pattern, able to exploit that, find that kill, and yeah, Wildcard, yes, they did a good job clearing the roam, but no one on site, really under a whole lot of pressure, a lot of key walls that were still up, making that push tough. They just had to send it through Moto and Long and down the hatch, which wasn't going to work at the man disadvantage. So yeah, well played by Overt.
Yeah, have to imagine this is a tack timeout for Wildcard. They would be feeling quite rattled, unless it's a... There you go, it is. It's a tactical Wildcard timeout. Thank you to our wonderful producer for speaking in the old ear hole of myself. And there you go. They're just taking a second to breathe and figure out what on earth is going on. Because I'll be completely honest, guys, they are being taken to town. Overt have well and truly done their homework. This is obviously a map that they're comfortable on in their own right. But, whew, what a performance so far.
Yeah, it's been really well played. Again, we have to, of course, be balanced in our discussion here because we don't know how defenders side of the match will be. 2 hard breaches off the board could make things tough. But I will say that, again, Ace, Thermite, Thatcher, that's still a really deadly trio. So I don't think we can put a whole lot of blame necessarily on the ban phase. I think the broader discussion here really has to be the pressure on this matchup. Again, Overt, no expectation, no pressure. They're not expected to win. They're not expected to do anything in this stage because they're very unlikely to avoid relegations, whereas Wildcard, they're the team currently in this league that are under the most pressure. Yeah. They must win, in my opinion, every game from here on out after losing to Rhythm. And that does not leave them much room for error. In fact, they could still win every game from now on and enter the relegation run. So that, again, just trying to emphasize how important this matchup is. And maybe that pressure is a factor in this match.
And just to give some viewers at home the context, Wildcard have Bliss and Roffelkop in their next 2 matches. So it is possible that, you know, they bring this back. And, well, I mean, it's not, I'm not saying it's out of the realm of possibility. That makes it sound really bad. It just means right now Overt are looking quite decent on this map. And, yeah, there really are just huge questions being asked. With Rhythm on 6 points, Rhythm have Order... They have Chiefs, they have Knights, or Rhythm have a very tough trot home. This, I mean, Overt win this, and I agree, maybe nail in the coffin here for Wildcard.
Could be. Overt going for an alibi on the roof. That could be a little bit annoying. It means that there will be an indicator. Wow. Okay, whoa, that's actually, so that can't be cleared out. I didn't think you'd be able to get it that far. That is really... That's awesome. I don't know if I could have sworn maybe I've seen that before. I'm not too sure, so it could be original from Overt. Don't quote me on that. But yeah, really good to see. And again, that just means that Wildcard now need to be really mindful of their runouts. They'll have that enemy detected outside notification on their screen for the remainder of the round, which is 1, annoying, but again, 2, can disguise runouts.
Yeah, that is so tilting. Pat now. In comes the EMP. How does Twent play this? Is he going to be able to find the right wall? No, he goes to the right and it sits on the left. So it'll be the free wall open. Geo finds a pick on the Twent as well, so it doesn't make a difference about the Prisma being outside. Wildcard have gotten off to a nice start.
Yeah, nice for Wildcard, not so much for Overt. Garage now likely will be the next point of interest. And Emo, just like he did last time, will post up on the cross. Now, reflecting back on Wildcard's last attempt, time management was alright. They got garage control eventually, but they really did capitulate in the final 15-20 seconds. They tried to then send it deep as the default plan didn't quite work out, and it got a little bit messy. So hopefully heading into this round, Wildcard can nail that execute phase. Of course, their effort's currently still on getting garage, and that's going to be where a lot of their focus is on. But yeah, I'm really looking at them to step up late round.
This is where we saw Wildcard find their success early on as well. In comes flashes, ADSs, and Magnets, Edpan with the swing, and Elements with the salt in the wound. What on earth? Overt have just exploded, and Wildcard cannot handle the heat.
Yeah, Edpan just completely swings. Last time, Wildcard did a great job in clearing out that position when Pat burnt it with his flashbangs, and then the nade followed from Geo. This time, though, they almost completely forgot that was on the cards. So, yeah, unfortunate there for Wildcard, but a great opportunistic play from Overt. They just need to hold on now. Vinny has caught a player in an awkward position on rafters, which could give them the in.
Oh, I love that from Vinny. Baited it with the audio cue of the barbed wire, waits for Elements to peak, which he inevitably has to. And Wildcard have brought this back 2v2. 30 seconds on the board. Love that from Emo. Bit of teamwork, but that is pivotal. That's got to be round in the bag.
Yeah, Emo in so low now. Outside on the breach, needs to enter. A single bullet will take him down, and Cairo gets the final 2 in the round. That's big from Overt. Really, really well played. A couple of players hugely stepping up, finding multi-kills. And yeah, Wildcard completely shut down.
Geez, this roster's looking very dangerous. 2022 is certainly going to be something to behold for this roster, and one that I'll be watching quite intently throughout the relegations. Yeah, that's the problem, right?
You've already cast a curse.
You're going to get there. You're going to get to 2022, and the relegations, look, it's not going to be easy. There's no doubt about it. This year of Siege for ANZ has been the most competitive that I have ever seen, and you know, up until this stage, we've kind of been riding Rhythm off a little bit. And then all of a sudden, stage 3, Rhythm are out firing on all cylinders here. It's really an insane storyline that's coming toward the end of stage 3 and the season of 2021. So you know that relegations are going to be insane. And having said that, I mean, Rhythm actually dropped out last year. They were defeated by Rafflecopter in that final. So they weren't even meant to be in OCN. That is how insane that this year has really been for that roster. I mean, look at what happened for our poor boys on LFO. They had to disband. Overt have come in. It's just been such an insane year. I think it might just be capped off with the relegations at this point. But we got to get there first. Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. We're only in play day 5 yet.
Getting a little bit too excited. We're not even in the second half yet, Rob.
It,
so calm down there, brother. Wildcard, no doubt, could be able to come back, and a 2-4 half for them would not be the end of the world. But we need to see what they can produce here. Gym bedroom defense from Overt. Wildcard looking to take CC across. Kennel's wall not reinforced. That's free real estate for Geo, and now he'll look to link up with Pat. Open up into Cash and apply pressure there. Emo Rin down below, covering at the flank, as Wildcard look to get boots in the ground.
Taking their time with this approach. Oh, a bit cheeky from Geo. Catches it on the ledge. He'll get absolutely nada from that. Pat's going to go ahead. Oh, I like this. Are they going to be able to find this here? Edpan, what's he expecting? He's going to hear it. He's going to back away as well. Now he's going to be careful about murder hole at foot height.
Yep, and right under the box on cue, Geo finds that kill. That's really well played from Wildcard, directly countering the setup there from the impact nades. Cairo, though, holds his ground. Yet to be cut off, but Pat immediately on cue will find that pick. That's a really good neutral result. Both teams will be honestly pretty pleased with that. Wildcard maybe a little bit more so. They can start to get control now of Cash, begin to make movements in towards logistics, and that does put pressure on these remaining defenders.
Certainly does. The big thing for me, though, is how long Wildcard are going to take to approach the site. You've still got... Oh, no. Wait, no, you do. You do still have the smoke up. For a second, I saw Cairo and the smokers on the bigger picture. That just tripped me out for a second there. But Elements is on the smoke. Still 3 smoke babes in hand. So if Wildcard aren't careful with time, they are going to have to try and compete against that. And 2 impacts, I mean, from Twent. We've seen it win a round before. So they'll need to get a move on.
Vinny seeing what he could maybe find. Scout the side out. Oh, wow.
Oh.
Sawyer gets aggressive, immediately punished, and that could be the in for Wildcard. Vinny was downed, however, so it is still a 2 versus 2, but the Thatcher is revived.
Has he just bought enough time? What is going on? One after another. It's now Elements in a 1v3. 2 players low. Only 1 smoke babe. Oh, no, 2, in fact. That's going to spot him out straight away. He's going to go ahead and proc it, move away. continue to keep them on their toes, just being spotted out, but the players that are stuck in con cannot swing him. This has got to be I don't even get to finish the word. It's a round for Wildcard and a 4-2 half.
Oof. Well, Wildcard, they managed to recover that first half somewhat a 2-4 scoreline. Not the worst, and we may well see this one be brought back. It's a big game for Wildcard. Relegation's looming. Let's see what they can do on the defense.
Well, there's one thing that's really obvious, and that is how slow Wildcard have started. Now, if you don't want to start as slow as Wildcard, you're going to go out and check out the latest range of the NVMe SSDs from our wonderful presenting partners over at Samsung. All you need to do to find out more, type !SSD in the Twitch chat and follow the prompts.
I give that about an 8 out of 10 on the plug scale.
Only an 8?
That's pretty good. I'm a harsh critic.
Oh, you're my harshest critic, Guz. Has anyone ever told you that? You are my harshest critic.
What do you mean? I've never said anything bad about you, ever.
Oh! Shadow played. I
don't know what. That's an obscure reference. I don't quite understand what you're alluding to there, Rob.
Come on, man.
Honestly, this hasn't been as cursed of a cast yet. I'm sure the delusion and the sleep deprivation will kick in the latter maps. So we'll try and keep our sanity for now. And in terms of maintaining mental, again, that is the storyline for Wildcard, looking to bounce back here and again try and ward off that relegation threat as best as possible. Overt, though, they're looking up and about, and a map clear for them here in round 7.
They are, and there's no doubt that sleep deprivation will kick in eventually, and it will turn curse. But you know, we'll hold on to hope, because Wildcard, that's what they need, is hope. Really, at this point, 2-4 half. You've already said it. It's not detrimental. Over kickstart this half and go 5-2. I'm in serious concerns for Wildcards, not only stage 3, but also just their entire season. That really does put them in a particular position that you would not want to be faced with as relegations loom large, but we've already talked about that enough. Minute 30-ish on the clock now, and Overt are starting to get to where they need to be.
Yeah, similar time management to Wildcard. Again, it was around this sort of timestamp that they were getting map control. On this occasion, it wasn't really much of a roam from Wildcard, so probably could have been a bit quicker from Overt, but not the end of the world. Patch is now getting opened up. Overt established as well here from the likes of the Buck. Edpan playing him. Pyro now rotating around, might go for a play elsewhere. Still does have one EMP left, maybe could use that on Dirt. But at the moment, Wildcard not under a whole bunch of pressure. They're just waiting for this execute, honestly, and this is pretty traditional basement here on Clubhouse.
Oh, there we go. The game's starting to be played, but it's finished pretty quickly. Selma Charge was not destroyed, but Cairo manages to catch out Milo. He is retrievable, but for how much longer?
Geo aggressive. Finds that drone, I believe, and falls back. And you can see Wildcard scratch. He's left on the board. Moloska unable to be revived as Twent goes for the plant.
Yeah, they're going to be able to hold. That's the big question right now. What can Wildcard do? Vinny trying to find a kill, but he's only found Sawyer. Diffuser is down. It's Edpan. What can he get done here? He needs to hold quite firm. He's got players pushing all around him. The noise cues are insane. Vinny now left in a 1v2 as Cairo doing his best to shut Wildcard out of this round. Oh, Vinny, what on earth is that? Oh, that is disgusting. Even Cairo can well and truly call that out. Oh, turns to nothing but...
Oh, Vinny deserved to win the round just off that. That was putrid. Cairo getting sent to the Shadow Realm, but Overt doing a really good job being able to get that plant down, and I think that finding that cheeky opener there onto Milo proved to be really, really critical. He didn't, again, get picked up for the remainder of the round, so found himself in a tough situation, and someone had to try and find something. Vinny did his best, but it wasn't enough.
No. Try and try you may, You're disgusting. Seriously, love the recognition from Cairo there. That is quite nasty, but moving forward, this is really on Wildcard now. They need to pick the slack up, and it is just the nicest way you can really put it. 2-5 and Overt are showing us that not only are they worth the money on defense, but now can be too on attack. We do head to the gym and bedroom defense, where it might be a little bit different. That's the big thing. Don't want to write anything off yet, but just the way that we're seeing what Overt approach these rounds, it's really scary, because I don't think by any means, guys, and you can shut me up real quick here, but I don't think the Wildcard are playing poorly at all.
It hasn't felt like we, at least from our feed, we haven't observed too many major mistakes from Wildcard where you can sort of point out and go, hey, this is what went wrong. And, you know, it was Wildcard making a blatant and obvious error, whether it be macro or micro. For the most part, Overt are just playing clean siege, and they're able to find these picks here or there. Like, you could make an argument, right, that in that last round, for example, Milo dying early was a mistake, but not many other, can't think of too many teams or too many players that would have even found that opportunity and been able to seize it. It's just small things like that, small windows of opportunity that Wildcard offer that Overt are playing really well off. So yeah, honestly, Overt just playing really well at the moment.
Bomb located by attackers.
Scary times ahead, the road's still rocky. We'll wait and see. Overt really not wasting any time whatsoever. Not only are they going to be... Oh no, Geo hadn't prepped it. Did that find it? I think it did, yes. So Selma Charge has been taken down, but I think that's a bit of a lucky one in all honesty.
Just went with one remaining, deployed, and won't be denied. No more impacts available on the Wildcard roster, but they do have a deployable shield, or Vulcan shield rather, facing this position, and Pat playing off that with the SMG. Protected as well from a secondary shield on the bed. So a neat little setup here from Wildcard. Molosco on the roam lit up. I believe he was trying to get a peek on towards that bedroom balcony. And there's one less player on towards side, and Overt could try and isolate him. Work being done elsewhere as construction will now be popped open with an exothermic charge. And again, the groundwork from Overt halfway in is looking pretty solid.
That it is. And now it really does come about phase 3 of this round, right? Where we really see what Overt are made of. 5 players left standing for both teams with, from what I can see, no one really looking like they're about to be culled in sight. Elements might find himself in a position toward bedroom window that might find him some more success, but Edpan in the meantime, there's the nail. Milo with an unreal shot. Twent, what can he hold? He might be able to find a second here. Oh my goodness! Thought for a second that with the positioning of Milo, he might have been able to transition, but not to be. 40 seconds left. Overt left a little bit scrambling.
Yeah, shield's still on side as well, so pretty well reinforced, but Cairo just swings wide. Pat caught off guard, needs to be careful of those frost mats, but continues to light up the feed. Emo Rin in the 1v3 clutch enters bedroom, but he gets shut down as well. What an execute from Overt.
I mean, tickle me pink and call me impressed. These boys are just, they are really making a statement. I know there was a lot of hype about Overt from OCL. I know, you know, Blue Panda, Cthulhu, these boys were all saying how impressed they'd been with Overt and the fact that they were going to really do some damage and, you know, don't sleep on Overt. I did not expect it to get to this extent. They lost 5-7 against Knights and really pushed them to their limits and played A1. They managed to do it over Rhythm, who's in good form in Stage 3. They then went on to beat Rothelcopter 7-3, which is kind of absurd. They did get brought down a peg, as you mentioned in the pre-show, Guz, by Bliss. But, I mean, this is really starting to cement somewhat of a true storyline for this roster. And they're almost going to playoffs. I mean, I'm not going to call it too early yet, but like they are really punching above where we expected them to be.
Couldn't have said it better. Punching above their weight is one way to put it, I think. They're playing so well, and that last round, for me, has sort of encapsulated this first 8 rounds. And you sort of said it a bit before, Rob, before that execute, that it has really been coming down to that last stage. For the most part, the early round and the mid round, outside of a couple of rounds in isolation, has been very stale, very dry. Everyone's staying alive, and everyone just kind of achieving their jobs pretty cleanly outside of the odd mini game here or there with impact tricking and whatnot. It's been pretty straightforward, pretty cut and dry, but it has come down to that execute phase the last 45 seconds. Overt, even in the face of so much utility to fortify the position there for the defense, were able to just send it. They had so much confidence. I don't know how much intel they had on site to be able to play like that, but it just looks so clean. And Wildcard had zero response.
That's just, I think the best way to put it, they are just playing with such confidence. And honestly, I really can't wait for either relegations or 2022. No matter what happens, I am keen to see how this roster performs in a, from start to finish in that stage. Obviously, we're seeing it here in stage 3, but teams have already been relatively warmed up and kind of prepping their own storylines, if you will. Now, one thing we've got to highlight, Cairo, my goodness, 13-5, absolutely popping off. I don't know if you've mentioned it before, Guz, but that is a bit of a strange one. Oh, love that from Sawyer, quick little trade.
He's inside.
What is going on? Cairo's inside too! Guz, what's happening?
Yeah, not too sure. Twent does find an entry. Cairo finds another, and yeah, I think this is over, Rob.
Yeah, I mean, put it in the books. This one's done and dusted. Milo trying to find something in a 1v3 retake. All these lines are going to be watched, and Edpan's going to put it to bed. Good night, Wildcard. Put the donor over him, it's done. Overt, what on God's green earth have they been doing?
3 points to Overt over Wildcard, and I think Sawyer's reaction really encapsulated. He cannot believe they have just taken down one of the best teams on this map. I'm honestly a little bit speechless. This is a huge result for Overt, even bigger for Wildcard. They now, I don't know if it's mathematically confirmed, but they are basically locked in for relegations now. This is absolutely devastating for them.
Order now at macros.com.au.
Welcome to GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
It's a good question.
I'm running out of time. I'm running out on a feeling song. I'm running out of time.
And now, it's all on the save. The player heroic. So empty!
It's day 2 of the OCN Promo Relegation. The big dogs have been taken to the kennel. We'll see who is going to be joining them. It's down to 3 teams remaining. Overt, Wildcard, Fury. 2 of those will move on to OCN. 1 will have to stay behind in OCL for next year. I'm joined by the best in the business, 3-time SI caster, 1-time SI remote caster in Guzzler. It's great to have you boys on the desk. How are we feeling, Guz?
I'm feeling really good. We're definitely up and about. The theme song was booming just in the little pre-show there. Of course, courtesy of North Lane. But yeah, it's going to be a big day. A lot on the line for a lot of these teams, and yeah, excited to see who's going to make it through.
Dev, are you excited as the Guzzler?
Pretty much, I'm ready to get going. It is Relos. It is where we finally get to see if an OCN team can take down Wildcard. I think that's the big thing that we're talking about here. Wildcard's storyline over the last 2 years has been just such a roller coaster, and by the end of today, we are going to get that next step.
We certainly are. Let's look at the relegation bracket, of course, as it unfolded from the start of yesterday. Wildcard, Big Dogs, they kicked us off. It was a 2-0, pretty comfortable victory in the end for Wildcard, and then, of course, the big one that everyone was waiting for, Overt and Fury. And Guz, in the end, I think I was a little bit surprised by the 2-0 and how easy Overt was able to deal with Fury.
Yeah, I think many, including myself, expected that to probably go to 3 maps. They're pretty closely contested throughout the year, but Overt, I think, have put on display their improvements over the course of particularly Stage 3, where they got that exposure in OCN. They dealt with Fury pretty convincingly in a 2-0 fashion. I mean, looking at the rest of the bracket, of course, Wildcard, pretty breezy for them against Big Dogs, who, of course, got sent down, and unfortunately were unable to win a map at all yesterday. Fury able to clean them up in the lower bracket semi-final, so they will, of course, now await the loser of Wildcard Overt in that lower bracket final.
Dev, are there concerns for Fury in that lower bracket final, knowing that none of the OCL teams were able to find a map in the upper bracket semi-finals yesterday?
I mean, it's hard as well because, in a way, Overt still feels like that OCL team. They played Stage 1 and 2 in OCL.
They're not,
but definitely, I think,
Jeez,
they definitely proven that they're one of the best in OCN when they made playoffs in top 4. But yeah, look, I think if Fury end up facing Overt in that lower bracket final, if Wildcard can win this first game, Fury probably would be sweating. I think at this point, after losing yesterday to Overt, Fury would much rather take on Wildcard. But of course, Wildcard is such an enigma, right? Like over the course of this year, we've seen some serious lows. We've also seen them, beat teams like the Chiefs and APAC South and have other fantastic results. So it's really hard to place them. I think Fury is hoping that they'll face Wildcard and it won't be Wildcard's good day.
Yeah, we'll see, of course, who they will be playing later on this afternoon. For the time being, though, we have an upper bracket final to get through. Overt versus Wildcard, our 2 OCN teams, one of which will be returning to the Oceanic Nationals for next year. The other, they will drop down to the lower bracket final. We'll talk about Wildcard first, Guz, and they are a team that has had many ups and downs, as Dev said before.
Yeah, that is just, the classic Wildcard at this point. However, in recent times, or more importantly yesterday, they actually looked pretty good. And for the first time in what's felt like forever for Wildcard, they were actually challenged quite a bit in that matchup. In fact, they started off both of those maps quite slowly. However, they were able to dig deep, bounce back, recover, particularly in the last couple of rounds of the first half in both of those maps, and showed some really good mental fortitude. And that has been one of the storylines that we're running with. And even in the interviews, for example, Vinny admits it, that sometimes the mental game for Wildcard can be a little bit weak. So I think yesterday was a good display as to when they can actually, step up, refocus, and really dig deep to get a result over the line.
Some really solid analysis from the Guzzler there, Dev, pointing out the slow starts for Wildcard. Most importantly, the damning start on Clubhouse that was, a 4-2 half to Big Dogs on their attack. But then Wildcard brought it back on their attack and making an attacking round of Clubhouse. Is that a concern, though, coming into today against a team like Overt?
Look, yes, Overt is a team that is going to punish, especially when Overt is on those attacks. Wildcard need to make sure their defenses are really tight, and that was where we saw them tend to slip a little bit. But yeah, I think Wildcard has shown that they've got some really good attacks, and they have a bit of fortitude, which, like you said, guys, like that has been their weakness. It's kind of been a bit of a joke that it's been like Wildcard just chalked throughout the entire of this year as they've gone from weakness to weakness, getting worse and worse. But yeah, we saw flashes of greatness yesterday, and of course they still have retained that identity as a really structured team. Obviously not quite as much as they were a year ago back in that old meta. And yes, now that they've got Milo instead of Diesel or /Silex, obviously a bit more of a flexible player, but Wildcard still very much at its essence is a structured team, and they can lean into that strength.
Their opponents for today in the upper bracket final is, of course, Overt, a team that took OCM by storm in Stage 3, coming in from the OCL. They would very much not like to return to the OCL, because obviously they liked their stay in OCN, and well, as long as they win this best of 3 against Wildcard, which honestly they go in as favourites, they will be returning.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting, right? Phrasing them as favourites heading into this matchup. I wouldn't say strong favourites, but probably just edging out Wildcard maybe. And in fact, I genuinely thought that yesterday Fury, given their history, given some of the head-to-head results, that was actually, in my mind, probably going to be their most difficult matchup. But they swept the floor 2-0, so they're setting themselves up really nicely heading into this one. And one player in particular to focus on in this lineup is probably Cairo. He was the MVP yesterday, an 86% cost, he was averaging above a kill per round as well. So he was having a really strong performance for his team. He's someone we're often looking at to step up, and of course he's the first man in the highlight reel as well.
Of course.
Yeah, so Cairo, again, a player to look at. If he steps up, expect Overt to play well once more.
They have really good signs from Overt in their match against Fury. They started very strong on Villa, 5-1 first half, came out of the gate. And then on Clubhouse, it was a little bit even until the second half where they went on defense and they just could not get pushed at all by Fury. Really good signs coming into the final.
Oh, absolutely. I think considering the Stage 2 Grand Final, so the last time that Overt had played in OCL, they actually lost to Fury, 3-1 in that Grand Final. Overt since obviously got promoted into OCN, bit of drama there, but they've shown how much that they have grown in the last few months since playing in OCN. They came out as a team that was realistically second place OCL to being a top 4 OCN team and absolutely dominating Fury. Like, that was not a close game. Yeah, there were some good rounds from Fury and some flashes of greatness, but Overt, hands down the better team. They have leveled up, and I mean, they're just going to prove that they can beat Wildcard once again, like they did during the OCN regular season.
They go into this as slight favourites according to you guys. I'd actually probably say they go into this as strong favourites. This is a team that, as Dev has pointed out, has continued to grow. So what is the limit for this team maybe going into the next year? The hypothetical is let's say they get a spot in OCN today, whether it be the upper bracket final or lower bracket final. What is their goals for next year? Is it to, by the end of the year, try and get into APAC South?
Jeez, you've already dug the grave for Wildcard, mate. Jeez, that's not instilling much confidence for the Wildcard fans. But I mean, yeah, in that hypothetical situation, and I do think Overt, given their play style and their earlier matchup against Wildcard in Stage 3, are a decent chance. I don't know what the ceiling is for these guys. I think we need to see them probably play out a full season or a full year in OCN and really see what they're made of. They've shown that they can rapidly improve over a short period of time. I think that's the main thing I've sort of learnt from watching this roster. Just from the very start of Stage 3 in OCN, where they joined from OCL, they were good. They were by no means a pushover team, but they continued to grow, continued to improve, and they were able, I think, to really play their own brand of Siege. They didn't come into OCN and sort of fall into some of the tropes that other teams fall into. They played confident, they played their own way, they made it work. So I'm expecting them, if they do make it through, to only really continue that pathway. And yeah, we might look back at a day like today and go, wow, this was the start of something great. Shut up.
Gotta put you on the spot here, Dev. One thing I really want us to do is a sort of player spotlight. In this case, I've got Cairo. Would you agree that he is not the linchpin of this team, but is a star player and an up-and-coming player in this region?
Absolutely. I mean, hands down, star player, yes. Linchpin, no. I think that you've got two real star players on Overt. You've got Ed Pan and Cairo. They're the ones who are usually on the top of the scoreboard making crazy plays, insane mechanics. If I'm going to say someone's a linchpin of this team, obviously this is an outsider looking in. I don't know the details, but it's got to be Sawyer. It's got to be Sawyer. Like, he is animated. He's the captain. He is the only one with experience at this level before this Stage 3 of OCN that they have just played. Obviously, back in the day, he used to coach that Melon Cat Noble roster where you've got players like, Nico and Derper, like so much experience, and they managed to get pretty high in their respective leagues as well. Sawyer has got to be the heart and soul of this team, and he's got these insane fraggers around him to support him, and in that way, Overt actually reminds me a bit of Bliss and the rise of Bliss that we have seen over the last year, mixing those veterans with that experience and that insane knowledge and maturity, especially in terms of attitude, with these young gunners like Cairo and Ed Pan. And I think you wanted to ask about next year. I think that if Overt can hone that and really develop that, I think that absolutely they could be contending for an APAC South spot in the future.
Absolutely spot on. This is why you're an SI level analyst, Dev Marta. Let's go to the map vetoes for this best of 3 upper bracket final between Overt and Wildcard. Clubhouse picked straight away by Overt. No real surprises with that one. We do get Chalet into the mix, and then Coastline if required. Chalet is the way. Chalet is live. Dev, I might go straight back to you on this one, actually.
All right. I haven't written them all down yet, but I'll check my stats. So, yeah, unfortunately, obviously we know with Clubhouse, pretty dominant 7-2 from the regular stage. Overt took Wildcard to what was their best map, you know, still is. Like in the last couple months, about 4 months time, Wildcard are 7-1 on Clubhouse. Like this is their favorite map. And the only time they've really lost it in recent history was against Overt. No, Wildcard even showed that they're still fresh and at beating big dogs yesterday. So I guess in a way a bit daring from Overt, taking Wildcard to a map that Wildcard are so good at. But obviously that's exactly what we said last time these two teams played on this map. And we all know how that panned out, Overt 7-2. So look, I respect that from Overt. Chalet and Coast. Yeah, I mean, Chalet is not a map we've seen a lot from Wildcard from. It's one of their top bans, so I think maybe if they haven't been working on that, they might get a little bit punished in this BO3 format, and it could very well be a 2-0.
Guys, I'll get your thoughts on the map, Veto, and how you see it.
Yeah, basically just double down on everything James has pointed out. Pretty interesting storyline to be developed on that first map, right? Overt taking Wildcard to what was kind of their only real good map until Overt took them down, and that Overt in that particular match had such a good read on Wildcard. They just absolutely destroyed them, particularly on their attacks. Chalet's interesting. Wildcard haven't really played it a whole lot. They've stayed away from it. They've banned it a lot. So clearly they just didn't really incorporate it into their map pool. So I'm guessing the fact that they've picked it means that over the last couple of weeks, they've really been focusing in and honing in on that map.
Both teams played Clubhouse in their semi-final matchups, Dev. Is that something that maybe we can look at statistically coming into this particular match? In fact, both of the scorelines were 7-4. Does that give you anything?
Holistically, Clubhouse is a map both of these teams like. I think you can kind of leave it at that. Obviously, we know the previous result from Overt. Wildcard would have looked at that and been like, the only time we've lost Clubhouse in recent history. Let's figure out what we did wrong. So yeah, but just to look holistically at the whole Veto, the Chalet one, I'm going to go with you guys again. Like that was really curious to me from Wildcard. You know, we've only seen them play it once in recent history. It's their third most banned map. The one time they did play it, they lost it to Q-Confirm in overtime back in APAC South League. And also at that point when Wildcard chose Chalet, Bank was still in the pool, and we've seen some good plays from Wildcard on Bank. We've seen them beat the Chiefs there before as well. On the flip side, like Overt, I don't have much on Bank for them, so Wildcard could have gone to Bank. If anything, that might be the curveball here that Wildcard are throwing. That map 2 pick might be a bit unpredictable. If Overt are coming into this like figuring out, okay, what maps are we going to prac? Obviously, they're going to prac Clubhouse because they know that's going to come out. They know that Oregon's probably not going to come out because that's one of their best maps. Wildcard will ban it. And then they're probably thinking Bank. Like, I reckon that was what they were expecting. So maybe Wildcard throwing a Chalet curveball in there, it could be, you know, a little bit of an upset.
Before I get final thoughts and final predictions, of course, I want to remind everyone in chat about the goodie bag giveaway that we are undertaking throughout the weekend. 8 times R6 goodie bags over the promo /Rails weekend, comma. You can type exclamation mark giveaway in our Twitch chat at Rainbow6ANZ, or you can check out more information on Twitter at R6 Esports OCE.
That is the
on the desk
worst.
Before every match, caster read giveaway.
That is the
Perfectly
worst
done.
plug I have ever
Can we get
heard.
final predictions, final thoughts before we get into the game? Guzzler, give it.
I think Overt might be able to get this over the line 2-0. I'm pretty confident they'll win Clubhouse, and Chalet is pretty 50-50. So for Wildcard, it has to be done in 3. But I'm not going to sit on the fence. I'll back Overt. I think I'll get it done in 2, probably, honestly.
Marta, Dev?
Look, Logic says Overt 2-0. Hope for Wildcard says that they can win it. Could be 2-0, could be 2-1. I'm going to say 2-1 Wildcard.
Well, that's A6. That's A6 casters giving their prediction done. Now, of course, we throw over to the casters at A7 map fly through. It is going to be Blue Panda and Cthulhu taking you through this upper bracket final.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Yesterday, Cthulhu, we let the boys take over the OCL match. We get to take over the OCN match, and heading into it, Overt have thrown down the gauntlet. They take Wildcard back to Clubhouse. They say, we've done it once, we can sure as hell do it again. I mean, what are the implications of that? Could Wildcard be dethroned as the Clubhouse Kings?
Look, perhaps this could be done. Look, I mean, over the history, Clubhouse was kind of one of those picked maps by Wildcard a few times where it wasn't their best, but it wasn't the worst. They seem to continuously try to practice that over the time. I am, though, curious about that Chalet, given the fact that while we've barely really seen from them, they did manage to claim wins over Order and Rufflecopter during OCN, at least according to Wikipedia. And that is already quite a showcase, albeit 7-2 loss against Bliss, so it's not to the fullest perfection that they've done up Chalet, but Clubhouse should certainly be a barn burner, especially after the showcase that Wildcard did yesterday.
Well, hopefully the stars are going to align here for Wildcard, because it needs to be remembered. This day, last year, Wildcard were crowned the champions of the November Oceanic Major. So they want everything. They want all the power flowing through to them. The fans, hopefully, are sending their energy coming into this Wildcard on the defense on Clubhouse. They kick things off with the Buck ban. Overt, though, are looking strong. And you got to remember, Wildcard had big dogs in their opener in that first round who did not pick up a single map against either opponent. And, I mean, it's quite easy to argue that I think Overt had the stronger of the two opponents.
Yeah, look, statistically, Overt could certainly bring in the power here, bring in the swings and the damage. The main thing I would have to say that for Wildcard, especially after the way how things really unraveled yesterday with them playing against big dogs, main thing really would be, I would say, just make sure that they keeping themselves stable on the defense. You know, their attack has been borderline flawless, and honestly, wouldn't put it past that. Say, comes the conclusion of the first half, if we get to 3-3, Wildcard can make quite a quick deal out of all of that, unless Overt somehow decides to, you know, completely throw all of their strats and all of their mental out the window. But again, that's something that I also quite don't expect to see.
I mean, you could maybe expect it at the beginning of stage 3, Overt playing a lot of nerves, and a lot of people would have said that's why they didn't pick up that win against the Knights in their first week of play. But they've played an entire stage now. They've already taken down Wildcard. They should be backing themselves into this Wildcard. This, though, is their first step. They won yesterday. They need to win this to get themselves that spot in 2022 OCN. If not, they have to play another match. And, I mean, this is the journey that they need to start to prove that they deserve that title of the OCN champions.
Well, the journey is certainly starting up here. Round number 1 is upon us. We didn't even really get to touch up on the bans that came about with Buck, Hibana, Valkyrie, and Mira. Buck being kind of the main thing that I've been eyeing out, and we even seen back during the play camps as well that Soy was a little bit confused about all of those picks. But it is a good decision there by Wildcard to decide to get rid of that Buck, bring in, well, force rather, to bring in somebody like Sledge, so the ability to, say, go for some of the C4s in tandem with Geo's pick of Pulse could actually be a much more viable and much more effective.
That you saw on the Omen community vote as well, 53 to 47, I do believe it was. That is close, just a little bit more backing for Wildcard. I mean, they've been there a little bit longer, and maybe after that performance yesterday, they can keep things flowing for themselves. Vincere, I mean, you got to remember that 1v3 ace clutch that he pulled off on Jim Bedroom as well. And Geo's performance, you can't discount what he was able to achieve yesterday.
Not at all. On top of it all, I believe it was the second map against Big Dogs. Pat also went quite huge there as well. So honestly, yeah, Wildcard, if they can just keep up their form from yesterday without initially losing the first 4 rounds, that's going to be possibly their run and their game, and already some relatively early entries being made. Cairo doing some quick work off the top floor, but good thing that Overt managed to already confirm that there's no roam upstairs. There won't be a whole lot of unexpected issues risen by Wildcard, but it's going to be ground floor and the main stairs. That's where the main contention could be coming about.
They're going to get themselves in with plenty of time to spare. We've seen just how many times you don't give yourself that room to work with, and it can cost you going into the tail end of a round. But that pulse in the hands of Geo is definitely going to prove a bit of a nuisance. Overt are going to have to be incredibly careful when setting up the vert.
Yeah. That's where the Buck ban could also come into the play, where for Geo, he's already scouting out. He wants to find his new and next prey. Already spotting one of the players on the stairs. That's the Sledge on top. The pullout should be coming out there. C4 from that ash wall as well could be dangerous, and already the confirmation could be just about to come about.
We've seen that C4 do some big damage over the last 12 months, and I wouldn't be surprised if Geo landed one just like it. He's getting so much information. He sees the Sledge running Nitro Cell toss. He's going to blow it. Unfortunately, missed that opportunity onto Cairo, but it's enough of a deterrent. It could make them hesitant.
Yeah, that was a solid read by Cairo, though, on the timing, on the pacing of it all. Just got the breach, waited for that C4, full well knowing that there is going to be some form of a counterplay, and then got back to it. And with that said, that's, well, the C4 done. Now it's all down to the impact grenades. There is one more C4 in the hands of Mencia, but I'm not too sure if he's too close by to the actual point of breach. So at the moment, it's going to be play for the post opening.
Unfortunately, the impact trick, they're not quite connecting, so they do have that hatch in the kitchen open. Drones will start to flow on through in the final 30 seconds. It is a 10-man lobby, still active at the moment. You can see Elements, he's repositioning himself towards oil pit so they can go for that multi-pronged approach to the site. Wildcard at the moment, they're looking to entrench themselves. They don't want to give up the ground if they don't have to. And unfortunately, with Overt lacking in that timing, this is going to be an absolute mess. But the turn at the wrong time, twin on the blind, but Emo still comes up big in the gunfight against Elements. Molosca sprayed down, in pen for 2. Overt looking to kick this off in a big way. The plant is secured. Twin somehow wins that. Emo left alone versus 3. And Overt are looking to repeat history here. Sawyer, the man with a plan, shuts down the reattempt.
I was just about to call that this could be the loss of the first round for Overt, given that they had, 14 seconds left on the timer for the round, and all of a sudden an explosion is there. Adpan's double kill from that double door by the stairs pretty much wrapped it all up there, then and there, completely shut down any kind of momentum that they tried to ramp up, and from there on it was kind of just a snowball effect, really. So with that in mind, Church and Arsenal Room will be a retry from Wildcard, as they fully acknowledge that they slipped up severely on that one.
Looks like we are going to get that reattempt here from Wildcard. Looking to change things up just a little bit going into the reattempt, but I mean, there are very few teams who, in that window that they left for themselves, would be able to pull that off, and Overt backed themselves when it came to the frags. I mean, Wildcard, they're going to be a little bit shook off that.
They will. At least now they should be now realizing how volatile can Overt be, especially once they're just about to start opening up onto the site. And that is something that maybe they could play about. Maybe play, rather than trying to prevent the breach, play for the post-breach and having some of the crossfires. But in saying that, with the fact that they couldn't consistently get rid of Cairo with those C4s, it's understandable that Geo swapped off from the pulse to mute to enable a little bit more of the, well, obviously, information denial, as well as that, just arguably a better set of guns.
We also didn't see too much commitment into that upstairs roam in that last round from Wildcard. For the most part, the majority of the players for the team were down in the basement looking at anchor on the site. So a bit of a turtle setup now with that mute in play. They can get a bit more aggressive. They want to take those early gunfights and dictate the pace of these rounds. Last time we saw them, obviously against Big Dogs, they were able to pull it back from a 4-2 deficit. It just shows their resilience. But Overt yesterday determined the pace for both maps that they played, and Wildcard can't let that happen.
This is quite interesting to me how Wildcard decided to, slightly extend with the utility, maybe try to fake out on the top floor hold with that mute jammer that Mandy just showed us. And shout out to our wonderful observer as well. And it kind of drained just a brief moment, but I don't think it was just about enough as Wildcard would have wanted. But already standing still and ready to take some of those gunfights a bit against somebody like Elements could be a good decision, albeit standing right then and there with your just legs wide open. Maybe a little bit of a misplay.
There's two of them. The Emo ran, and unfortunately, Geo loses it. Can Emo trade? No, he can't. What? Elements finds two of them. And yeah, he knows he should never have gotten away with that.
Again, what was the plan behind that one? I understand that one of them tried to, cover the door, one tried to cover the window, but the window for refrag was far too big and no chances to really get any kind of return on investment. So that said, 3v5 just like that in a matter of a couple of seconds, meaning that, well, for Wildcard, they need to now start hunkering down and maybe try to play off each other or just be even more passive. But with Molosca going down, it's not looking too pretty.
It's not looking good at the moment. You've got 3 players stuck on either cams or watching teammates, whereas Overt, a full 5 stack of operators running towards that site to look for the plant. If Wildcard pull it out, it's going to be a miracle clutch of some kind.
Absolutely, Cairo so far doing his best job to try to get rid of any of the K charges, any of the breaches at all. As a matter of fact, that should be pretty good or pretty solid, given that no impact trick is there. Pat will try to play off his own ones and try to hold on his own, but right now Vincia's position is going to be the most volatile by far, and so much damage onto Sawyer, but meanwhile it's already a death off screen.
Pat Forsey almost found that kill on Sawyer, but it doesn't matter. It's a flawless for Overt in the second. They've gone one step further than the first round, and I mean, this was for the longest time Wildcard's playground. They were the ANZ Clubhouse team. Overt are stripping them of that title.
Yeah, it seems like the king has fallen. Long live the king. So far, Overt. Well, their most recent performance against Wildcard was on Clubhouse. It was a 7-2. So it's certainly on the table that Overt could certainly pull off something similar of a dominant scoreline. Jim Bedroom is upon us, and Wildcard are looking to try to maybe switch things around. Now, bear in mind, yesterday, Jim Bedroom was one of the starting sites for Wildcard, where it was the site where Vincia did manage to get an ace clutch. So I wouldn't put it past that they may have, learned a little bit more on the timings with OCL/OCN introductory teams, and maybe that could be the time for them to actually, put the practice into the play and see if they can find themselves the point of this very pick.
But, I mean, yeah, you're looking at it now. Yes, Vince was able to clutch up yesterday, but you look at the numbers. The team,
the numbers, Mason.
Not a single player, the team of Wildcard is averaging a kill a round. Which, I mean, yes, we're only 2 in, but as a 5-man unit, that is 2 kills and both of them are on Emo Rin. That is not reassuring at all if you're a Wildcard fan. We know they can bounce back from a rough half. They did it twice yesterday. But against Overt, who has polished their already dominant playstyle from OCL, Overt won't give them that opportunity easily.
Yeah, absolutely. Overt being one of the big dominant forces back from Stage 2. Yeah, they lost the grand final in Stage 2 playoffs, but regardless of that, they were still one of the big powerhouse teams back at OCL, and OCN, they are looking to take it by storm. The freshest, one of the most youngest talents in the scene as well for Tier 2, Tier 1 competitions. Certainly are looking to just keep on enforcing their dominance. Sawyer, look, a little bit of a bricked moment there, but back
look,
to it.
He's still got enough fuel in the tank to get the job done. Maybe Sawyer should, give Shaq some lessons after yesterday.
Man. Oh man, yeah. Look, we're not speaking of what transpired for poor Big Dogs yesterday. That was just, yeah. We'll just leave it at that. Look, for now, at least for Overt, we continuing to see nice and consistent, solid entry. Funnily enough, again, barely any roam downstairs. It is Emma Rin on the ground floor, looking to dish out some damage around the bar area. Not yet droned out. Cairo yet to spot his position, and Edpan about to be completely clueless about the presence of the Canadian operator.
There we go, and Emo Rin to take him down. The owner off the board, not to mention one of the prominent fraggers for this team, Eddie, off the board as well. Not a position that, Overt should really struggle with. They can quite easily play from that player deficit. They've got utility still to clear things out. And actually, no, they're out of frag grenades. Never mind. It's down to elements with the lifeline there. But they're a team that will 100% back themselves in the gunfights to be able to take it.
Oh, 100%. They could still pull it off, and already some damage is being dealt. Huge one, as a matter of fact, and Cairo is already inside the bathroom.
Emo finds Twent, and Elements almost loses his life as well, but with Cairo's forward positioning in the site itself, he can really look to do some damage. They need to get some bodies in to support him, though. It's not a situation that he can pull out of the bag by himself. Element spots a shoulder, can't win the follow-up trade there. Maloska as well in support. Cairo shut down, and it's a flawless answer back from Wildcard. This is what we wanted to be seeing.
There it is. There's the recovery from Wildcard. Took him only 2 rounds rather than the 4 that we seen yesterday, so that's a good start for them, albeit not over yet. Still a round deficit. Still, quite a fair few rounds to go despite the sheer amount of action that we've seen so far, and CCTV and Cashroom is going to be the next pick. Now, Wildcard proven, okay, they're all good on the tertiary sides, which is usually the one of the last ones that I would imagine one would prepare. Now on the main side, CCTV and Cash Room against Overt, that so far have been just almost an unstoppable force. That I don't think a whole lot of teams could really match their ferocity, at least at the current point, even within the OCL Relegation Promo Tournament. For Wildcard, they need to keep up the play, because Imorin, as long as he can stay unpredictable, as long as he can play for that misdroning play by Overt, he could be that big leverage to allow that initial advantage for Overt. Or, pardon me, not Overt, Wildcard.
Well, at the moment, Overt, that last round was a very, very convincing one from Wildcard. Emo with, spectacular positioning down below, reading into that potential clear with the frag grenades. He's sitting 5-2 at the moment, so hopefully the rest of the team can catch up soon. The CCTV defense is one that can be a bit risky. That should not play. So far, Overt haven't leaned into it just yet. The Cade set up on Garage, at least on the right-hand panel anyway. So Overt, they've got a couple of things to clear before they can contest the site, but it's by no means impossible.
Yeah. I mean, on the whole debate of Thatcher, at this point, I think majority of the teams have practiced so much of the mavericking and all of that Thatcher borderline becomes redundant, really, in some of those jobs, given the fact that Maverick would provide a little bit more of a, well, consistent job in saying that if you practice it enough.
And the frag grenades. And
the frag grenades on top of it all, yes, of course. And arguably even a better gun to a certain degree. So, yeah, look, wouldn't put it past that is kind of the idea here being brought on board. On the side of Wildcard, we see finally Imorin bring in the Aruni, but that swing from Edpan could be absolutely deadly. Milo could be in a lot of trouble, but instead, Edpan decides to just play it safe, drone it out, make sure that he can confirm the position. And for Milo, this should give an indication that he is about to be hunted, so he could draw a lot of aggro on himself before going down.
More drone work needs to be done so they can get that information so they can actually start to contest the site right now. There are so many unknowns, and it is those unknowns that will more than likely cause Overt to slip up, especially if Milo can find that flank later on into the round when the execute is happening. But Overt now, all the way through, have taken Logi, they're taking Con. They're going to look to start to get things underway so they can execute that push. And with CCTV open, Elements as well can deny any attempt at a cross. Headpan heads outside. They're gearing themselves up for the execute, but Milo still this unknown quantity for Overt.
Speaking of Milo, it was a little bit of a quieter performance for him yesterday. So hopefully Mana has returned to form today. Geo already keen and prepared to take on some of the gunfights, take on some of the plays, and Cairo's looking a little bit curious as to where he can swing. Knows exactly about the ballistic shield, and that grenade from below could change the pace of things.
Wildcard make the right call. Geo backs himself off, but Pat will fall to Cairo's spray with the L8. Losing the smoke, that stage is absolutely huge. They have no one to deny the plant if they do go for that very late Rafters push, and Milo pulls down the barricade, looking for the Claymore. There's someone outside. There's two of them, in fact, looking at his position, but Geo takes out Eddie. These two quick trades back in the favor of Overt. Emo and Geo falling. Sur and Elements teaming up for those two. Nitro Cell throwing, but the plant's already down in cash. It's too little too late, with Elements taking Milo out of the equation as well. Vince is on the books to have to clutch up in the 1 versus X again. Unfortunately, that might be too tall a task for him. He jumps through the window. Elements still covering from the platform, and Overt not going to let them double up on their round count.
Just as I thought that Milo's swing could have been doing just the right job there, at the end of the day, really, Overt were just far more prepared. They were ready for all the swinging out and all the fragging that could have been conducted, and well, by the end of it, 3-1 scoreline is here. Again, kind of Wildcard are being pushed into the possibility that they will be stuck looking at a 4-2 scoreline by the conclusion of their defense on Clubhouse, which is an alarming sign. Now, against big dogs, they were able to make a rotation and, were able to pull out a comeback. Against Overt, that is a much more difficult task, and it seems the moment we've seen Wildcard, get even just a small bit of their confidence back into the play where they were able to finally make their own play, dictate their own rules, Overt just turns things around and takes it back into their hands yet again. So for Wildcard, they will need to make sure that they are nailing their performances. They are doing a phenomenal job at reading into what are the actual peaks are going to be happening, when the frag grenades could be flying in. Their theory is absolutely out of this world. But it seems like it's just some of the more unusual gunfight that are being taken. Say that pre-fire, I'm assuming, I'm not assuming, sorry. I think that was a unopened soft wall where Cairo got the first frag on to Geo, I believe, in the last round. And these kinds of frags, whilst yes, Geo should have acknowledged that there could be some heat coming from construction, I don't think he could have expected just a blunt pre-fire through that wall. And that's something that so far been picking apart Wildcard, and that's something that very hard to read into as well.
Yeah. Going into the basement defense once again. Overt have been able to win it twice now, so that's an interesting call for Wildcard to go back there for a third attempt in the half. I mean, yeah, they did bring it back going to the second half yesterday against the big dogs, but Overt have got a lot of momentum right now. So Wildcard,
they can't really go to gym just yet, though.
Yeah,
so
no. But I mean, we saw Bar play yesterday. I'm not saying it's probably the best idea for them, but it is an option.
True. I think, yeah, it's just more so just due to them feeling that Church and Arsenal will be one of the comfort grounds, but it still feels like it's partially in that whole experimental state for Wildcard as to where they want to play against Overt on a map like Clubhouse.
I mean, so far, Wildcard, look, again, it may be a case of they're taking a little bit of time to get themselves warmed up going into the rest of the match, but right now, things are looking a bit rough. Overt in control and dictating a lot of the pacing of these rounds. They're looking good, probably close to that 4-2, if not a 5-1 half for themselves. Wildcard, they need to change something in this gym. This basement defense has to be where things start to turn around, because otherwise this is going to slip away from them and they're going to have to prove themselves on Chalet.
Yeah, well, Chalet, I have faith in Wildcard that they could pull off something really huge. Clubhouse so far, quite honestly, has not been the most impressive performance, but Geo's angle here could be huge if he can find that shot with a shotgun straight off that doorway. Completely misses, though, that engagement, and in turn will possibly try to bring in the C4. No, decides for the better of it.
Missed opportunity, unfortunately, just didn't quite have enough information, but he might be able to make something happen with this Nitro. Oh, no! Unfortunately, it's just going to land on the ground deeper into Armory, which means he probably won't be able to pick it up. Cairo does take a bit of damage there. Nothing massive, really. So should be able to play it the rest of the round. And once again, we're down to the final 20 seconds here at Overt. Have to make the push happen. Toxic Canisters denying that hatch drop. And Overt might not have done it. Oh, Milo takes the head off of Eddie, but it's Emo to be traded back. Pat finds one, but again, another of his teammates fall. Cairo pushing on through. Pat down. Vinny finds one, but it's all chaos, but it goes Overt's way. The plant is secured, and Vinny has to clutch up for the team. 2 to find one deep in Armory, 1 above. He does have the Nitro. It's on that ash wall. Unfortunately, can't find the angle for it. Can't quite get through that angle that's being covered by the hatch. Cairo shutting down his attempt. Sees the player rotate deeper in. Gets a couple of shots off, but it's not enough to tag him up. Sees the player. Can't kill the player. Overt with a 4-1 lead.
Jeez Louise. I mean, we're talking even in the pre-show, and the analysts highlighted saying that Overt are looking, even just by a small margin, like the absolute favorites going into this whole tournament. And honestly, they so far proven that they can be that very dominating force. So 4-1 scoreline on their attack as well, might I add. Slowly but surely getting them closer and closer to essentially the dream of returning back to OCN, and that dream is very much real. Look, the way how they've done their plays, the way how they've done their overall performance, certainly it has been absolutely noteworthy. So, in saying that, going into the final round of the first half, Wildcard got the last chance, so they've managed to make it work before on Gym Bedroom. Can they make it play here once again? Scored at the fabled 4-2 scoreline and keep themselves afloat. Because if it is going to be a 5-1, yeah, look, maybe at this point, time to discard Clubhouse and start moving on to and planning for Chalet. Oh, Chalet, sorry. Gotta keep up the Xenox special.
Yeah, honestly, it just feels like Wildcard are being outmatched and outpaced here. Overt, they, ironically enough, are the ones holding all the cards, it seems. They know exactly what they need to be doing. They do it every single round. They're not giving themselves much time to work with it at all, but they still pull out the win somehow. Even if it is just a flurry of kills, it always results in a trade, and in a favorable one at that. Heading here into the final round of the half, Wildcard, honestly, if they don't pick up around here, if they go down 5-1 on their defensive half, I would be truly impressed if they were able to bring it back.
And tension is rising here. Interesting Pogmat placement there by Imorin, but look, usually it's the most obvious ones that end up working somehow. But he is back again to that Frost pick. He's been able to dish out quite some damage previously, but it's mainly been his show once things went over to the attacking side of Wildcard. So we'll have to wait and see if that is actually going to be the case here as well. A bit of a jittery kind of moment for Overt, really trying to find their kind of comfort ground, that area where they could just absolutely send it, because Gym Bedroom so far been an interesting one for the defense of Wildcard, despite being still a winning site for them.
Honestly, that top main stairs cam seems to be the bane of Overt's existence. Maybe Wildcard needs to develop a strategy around it, but right now, Milo pushing through Con has heard the shots going off, should be able to at least cut off any entrance through the room. But again, Overt know what objectives they need to take, what things they need to be doing to get themselves in to take the site. And with Emo downstairs, he is very disconnected from the site right now. If they go for a rush on for that plant, he could find himself completely useless.
Absolutely, but at the moment, nothing is really indicating of a rush in, because we still have elements sitting outside by the south balcony. There's about to be a push in and the frag grenades, but that down onto Sawyer now changes the dynamic quite completely.
Oh, Pat finding the pixel he needed to finish off the kill there, but Sawyer's already done his job. He's got the wall open.
With the frag grenades,
once again, though, yeah, unfortunately no frag grenades, but Overt, I mean, they've still got time to be working here.
Well, so work they will. Cairo finds an opening onto Geo. Pat goes down as well. It's all starting to fall apart all of a sudden, but Vincia is still about in the Logi office. Can he find the swing, though? That is a big question. Milo has a big job on him, but it's Imorin from below that deals even more damage. 3v3, 25 seconds to go. Wildcard, once again, that's Vincia gone as well. Miloska trying to make any sort of play, any sort of swing, but at the moment it's down to Imorin, and he drops the diffuser yet again.
Has control, he finds another. It's down to the 1 versus 1 as Eddie trades back once again. Milo in Logi tucked into the corner behind the shield. Does Eddie know? Eddie,
no shot.
No! Milo wins it and secures the 4-2 half, and Overt crumble under the pressure in that last round of the half. With the transition over to the defense for Overt, they have a 2-round lead, but Wildcard get themselves that breath, that relief, closing out the half with a second round. It is well and truly in doable territory here at Cthulhu. But Overt, they're a team that has, I mean, they came into OCN with a strong defense. They've now picked up a strong attack as well. Do Wildcard have enough in the tank to contest the rest of the clubhouse?
I still reckon they might just have the ability to contest Clubhouse here. Yes, it's a bit of a dire situation. Yes, Wildcard are 2 points down against Overt, but in saying that, their attack in yesterday's game against Big Dogs has been borderline flawless. I mean, forcing Big Dogs to only claim a single defense win against them already speaks the length, and I certainly would imagine that Wildcard will be bringing in the heat here on the attack. It's more so now, it kind of went through a very weird shift where we, at least as OCL casters, got so accustomed to see that majority of the teams have a phenomenal defense, but an absolutely borderline abysmal offense for the majority of it, that now seeing a complete 180 coin flip with Wildcard, where they had an unfortunate turnout with the defense, but an amazing offense so far, feels a bit odd, but at the same time plays into their strengths also really, really well.
It's also the pacing that's a little bit different between OCN and OCL. I mean, OCL, we're used to seeing a kill within the next sort of 30, 35 seconds, whereas so far the last few rounds, it's been, you know, last 20 seconds, things have kicked off with 10 players still alive. At the moment, Wildcard not wasting any time. They bring in the Thatcher, they open the CCTV wall. Overt, though, I mean, they don't look too shaken.
Not at all, yeah, they're sitting comfortably in their seats at the moment. Maybe minus Elements, who I believe yesterday's play cams actually nearly smashed the desk after winning, so which is felt a little bit interesting. But in saying that, though, yeah, Overt still will be quite happy with the results so far. Dubhouse is certainly still theirs, and it's down to Wildcard to actually confirm and prove that they're the ones to reclaim the crown.
I mean, the wildest thing of all of this is currently Emorin has half the team's kills collectively. They're sitting at 16, he has 8, so it might be that he has to drag the team kicking and screaming on to victory, but right now Vince is going to find the first onto Elements. The trade comes back almost immediately, but that is your ace, so no more Selmas available for Wildcard.
But in saying that, the Thermite already done the majority of the job. You have the breach into the garage, you have the breach into the main CCTV wall. It is so far looking quite solid overall, and really, a lot of damage though coming about. But with Geo clearing out Cairo, that is a solid buffer of time now enabled for Wildcard to take.
And it's a stunning use of the EMP. They didn't have any hard breach left, so there was no point using it for that. They disable the ADS as the frag goes up. Emo on the rappel finds Sawyer and Eddie. And Twent now in the 1v4. No, not enough ammo left to be able to do it. Nitro gets stuck. It's all coming apart for him, it seems. Plant is going down for Pat. Twent is going to have to win this on his gunplay alone. Player still there, but it's Geo sitting in the window to shut him down. Wildcard. Have they weathered the storm again?
Attacker-sided team. That's literally their whole storyline throughout the Promo Relo tournament so far, albeit it is off the back of just a singular matchup. But even now, that attack was just borderline flawless. Despite them, yes, losing an ace, they didn't particularly need the ace. Their breach into CCTV wall, flawless. Breach into the garage wall with the same Thermite, flawless. That opened up just about enough room for them to frag out Cairo, then push into garage, set up those crossfires from there, have a solid performer on the CCTV balcony, and from there on, look, everything else is just history at this point. So if Wildcard can keep this up, that 2-point lead that Overt had will be nullified even quicker.
I mean, this feels like beginning of the year nights in Apex South. They were consistently just getting beaten down. All they had to do was weather the first half, and from there the real work began. They brought it back, they won the map. Wildcard did that twice yesterday. Yeah, look, Big Dogs didn't pick up a single map, so we question that coming in today. But it feels like they're about to do it again to the team that 7-2'd them in the regular season on this map.
10 seconds left before
Bit of a revenge tour for Wildcard would be there.
5 seconds left.
I wouldn't be surprised if Wildcard would be able to take this clubhouse in this kind of fashion, because look, they've shown us that they can be absolutely deadly. Geo on Coastline yesterday, absolutely ripping through the opposition. You look at Pat as well, absolutely demolishing once things went towards the attack. Emorin currently 10-5. I mean, what more could you ask for from Wildcard apart from, well, maybe nailing a couple more of the defense rounds? But in the current meta, it seems like that is kind of the main challenge in general for a lot of teams.
This is insane. You look at the setup. This is a basement defense. They have Electroclawed and reinforced not just CCTV wall, but Jacuzzi wall as well. Wildcard, look at Pat. He's completely stumped. He doesn't know what they need to do to clear this.
And the moment we thought that Wildcard could, you know, just keep on playing by their own books, Overt decided to flip it all apart. I mean, yeah, that three-man roam could be absolutely annoying to deal with. And it seems like for Wildcard, this means, yeah, look, time to just do the same stuff we did yesterday, and that is clear out the top floor and the ground floor. And oh no, Twin! Blade like a fiddle.
Unfortunate there, didn't quite see the lasers, but the biggest problem now is I don't quite know when Milo has committed those two Selmas. So they can, I mean, unless he's already done one, only open one more hatch in this basement attack. Oh, that's right. Okay, so he's got one. They've already half opened kitchen. Blue, it's not going to be an issue. They have breaching charges for that. Thank you so much for that, Mandy. She's an absolute legend on the sticks. But they are going to have to commit that thermite exothermic charge onto the bar hatch, which means they can't open that wall in church. But it seems Wildcard, they say, forget that. We're going in through dirt tunnel.
Yeah, do they care? Absolutely not. And Emo Rain is about to go in for that swing. That diversion of the attention is absolutely huge and absolutely something that not a lot of OCL teams, let alone OCN, were able to pull off. And
how is Emo's been let into the site, completely uncontested through Blue. They find some frags, both teams racking them up. But Edpan brings it back to 2-2. Pat's on the site, brings it down to the 1 versus 2. Cairo alone against Vince and Pat to clutch it out. EMP going to be tossed. Nitro to open that hole in the wall, but the plant going down. That could have been used to deny the stun through into the basement hallway. Cairo can't confirm the kill. Too many options. How have Wildcard been allowed to get away with that?
Oh boy. Oh boy, I'm loving this, honestly, Panda, because think of it this way. So Overt, after starting the year off in OCL, got accustomed initially to, majority of OCL teams would usually go for a very one-dimensional push. It's you either go through, say, hatches and the main stairs, or it's hatch and the dirt tunnel. So obviously they, seeing as there's a push through dirt, completely diverted all their attention to there without expecting that there's going to be literally a completely opposite side push. And that's where Emo managed to make that entry, and it feels like that's kind of the main play card here for Wildcard.
The crazy thing is, dirt was left soft. At least one of those two panels was left soft.
But they still used the exothermic charge on it.
There was no one contesting it. I would imagine they had a smoke. I hope they had a smoke. I could be wrong. It doesn't look like they did. They actually had a mute instead. No, Sawyer was playing Legion. They were playing Legion, but they didn't contest Dirt Tunnel, which, I mean, look, it is what it is. But Wildcard, all of a sudden, they're back at 4-4. Overt with a, almost uncharacteristic level of mistakes in that last round have let them equalize.
5 seconds left.
Absolutely. With a 4 apiece, Wildcard are on a comeback tour yet again. That's kind of been the big dynamic for them going into this whole tournament, and gotta give some hope to their opponents before absolutely shutting them down. Certainly seems like Wildcard looking to play this kind of game through and through. Yet again, top down clear, nothing too unusual just yet. And on the side of Overt, again, it seems like that last round quite heavily just chalked their decision, let's play aggressive now. They just backed down to play a whole lot more passive, initially expecting that, well, maybe some cheekiness could have been allowed, but not at all.
Emo gets himself in the garage, closes off the oil pit angle. Hopefully Twin won't have to worry about any claymores this round, but yeah, it's just not something that we're used to seeing out of, Overt over the last few play days throughout Stage 3. They were looking clean, they made it through the playoffs. Milo finds the opener on the rappel, that storage window, and no more will he be running that 416.
Yeah, with elements out of the equation, he was one of the big performers for Overt. Him gone, that now puts the weight onto the rest of Overt. They are starting to shuffle things a little bit more. Hate charge trick is in play. Is there enough time? There is not, and that is quite unfortunate for Cairo, but for Wildcard, with half a round still to go, that is a lot of buffer, and you can see Overt starting to shuffle about. The whole of Armory is now left open, and only Cairo now starting to go in for the rotation. So as soon as they overpower this whole positioning of Cade, that's pretty much it. That's GG.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell Overt obviously a little bit flustered by that last round. Sawyer's trying to get himself in a position so that he can contest that Armory hatch drop. Wildcard relocating. Milo should be able to open this hatch in just a moment. And Geo does have the frag grenades and the MP goes out there, so we should start hearing Selmas being tossed soon. Pat might even be the one to do it. No, he's going to be hitting dirt. So Wildcard are going to go for that same approach.
Surely by this point, Overt have understood what kind of cheeky play Wildcard are pulling, and with 35 seconds to go, the push is just about to happen. Twente is expecting some sort of a heavy aggression from the oil pit, but none is there. Oh man, well, it's down to Pat once again to find an opening frag here during this push.
Emo and distracting, but Karo will get that kill onto Pat, which means we're back in 4 versus 4 territory. 15 seconds. Frag grenade to try and provide the cover as Milo looking to drop. Emo catches Twent from oil. He held on patiently. Vince and Emo find 2 more. Plant is going down for Milo. Timing is not great. Eddie left alone. The clutch spotted from bottom main. Wildcard have clawed back the round lead.
Oh, Lord. The moment we thought that this is going to be it. Yeah, Wildcard flopped it. Nah, completely unfazed. Pause is being called over. I would assume that is Overt's tack being called in.
To imagine, yeah.
Yeah, that just confirmed, and understandably so. Look, Overt pulling at big dogs. Honestly, there's no other way to really explain it. It's the same scoreline that happened on it as well. Maybe now I've mentioned yesterday the Corvidae curse. Now it's maybe the Wildcard curse.
I don't even want to say that it is Overt slacking. Wildcard have had 7 weeks to prep coming into this tournament. They are looking far better than they did, I think, in any stage that they played this year. And you can see the faces of Overt. Sawyer, he's given the team a bit of a chat, given them a bit of a hype up with 30 seconds to go on that tack pause. You look at the Kairos face, the little shake of the head. You can see the body language. They believe they still have a chance, but they weren't quite expecting this.
Yeah, there's a hint of concern in everyone's faces, and look, we know how impactful Sawyer can be on those inspiration talks, as well as that I would imagine that Pants is also in the background as well, bringing in some of the discussion points, so understandably so, it should be still a good point for them to reset, get their mental back into the play. We know Overt can be a strong team for those talks and for those kind of resets, so wouldn't put it past that they would be able to recover off that, because Wildcard, yeah, like you mentioned, 2 rounds in a row, were able to just keep on borderline pulling the same thing, the same flank, the same push, and Imoren, same 2 times, was able to just absolutely wipe the floor with his opposition.
We are looking to get on in back to it. Gym Bedroom on the cards next. We have yet to see this one played out for Overt's defense, but the last 2, both rounds being taken, well, the last 3 actually being taken quite comfortably by Wildcard. I mean, I hate to say it, but I think this just might be the better attack winning here.
Yeah, look, usually kind of we came to terms talking about whose defense is better. This time it's whose attack is better. So far, Wildcard are just miles ahead of their opposition, despite just how clean Overt were wiping up and cleaning up in the first half. But at the moment, with 4-5 scoreline, with Wildcard being 2 points away from claiming the first map and going into their map pick, possibly.
5 seconds.
Understandably so, Overt will be largely concerned about this kind of turnout so far.
I mean, I wouldn't even be surprised if some of this is, because of Rousty's probably done a bit of homework. I know the time difference is going to be a bit punishing, but maybe it's a case of Overt revealed just a little bit too much yesterday against Fury, and Wildcard have found exactly what they need to turn this back in their favor.
They found that big pressure point, yeah, to keep on playing about, and look, maybe this is something that the analyst desk will be able to reveal, but not even wasting a single moment of that time. Pat is already going in to get the breach done and dusted.
Opening up into cash means that position is well and truly void for Overt. They need to fall back because the number of angles that they can contest in the room. But no, Overt, they're looking to hold on for now. They don't want to give up that ground so easily. They're going to have to make Wildcard, work for him. But you look at Emo, he's 14-6. He is looking to gun down some targets. Stun on through, spots the head. He finds Twent with a pixel to do it in. Oh no, they're looking for a flank as well. Geo for Ed, Pat for Cairo. Overt are just crumbling under the pressure.
Oh my lord, Overt, what happened to them? The team that was just absolutely dominating yesterday, and were dominating in the first half, just completely shut down, and their mental just packed in, and at this point just, yeah, look, returned and diverted back to their OCL days, just completely being rolled by Wildcard. And maybe the fate that was initially put onto Overt has been, by the end of it, misplaced.
Maybe it's just a case of Wildcard are atrocious in best of ones, but when it comes to best of threes, that's where they truly shine. Either way, 2 rounds in which Wildcard need to win to pick it up. They're looking like they might just win this, but Sawyer survives on the absolute brink to take down Pat. Not the biggest of losses for Wildcard, especially with Emo poised right on that master bedroom door. The toxic canisters will slow things for now, but you look at the angles that are being covered. Overt don't have a heck of a lot of ground to work with.
And with Geo claiming the life of Elements, it's all down to Sawyer with barely any HP. A single just bullet will be the end of him, and so it will be. Geo makes it a match point.
And 5 rounds straight here for Wildcard. They are about to take back Clubhouse for themselves. Overt dictated the pace yesterday. Wildcard held on until the bitter end and were able to mount that to come back, outlasting their opponents. Overt just seemed completely outmaneuvered.
That's alarming for Overt. Yes, they still considered one of the more dominant forces, but the moment they're being shut down through and through, the moment this kind of streak is being ramped up against them, we haven't really seen a lot of response from them. And even we can date back to the Stage 2 playoffs as well, prior to their introduction to OCN. You remember what happened, Panda? Fury said, Cairo, hold this L. L holding he did, and 3-1 was the scoreline. Unfortunately for Overt, they weren't able to keep up anything, and despite that, they still were the ones to come out on top in the overall standings, but that is beyond the point. Overt, the moment they being shut down on those retries to restart and just force start their momentum back again, seem to have lost their faith almost.
I mean, look, it's not done. It is not over until, this round concludes with Wildcard being the victors. Overt still had that opportunity to push row T, but
5 seconds left.
I mean, Emo Rin, 15, 6, and 1. For the longest time throughout this map, he was the one holding on, fingernails, clawing at the edge just to keep his team in it. And now they've finally heated up. They've finally ramped up. They are standing on his shoulders, ready to push in with him.
Absolutely, I give big credit to Emo Ren for pushing his team to the end of it, and just making sure that he nails his own frags. He's able to find those entries, and as a Zoff player as well, look, doing that job perfectly well. Now it's down to Wildcard to try to get those openings done. Pat slightly struggling there on the opening, but Edpan already taking so much damage. That is not healthy at all, and that is a down through the pixel.
Emo again, just crippling the defense of Overt. Twent off the board. That's a nitro cell removed once again. Every single time he finds one of those pieces of the puzzle, it is a key piece on top of it.
Oh man, Overt looking very dire, losing Twent, albeit not the biggest impact fragger out of all of them. If Pyro does go down, if Elements go down next, that could be just about done and dusted. And at 42, we'll see the conclusion of this matchup, possibly. And look, Geo's already on his own crusade, about to go and take in the construction side. Funnily enough, no contention in the garage, but at the moment, that's not even needed. They need to make sure that the back flank is all done and dusted.
Heading to the halfway marker, what could be the final round? Wildcard, they're looking good. Overt looking shaky. The first time in a wee while. They've pushed on through. Wildcard have got some good ground and setting up this execute onto the side with Emo Rin not slowing down whatsoever. Overt need to find some weak point, some flaw in the setup if they want to be able to come out on top. And with Elements being tagged up as much as he is, I don't think they're going to find it.
Very dire situation, albeit still guns on board, still gas grenades are there, but with 55 seconds remaining, the timing will need to be absolutely perfect for Sawyer to keep holding off the push. But with Cairo finding the frag, that is good. But the health disadvantage, you look at all of them, they're all low. This is about to be a collapse.
2 players remaining as Vince shuts down 2, Sawyer, and it's on Eddie as well. Cairo's called it with the plant being down, and Vince for the final kill. Wildcard turn around and say, this is our kingdom. We are the kings of Clubhouse. You are but peasants at our feet.
Indeed, they did. Vincio just completely walked out saying, that's my house. If you don't like it, you get the heck out. And that's exactly what they did. They let Overt walk out, go out. 4 points were achieved on the attack, and from there on, not a single defensive round was won by Overt.
6 rounds in a row for Wildcard. They finally pick up the win against Overt on their map. They are now 1-1 from the year. From here on out, this could decide who walks away the superior team. Wildcard could close this one out in 2, Cthulhu. And we had so many questions coming into the tournament. Were Wildcard going to be in form, in that shape that they need to be able to book their spot going into next year? Or were Overt going to prove themselves to be the young gunners that everyone knew they were? At the moment, honestly, I've got to back Wildcard. They're looking hot.
Yeah, look, maybe this is finally that kick in the butt that Wildcard needed to get themselves started back up. Maybe we can finally even see on the cams they will finally smiling, they're finally having fun, and maybe that's partially the kind of part of the formula to get themselves rolling, because yeah, that has been an absolutely clinical performance from them, especially on their attack.
Well, I know there are some gentlemen who are eager to give their thoughts on what we just witnessed. The desk ready to go. Take it away, gentlemen.
Wildcard, too strong. In the end, they take Overt map pick. Was it their map pick as well, Dev? I'm pretty sure it was Overt's. They chose Clubhouse. They chose their destiny. Wildcard, in the end, though, they get the map now. 1 away from getting away back into OCN.
Unbelievable, honestly. Just a 4-2 half. Overt looking dominant. Wildcard struggling like crazy on their defenses. Guys, I think you said something like, oh, when I picked Overt 2-0, I was like, oh, maybe that's a bit too edgy, but I'm feeling validated now that Overt have been so strong on their attacks. Yeah, throw that all out the window. 6 rounds in a row from Wildcard. It's actually unbelievable. Imorin was like 16-6.
Guys?
I think Clubhouse is in a bit of a stage at the moment where defense is really quite tired. It's very, very difficult to defend on this map at the moment, and this match was a really good exhibition of that. I truly believe that Overt and even Wildcard, they didn't play particularly poorly on their defensive sides despite it being so attacker-sided. It was really a testament to Overt and ultimately Wildcard who edged out just how good they were on these attacks. It was really quick-paced. The coordination was really good, particularly at the death in red time. And just clinical, really, from both teams, but obviously especially Wildcard to get it across the line. And yeah, I think as the boys mentioned briefly in the cast as well, just the body language, the positivity that we saw in the player cams, particularly from Wildcard post-match as well, is a really positive sign. And heading into Chalet for map 2, a map which, you know, statistically is even more attacker-sided, at least historically. I mean, whoa, I wouldn't be surprised, and I said this to Dev in the green room, right? We might even see like 5-1 halves, especially considering how the first map played out.
The team that wins 1 defense round is going to win on Chalet, I'm telling you right now. It's just going to be attacker-sided hell. That is this game so far. And monstrous effort from Wildcard. The mental fortitude for them to bounce back from 4-2 and just win 5 attacks straight is nuts.
15. So I don't know where I'm going with 15. 5 attacking round wins for Wildcard against Big Dogs yesterday on Clubhouse. Big Dogs weren't able to defend them at all. And then this attacking-sided Clubhouse as well. Definitely sort of sets the tone. I think you were sort of touching on it, Guz, and maybe it's not as defender-sided so far as we would generally see in the past. Does that then translate to Chalet? Is Chalet going to be maybe less attacker-sided though, right? We go in with the assumption, and as already you guys sort of touched on, oh, Chalet, attacker-sided, etc., but we would have said the opposite for Clubhouse. We would have said, oh, defender-sided, attack's going to be a little bit more difficult. Maybe on Chalet, guys, there is going to be a chance for Overt to defend and maybe stop Wildcard's attack.
It's so difficult to make these assumptions, particularly considering the fact that we haven't actually seen Chalet at all here in the promo relegations, right? So we don't really have much of a baseline, and there has been, you know, a significant window of time between the end of Stage 3 and the start of relegations, and we're already seeing, you know, Clubhouse again being that example of defenses being really, really tired and challenging. Now, Chalet, of course, isn't quite as old, not as fleshed out for the attack, and that tends to be the trend, right? As a map gets older, the more attacker-sided it becomes as teams sort of unlock it a little bit more. I still would back myself in, and I don't know if I'm going to go as hard as James here and say it's going to be, you know, 5-1 attacking half, absolutely guaranteed, but I would not be surprised if it is. It could come down to which team can win one, at most maybe 2 defensive rounds.
Well, we do know, though, of course, now Wildcard just 1 map away from returning to OCN. We'll go to a short break when we come back. Chalet on the other side. Wildcard, the kings of Clubhouse. They take the first map of this upper bracket final. Chalet coming up very shortly. Of course, now for Overt, they must win 2 in a row. Coastline, if needed, is the 3rd map. Guz, do you find yourself off the Overt bandwagon? Do you sense Wildcard are getting it done here in the upper bracket final?
Look, you know me by now. I don't flip-flop very easily, so I'm still going to stick by my Overt prediction, at least for now. But I will say, signs are worrying. Wildcard, they stole their map pick, then they looked really, really good on their attacks. I will say, you know, attacking on Clubhouse is not going to obviously translate one-to-one to Chalet. And we still have a lot of unknown sort of entities and quantities around Wildcard and Chalet. We just don't really know what to expect on that map, and the form guide, very limited and not looking very good for them. So I'm still going to, you know, get on the copium and hope that Overt can get it done in 3, but it wasn't the best of starts for them, obviously.
Dev, we've basically got a more elegant Vast here saying, I don't know. What do you know going into Chalet?
I know that, honestly, I think Overt, they had a really fast rise to power in OCN, and perhaps that biased us a little bit into their favor. Obviously, they were good, they were unexpected, but Wildcard have been here for a very long time, and despite their issues, at the heart of it, we have 5 very strong players. We have Rousey behind them as their coaches, their support staff, helping improve that team, and they have taken strides despite their results in recent history saying differently. I think that match right there is a great demonstration of what they're really capable of, and I think they can take this series 2-0.
I'll put it this way, the boys who are casting this, Blue Panda and Cthulhu, they keep claiming Overt are still OCL. If they're not careful, they literally will be still OCL going into next year if they, of course, lose this and then the lower bracket final. They won't want that to happen. They need to win here on Chalet, and we will go back over to our casters.
Coming back into a Cthulhu. Now, the OCN boys might not be that familiar with this map, but we sure are. 124 rounds of Chalet were played in the Oceanic Challenger League Stage 3, the most played map overall. Only 76 in the OCN. So, yeah, for them, I can understand it being unfamiliar territory, and for Wildcard to be the team to instigate that pick, they must have something up their sleeves.
Yeah, look, I mean, to defend Wildcard here, Overt really didn't get much of a chance to really play a lot of Chalet either, really, during Stage 3. Because Stage 3 for us in OCL was the stage of Chalet in general, and we've seen a lot of teams play it out. So, yes, maybe in theory, Overt should have a good understanding. Wildcard, given the fact that they were the ones who kept on picking it during OCN, they still, I would imagine, have the upper hand here.
Coming into this matchup, of course, 1 win away from booking their slot in OCN 2022. Wildcard, they start things off on the defense. The have luck, have funs are in chat.
I have fun.
It seems it seems that everyone is just fat fingering a few keys. But Overt on the attack, we've seen 2 very dominant attacking sides coming into this, and unfortunately, you know, Overt not being able to close it out on the defense, that doesn't bode amazingly well for them on this map.
Not at all, but look, Overt do get to start once again on the attack. This is something that they've managed to kind of pull off quite well. I am quite curious though, because they've, as you heard, called out saying that 5-1s will be kind of the name of the game here on Chalet. I'm actually thinking that we could be seeing an even more competitive scoreline here. 4 2s and 3 3s could be coming in, because I definitely think that Wildcard, this is going to be their map. It's not just that kind of ambidextrous kind of agreement, or not agreement, sorry, rather relationship between both for Overt and Wildcard against Clubhouse. For Chalet, I'm not really thinking that Overt had a lot of time really to prep it, or rather have it to actually factually test it. So, on the Wildcard side, look, I'm on board for the WC train, honestly.
Look, we've still got potentially 2 maps to go. We'll see. But Overt, they're going to be attacking into Bar Gaming first, and this map, we've seen a lot of it. We know that Frost is such a potent pick on it, and you see Emo, he pulled that last map. He was playing it on Clubhouse. He's going to be playing it again here in the Ward, and a little bit of a bait and switch. Cairo has played the game, and he's played the game well.
I'm curious if Gio would still be able to have a solid performance despite the loss of an operator in favor of a bit more of a quote-unquote selfish utility. Despite that, I mean, still having a C4, still having 2 phenomenal guns for Warden, not a bad thing either. Community vote still also says that it's going to be quite a close one. 47 for Overt, 53 for Wildcard. And overall, look, I'll say this. So far for Wildcard, at least in this tournament, defense has not been the best case scenario for them at all. It's been 4-2s all through and through. If they make this 3-3 and then go into the attack and continue the domination, that's it. Yeah, Wildcard, truthfully and all thoroughly go back into OCN, all back fully reignited. Whereas for Overt, scary time, because if in that case, if Fury also managed to recuperate themselves and get back into their own mentality and play their game, It might be a bit of a kind of Uno reverse card pulled on Overt, and kind of now it's time to pass over the joystick to Fury to play.
I mean, honestly, at this stage, it's heartbreaking having to come into competition and then having to see two teams not make it in. And especially now, we're at this point with Wildcard looking so good. Overt, I mean, yeah, they lost that first map, but their first round was very convincing against Fury. And then Fury coming up from our competition as well. You kind of want all of them to make it through. Unfortunately, that's not how things will be. Obviously, one team will be locked in after this match, but then it comes down to potentially that rematch in the Stage 2 Grand Finals. Once again, Fury's last-ditch effort to make it through.
For now, we need to focus on Overt versus Wildcard. This is where the heat is going to be coming about. Brent is one to start opening up. And oh no, Elements. Hello, welcome to the Dunderdog.
Do they know? They don't know, but Cairo, he's taken control of Mezzanine and found the kill on the Vince as well. So that Wehrmite hasn't had nearly long enough.
Oh boy,
Geo
what is
as
happening?
well. Cairo pulls an emo in from Clubhouse and walks on, takes control, and shuts down some big players.
Oh, it's just absolutely clinical claims the third one already. What is happening? Can it be a fourth hole? Okay, hold up. But what is happening? How are Wildcard giving away so much position? And that ballistic shield that usually supposed to be the big place to really make a play off that can't really do anything, and about to run into yet another crossfire. Elements. Oh no! Oh no! Elements goes down as well.
Emo takes two back. That frost mat that he had placed in dirt. Obviously, on mud room rather, not dirt. Doing a lot of work for him, but you look at Ed Pan and his positioning in Twent. They have two very big lines of sight into the bomb site itself, and the emo tucked in on the corner. Twent goes to the swing, shuts it down, and Ed Pan follows him closely behind for his kill on a pat. Well, Overt, they start a very convincing round for Chalet. Yeah, Emo had that burst of potential, but they had to rely on him heavily last map. They can't be doing it here on Chalet again.
You say Overt started dominantly, but I want to say that Wildcard threw that round thoroughly, because Cole was there. Yeah, okay, library or mezzanine. They realized that there's quite a big gap between the actual stairs and the shield. And maybe backing off straight after the first death, look, maybe that would have been a better decision there. But again, maybe the idea was that they would be able to refrag after this. But losing three players of that same position, that is the main point of concern personally for me, and something that sort of point to look into for Wildcard. But instead, they just decided to switch over to a different site. It's going to be office and bedroom to come about, and with the introduction of Castle, we've seen some of those adaptations before during OCL as well in a very similar manner, but now we are also doubling down with a Rooney gate around those castle barricades. So that is something that, again, we haven't got to see that kind of combination that I was borderline just frothing at my mouth when I first realized that you can combine a Rooney gate and castle barricades so well, and maybe this is where Wildcard will be able to show us the masterclass.
Honestly, I mean, even after that last round, I'm starting to get eerily concerned that we are going to have a repeat of every match that Wildcard has played in this promo tournament. They go down 4-2 in the first half, they then claw it back. Honestly, I think Wildcard might just be able to do it. I mean, the wherewithal to hold on as long as they do, but Overt, they're starting things off, clearing out a lot of that utility. Unfortunately, some of the breach charges will be denied second time around. It is good. So they now have that long angle towards the bathroom door. And we've seen that position be so key in attacking setups.
100% cutting off that rotation is going to be absolutely crucial here. Vencia's position is going to be interesting, mainly for the fact that if he will need to be very cautious about how he falls back, because the moment that ballistic shield is gone, thanks to Golden 6 or any other projectiles, this could be it for his life in that round. And swing comes about, or even just toying with the destiny at the moment.
Eddie on that bathroom window wants to cut off again any more rotations to be able to contest Solarium. They want to be able to get their players in so they can start that push through the bedroom and through towards Piano as well. But it's a dangerous dance, and one that could be punished heavily. Emo and tagged up heavy there. Has about 5 health in total. And just look at the angles that Overt are currently covering for themselves. There's not much you can do. Geo for 1, but Elements again walks in, finds 2. 2 back the way a Wildcard. The numbers are just falling by multiples. Ed Pan in the bathroom. might just be able to find the angle he needs to upset even further, but he's got one teammate remaining in which to make it happen.
You say Pan is there, but he's still relatively disconnected from his teammates, so if Elements can rendezvous with him, if they can go for a double push, that could be big. Elements about to swing into the master bedroom, but all the angles are being held very passively, so it's down to actually Edpan to find that opening and then to swing the momentum into the hands of Overt.
They've got to make something happen. They've got to find some avenue through. Imorin is in piano, and he's pretty heavily tagged. Vincier was looking to contest from the office door. But so far, I mean, things will slow down once again. And he's just jumped in piano window. He's taken Emo out. Pat falls. Vincier finds one. Can he find two? It's Elements alone in the 1 versus 1. The swing. They've spotted each other again. It's that master bedroom door. Things could get very hairy if they don't play this one carefully. Vincier prone in the office. He's going to take his time. He's going to wait for Elements to force the issue. Elements, he just knows, guns him down. Overt for 2 in a row.
This round was much closer, though, I gotta say. Overt were on the brink of losing that one out very quickly. And something that they should be quite aware of. They should be very wary of what been happening. And really, Vincier nearly was able to just absolutely close it all out. But couldn't be the case. 2-0 so far. We are looking just down the very same pathway that was taken previously, and the Wildcard, quite possibly, as long as they make it 4-2, could certainly come back from it.
Attackers need to locate
Well,
and defuse as
we
many
are going to be
bombs
going the full rotation of sites in the opening 3 rounds. Kitchen and Dining. Wildcard have yet to find any real traction. Luckily, though, they are getting a few more kills under the belt earlier on in the map than they were able to achieve on Clubhouse. But those wins that we've seen out of Overt so far on this map, they've been tenuous ones. They've come so close to slipping from their grasp. Wildcard very much feeling warmed up here.
Yeah, much quicker recovery on some of those plays. Much closer rounds comparative to even what was transpiring on Clubhouse, where Overt certainly looked like they were quite prepared to go on the attack, but once things went down to the defense, it was all gone. Now, I've mentioned this before during the final moments of Clubhouse. Overt, if they just flat out discard what happened on Clubhouse and focus on Chalet, they could still bring in the fire, but barely really seen any kind of performance from them, and yeah, but maybe some background work has been done by Pants, and quite possibly it's just the time for Overt to reset themselves, and reset they did to 2-0. Should be giving them a nice buffer once again, but we've seen what Wildcard love to do when a team gets some sort of a point buffer against them, and that is to just completely negate, deny, and shut down.
Here in round 3 again, Overt making some good time and getting things set up and looking for that push. Edpan, he's just in again! He's taken Kitchen, found the kill onto Imorin. Element's prone, but it's Kara to find the kill onto Pat. The plant's going down. They've just rushed on and taken control. Wildcard have no clue what's going on. They can't find the angle to deny it. The plant will go down with 5 Overt members remaining. 1 shut down, but it's answered back by 2 more. They take the ground back. Vincier left alone in the 1 versus 4. Overt, aggressive in their approach to round 3. They knew what they needed to do. They did it, and Wildcard are reeling.
Just absolutely switched on, new momentum, new approach, new strat in general, and Vincier forced to drop down. Yeah, look, if he would have grabbed that kill into Cairo, I would have been extremely surprised. But yeah, look, Overt, 3rd point. Decided that, look, it was starting to get a little bit stale. Wildcard starting to read into their performances, and straight off the bat, change things around, fully centered. Onto the side, by the way, that is borderline impenetrable on our OCL, by the way, mind you.
Again, a defender-sided tournament. They're not used to this level of attack, but a 3-0 kickoff here for Overt. Unfortunately, Vinny hasn't been able to pull off those amazing clutch aces that we got to see on day 1. Look, I think Ghost may be right here. I think we are going to go to the full 3 maps. I think Overt might just be able to take it to 2-1. Wildcard, I don't know what it is, but their defensive halves, they don't quite know what to do. They can't quite keep up with their opponents, but when they head onto the attack, they know everything. They know everything they need to do. They do it almost flawlessly. Overt, they've got to be a little bit concerned that maybe it happens again.
It tells me that we'll be possibly looking at the possibility that Wildcard, rather than trying to, you know, counter-strat Overt, possibly actually attempted or maybe tried to look into, you know, stratting rather for against themselves, and maybe them expecting some sort of much more of a slower and paced down play. Maybe that's where they're getting caught up against some of these teams. But the moment they get to, you know, set their own pace, this is where they're able to play each and every team so far like an absolute fiddle. And curious if this setup once again will be able to finally bring in the victory, because last time it did come down to a 1v1. It's just unfortunately the jiggle peaks of elements were just a little bit too powerful for Vincia to handle, and from there on it just kind of all went down the drain. So Overt are looking to, you know, change their approach a little bit more, try to take full control now of the pardon me, of the trophy room. And just completely the name slipped from my head, and from there on just grab that ground floor control and maybe go for vertical.
I mean, you look at how much priority Overt has placed on that double window master bedroom rappel. They've got 3 air jabs covering that position, 2 out of that main lobby and 1 below from Trench. So they want to make sure that Elements or whoever is on that rappel is safe and won't be threatened too heavily. At least if they are, they can then contest it. Unfortunate flash placement there. Elements is going to cop the full brunt of it. Frag grenades going through as well. They want to clear out that usually the same way they did in the second round, because so far they want to keep this momentum rolling.
Absolutely. Edpan now full well knowing that there will be some presence of mezzanine, will try to maybe get a long range angle, and that is going to be extremely difficult to contest for any of the defenders. So one would hope that they would just try to play passive, just drain time as long as possible, force Overt to get a little bit dire on those score lines and on those frags, on those openings, and from there on just try to make a play. Vincia already taking some damage, but it's a mutual trade, but Soy is just built differently.
Soy shutting down Vinny again. He's had a rough start to Chalet here. He still picked himself up a few frags along the way though, but with Wemai off the board again, not quite long enough in this round as you'd want him to be, with Moloska falling as well. Milo has consistently just been the target of bad luck throughout these rounds this tournament.
Poor Milo just can't seem to be able to get a break. Fortunately, just being fragged out on some of those possibilities that should have been his, but fortunately it's either just unfortunate timing or unfortunate decision making at the worst possible timing. So for now, that does leave Overt with a 2-man advantage, and the collapse is just about to happen with 36 seconds to go.
Ema at least able to claim 1. Twent falling for now, but it's not like it's the most necessary utility. Geo spotted from that library window as well. Pat, unfortunately, they all just blocked for the kills, and Overt mopped them up like so much dirty water. A 4-0 ripper of a start here for Overt.
Honestly, a bit of a head scratcher there. Wildcard not looking too good. They managed to pull a phenomenal comeback, but a 4-0. It's understandable that Wildcard do call in the tag pause, and look, it's a bit of a rough one. We were talking about the mental fortitude and all that, and it seems like maybe Wildcard started celebrating a little bit too early, maybe.
Yeah. Look, yeah, you can see, again, it's that body language. You look at Vinny, you look at Pat, you look at Geo. You're never, ever going to get much out of Emo Rin as it is, but Pat, Geo, and Vinny, they'll look on their faces. They're obviously a little bit frustrated. They're a little bit upset. They did not want themselves to be in this position. And, I mean, look, just everything that Vinny's doing right now, he's worried. He's very worried.
Oh, yeah, there's quite a fair bit of worry in there. Obviously, Coach Rousty is giving probably a heated speech about all of that and trying to, get their self-esteem and, ego and everything back up and running. For Overt, we were talking about the concern, we were talking about all that. Guz stuck to his guts as well. And so far, Yeah, they managed to bring it back. Look, possibly looking something cross lines of a 5-1, maybe even 6-0. And if it is going to be a 6-0, yeah, at this point, for Wildcard, discarded. Just start prepping for Coastline. Reset yourself as much as you can and don't let the tilt settle in. Because I would imagine that players like Milo, for players like Pat and Geo, being fragged out the way how they got would be absolutely frustrating and annoying. I mean, you look at Milo. Jaeger player on defense, trying to go for some of those swings, every time runs into either Edpan or Cairo or Elements who just absolutely been deadly on their angles, knowing exactly where to look, knowing exactly where to expect the aggression from the defense to come about. And for Wildcard, they yet to find the solution formula against that kind of hold, and maybe borderline just, you know, reject modernity, return to monkey, start playing for something that is just so borderline brain dead that even they wouldn't initially understand until they actually see the victory screen.
I mean, the one thing that I think Wildcard can take solace in is that the decider is Coastline, which it's a map that Sawyer has been vocal about. They're not a team that wants to have to go to Coastline. They don't like that free-flowing frag style of play. They'd rather be strategic. They'd rather go to your clubhouses, your Oregons, and potentially your villas as well. So maybe Wildcard can pull out a win, especially off the fact that, I mean, Chiefs took Overt down 7-0 on this map in the playoffs. So, I mean, at least they have that, you know, that potential boost in morale coming their way.
Yeah, but again, just relying just on those results wouldn't be the best way to really go about it, to try to base your mental off that. For Wildcard, they would still want to hold on as much as possible. We've seen them pull comebacks upon comebacks, so wouldn't write them off just yet. But oh, the drone already spots it. Pat does not know. He's being already droned out. The frag grenade is about to come flying, and that is nearly bounced off. No, just not enough. And another attempt, possibly, perhaps.
No, I think the window is just too close. Emo takes down an overly aggressive Ed Pan there, who tries to take control of Library Stairs. Vinny does fall to Sawyer again. Back in the 4 versus 4, and again, that Whammy off the board very early.
Whammy off the board. Vincia gets to now. Watch the cameras control, or rather not control, but to give the call-outs to the team. Pat getting the better of Twen. That is a solid fall apart by Overt. Wildcard may just finally started to come back here.
Unfortunately, the angle's there for Milo to shut down and confirm the kill onto Sawyer. Cairo walks up and shuts him down for being able to take it away from his team. 2 versus 3 here, Cthulhu in the final 50. And Wildcard, honestly, it's looking scarily similar to the last few maps they've played.
Far too similar indeed. Look, for now, still 40 seconds to go. Overt could still very much come back, only a single person differential, and with Geo being tagged up to all hell, Elements could make a quick frag out of that. So right now, an entry needs to be quite well coordinated, and Geo's long range angle could be the solution here.
Whether or not they have info on that positioning could be the decider here. Overt, if they're not aware of him sitting over towards that dining hallway, he could be shut down. Elements walks in, spots Emo, but Emo wins it! He takes the head of Elements, and Pat claims Cairo. Wildcard with their first round of the half after that tech pause. Oh, that's a breath of fresh air for them.
Jeez Louise. Just as we thought that maybe Wildcard are just starting to just completely crumble apart, there it is. There's the first roots, there's the first inklings of a possible comeback. We've said that before though, during Clubhouse, when Wildcard scored that first point, Overt were able to understand what exactly happened wrong, readjust themselves, and score yet another point. Now, if the trend continues here, and if Overt are looking to break this whole run, 5-1 could still very much happen. Overt, they are a team that could still switch things around. This is the final round, though, for them to do so. And some of the 6 picks coming about, could be seeing Wildcard switch to a bit more of a more fluid, more aggressive, more roam-heavy setup, but Kitchen are certainly not looking good at the moment, because last time we've seen Overt just flat out rush, onto the side, lock it down, and prevent Wildcard to even make rotations, maybe even, or give him a chance at a retake. So Wildcard needs to be very wary about this, because Overt done this kind of ignore of the top hold, and they've done it perfectly well.
Final round of the half. We've been here before. In the last round, a Clubhouse that kicked off the run that claimed the victory for Wildcard. They took a 6-round streak to close the map out and win it here on Chalet. Look, it'd have to be another 6 from this point on. And at that point, Overt, they're going to be absolutely spewing.
Oh, man. Well, for now, Overt, they still have the buffer. They still have a three-pointer between themselves and Wildcard. It's still could be a good approach by them. The early shutdowns, though, that Wildcard were able to perform, that's where the main kind of linchpin was. And something that was extremely difficult to really control. Milo, his performance here is going to be key. He needs to start performing. The rest of the team already got on board, at least with the single frag. He needs to start pulling up, because the rest of the team was now back and fully being warmed up. Himself, he wasn't able to find a lot of impactful frags, despite decently good performance back in the previous map, but with Geo falling, that's not a good start.
Cairo has just been brute forcing his way into the building and taking some of these key positions. Edpan, watching the library window, spots the head of Vinny. Will be able to communicate that at least someone is rotating over towards Piano, but Cairo, he almost was presented with the angle. He's going to be presented with it again, but neither player able to connect the shots. Twin falls to Milo, who claims his first kill of the map. Eddie as well being tabbed, but you look at the positioning. Cairo has walked himself up. No, that's a Prisma. He gets baited just a little bit, but you look at where he's standing. Look at the work that he could do from here. This could quickly turn in Overt's favor.
You say that, but Vincia swings like crazy, and Cairo, he could be the key here. He needs to find a shot onto Milo. That's a 3v3 with a minute to go. Vincia now, he's the next one on the board, and Pat swings. No, that's not what you want. Wildcard now back into the deficit.
Cairo hitting Wildcard with the sit down. It is our time to shine. Emo below. No nitro cell for him. He's on the site, and he finds himself in a pretty bleak spot. 3 players all gunning to try and take him and Vinny out of this equation. Frag grenade prepped and ready to go to clear out the shield. Vinny is over by the mezzanine as well, so there is a huge disjoint between the two defenders available for Wildcard. Vinny going to push himself back towards the site. Him and Emo now teamed up, able to cover each other's bases, maybe look for a trade if something goes horrendously wrong. But Elements, he's looking to get himself into West Main. 18 seconds to play. Does he spot the head? No, it's just covered by the shrubbery there. Almost saw the shoulder. Time is not looking great for Overt. They're going to have to force the issue here. And with 10 seconds remaining, this is going to explode in just a moment. You see the player running in. First goes the way of Emo. Cairo shut down. Can he find any more? Sawyer in danger. Tagged up heavy. But no! They just give it on the clock. How have Overt dropped the ball on that opportunity?
Oh no! Oh no, Panda, we're back into the 4-2! We're back into the 4-2! Oh my god.
So we're heading into the second half in dangerously familiar territory. What kind of storyline would that be if Wildcard claimed their spot in OCN 2022 of 4-2 comebacks across 4 maps? I mean, that is insanity.
Sanity it is indeed, but look, Wildcard, I suppose living up to their name here. This being absolutely wild with some of those plays, and that time play though, that was done perfectly, even despite the player disadvantage. The positions, 2 key positions that I believe were ultimately hinging on Element's ability to crossfire into unfortunately did not pay the dividends that Overt really wanted. But again, 2-point advantage still here. They could still keep this up. There's still a chance, but given how eerily scary and eerily close it looks to some of the previous outcomes, look, Wildcard may just be on the rise.
I mean, those that aren't necessarily as familiar with the OCL, all the way back in Stage 1, Team Fury had a curse like that of their own, the 5-1 curse. As soon as they got to a position where they were 5-1, they took I think it was 5 or 6 5-1 halves in Stage 1 and just weren't able to close them out. And, I mean, Wildcard, that just insurmountable, even though they're dropping the half with a 2-round deficit.
Yeah. Attacker-heavy team. All that I can say, at least in the context of this very tournament. Overt, now being on the defense last map, they could not even claim a single defensive round. 7-4 was the conclusion of that map, and oh boy. If I was an Overt fan, I would be scared very, really badly. And worst comes scenario, Overt could very much be relegated back to OCL.
Knock, knock.
I mean, they've still got one match after this one to potentially avoid that outcome, and against Fury, which they've already beaten. Oh, Twent. He's down very early on, and not quite sure where that was found from. May have been top library, given Emo was holding that angle, and I think, yeah, it was. We saw Tiltec from Team Kraken in the OCL play that exact same angle to great success. A lot of defending teams do forget about it.
Absolutely, Egg. Yeah, absolutely deadly and absolutely devastating to play around. Interestingly enough, though, it's already full takeoff of the library and clean deal. Barely any loss of HP, and Vincia bringing in a thinker. Now that is a good planning.
Heading into the final 50, they're looking to get themselves in, take that vert control. But again, we see a very, very active player base here with 10 players still in, as the execute has yet to come. A lot of vert being established here. Milo with a lifeline still has that big LMGE. The player in backstock could definitely upset right now. They have to clear him out. They have to get themselves some ground to work with. And downtime is just not working for them. Elements tucked in. Twent there to provide some support. Wildcard are going to have to force the issue on this one.
5v5 bloodbath is upon us. 20 seconds to go. It's about to be swinging time, but it's the first opener onto Vincia. The boast needs to come about. The plant is about to start. The frag grenades are flying. It's the damage going out from Wildcard, but it's a double to return from Overt. Plant is about to be finished, and Miloska is the one to pick up another one. 2v3, 42 seconds remaining. Pat finds one. 1v3, though, remaining, but no shot is allowed to Cairo. Wildcard with an explosive opening onto the round.
Wildcard are actually about to bring back a 4-2 deficit 4 maps in a row. That was the first step. They now need to equalize, and from there they win the whole damn thing and book themselves that spot. They're about to do it.
I'm shook, Panda. Are we stuck in some sort of matrix here? With the way how that pattern is just far too good for Wildcard at the moment.
Look, it's not a strategy that I would look to employ myself if I was a competitive player, but it's one that has worked 3 times now for Wildcard, and they're looking to make it work for themselves again for Overt. I mean, just 2 rounds. That's minimum what they want here. Then they at least give themselves that safety net. Ideally, they would just win 3 in a row and be done with this whole cursed map. Then they go into coastline, they can rely on their fraggers just a little bit more. Eddie and Cairo can just go and take free reign of the map. But right now, Wildcard 1 round away from equalizing. Overt going to double down on VAR Gaming here. And I mean, that first map, Wildcard feel warmed up. Coming to the second, they feel even more ready to go.
Seconds remaining.
Funnily enough, the moment we started bagging out a few of the players of Wildcard that just were having an unfortunate time, really, they finally started pulling off. Yes, the amount of frags still doesn't match the amount of deaths, but those are the big impact frags that they've been achieving. And that's something that's been an ongoing kind of discussion. Yes, your highest performing player can have one of the highest amounts of frags, but those can be still very much just exit frags that you will be farming up. And something that, yes, whilst out of context, cool, yeah, you're a big top fragger. But in the when you actually get to see the context about it all, that's where things get a whole lot different, a whole lot just more complex. So for Overt, they could keep this up. Well, or rather, they could return themselves back to form. For Wildcard, yeah, they just need to keep up. Another quick cheeky 4-pointer and call it a day. Pretty much you back into OCN. And now you need to worry about Apex South, which is going to be yet another whole roller coaster of emotions for them.
I mean, the crazy thing is, so last map, it was 6 rounds in a row to secure the victory. Obviously, you got that 1 round earlier on. If they had to do it here, it would be the full 7. It would be from a 4-0 to a 7-4, bleeding it out. So Overt would bring a lot of concern. And genuinely, it would make me question whether or not they could keep the mental intact long enough to beat out Fury for that 2nd spot going into next year. All we know now, though, Wildcard, they're back within 1. They look good coming into the attack, and Overt seem to be letting it slipping again.
Oh boy. Again, same opening that Wildcard did in the previous round, trying to clear out the mezzanine, but there is now extra presence around the library hallway, but both of those players are now forfeiting back to the ground floor, leaving, I believe, Sawyer all down to his own devices. Oh no, that's not what you want. That's not the type of gameplay that you want to see. Geo gets himself taken up a little bit from those smoke charges. Was the breach successful though? No, it wasn't actually completely denied, and Edpan is looking to do more of that. That is absolutely disgusting, and that's a down onto Geo, but barely left with any HP.
It's exactly what you want to do. Take one of those key players off, but unfortunately it costs Eddie a lot of his health, but Sawyer there to back him up means that they can deny any chance a refrag coming their way. Overt, that's the exact thing they need to be doing. The first step in this round to, again, extend that round lead just a little bit more. Sawyer spots the 2 coming up from Fireplace. Elements finds one of them, but he goes down himself. The Pat Milo doubles down, impacting that further man count. Twed, he's tagged, he's put on the ground. And somehow Wildcard have clawed themselves back in the advantageous position. Sawyer and Eddie left alone. Eddie is very low. Sawyer has a full set of HP for him. Swing it in. They find the healthy player, but EMO shuts it down. Wildcard have equalized.
Okay. Wildcard. I just build differently. What? Huh? Look, I'm sorry. I should be analyzing this, but I'm just about as lost for words as probably a lot of people, because Overt, they looked so good. Absolutely demolished Fury. Had a stunner of a performance, yes, 4th place in OCN, but regardless of that, still phenomenal performance for their first introduction into OCN. Now, against Wildcard, who seemingly were just about to be ready to be written off, at least by half of our talent here, they now coming back in 4-2, 4-2, just all around. And now at a draw yet again, Overt need to start calling in the attack once again. They need to get themselves back in form, because otherwise they are looking down the barrel of just the lower bracket final, and that is not something that they would want to see. They just wanted to wrap this all up here and be done and dusted, but that's a scary prospect right now for them.
The bizarre thing is,
10 seconds remaining.
Wildcard have not had a playoffs in OCN this year. Overt in their first stage of the OCN made playoffs, made top 4. So anyone would look at those results and say, yeah, Overt are the ones to take this easily. But exactly. Wildcard, it boggles my mind. Now 4 maps in a row, they have dropped the first half 4-2 and then gone onto the attack and clawed it back to a position where they could win. They are now doing the exact same thing. They've equaled it up on Chalet, which is a map that has not seen a huge amount of play in the Oceanic Nationals. They are looking like they're going to book that spot. They want this more.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Maybe it was just the burnout starting to settle in initially. Maybe for Overt is just... They just kind of lost the sight of the grind and the grind set. Who knows? Maybe after the match we'll get to talk to some of the boys, but at the moment, a bit of a dangerous swing. Vincier might need to start looking into getting the boost. Yeah, there it is. Gotta get himself patched up here. That's the beautiful thing, though, about how Wildcard are approaching this. They essentially bringing in a global dog for themselves that is negating half the damage that Overt been dealing to them. And without that, it would have been a completely different name of the game.
Wildcard at the moment, establishing those first points of interest for the map, and Twents. He snuck past the passer window, or at least he thought he was going to, but Emo recovering the angle, tags him up in the shoulder, and without a Thunderbird or that Darker that you were just talking about on the cards for them, they don't have that same luxury that Wildcard do.
Boy. Wildcard about to make yet another play. This is where the salary is being earned. This is where the fame is being earned. Everything, really. Where they return back to form, and Gio gets a bit of a fright in there. Pat is down. That is not good. With Tan finding that opening, Wildcard may have just shifted their whole momentum back into the Overt's hands.
That's diffuser control, though. Yes, Twent has been put down. Realistically, they can pick him up. Unfortunately for them now, Vinny rotating over towards that trophy window. Should be able to cover. But that is still diffuser down. They still have that control. Overt drops Geo, who was on the Solarium Repel. Things are quickly spiraling out of control for Wildcard, which is not a situation that they are used to being at this point in the map. Era and tagged. Milo still below, looking for an angle, looking for an opening. Vinny's down there with him, which means they are pretty disjointed from the site right now. It's going to have to be a mad dash, pick up the diffuser, get onto the site, or just outright win it on the frags, and Overt aren't presenting that opportunity to them. Emo looking to get in, spots the player prone, but Cairo wins that. Okay. Sawyer did fall, but it doesn't matter. Look, it's a cat and mouse right now. Vinny looking for the player who was above him, spots the head of Twit, who got picked up miraculously. He wins the gunfight on top of it. Milo gets one, but it's just a consolation prize. He goes to the 180, finds it, but there's no time. Overt take round 9. They break the streak that Wildcard have achieved map after map. They keep themselves in it.
Still in the lead, now by a single point. Overt, like you said, back into it. Broke the streak. But something that keeps on kind of eluding, Wildcard would also face, they've managed to cop a nice win on the attack. They managed to return back to form. Then Big Dogs, yes, we talked about that one. Fabled one defensive round, that was one. And, well, Wildcard still has the fuel in there. I'd still want to say that kitchen dining, especially against OCL/ex-OCL teams, it is deadly. Because this is by far one of the most difficult sites that has been, at least in OCL, to be taken. And it's usually being played out on by time, because the difficulty that it does bring in is the sheer abundance of the breachable floor that Borderline now forces you to clear out top floor, and without it, it's going to be extremely difficult. Unless you are over that just sometimes decide to, send it to side whilst also having pressure up top and having players like Edpan, like Cairo, just absolutely cracked out of their minds and being able to frag solo up top. So in saying that, Wildcard now, they won't have to yet experience kitchen yet again, but now they need to make sure that they're nailing their push on the top floor. Now it's essentially kind of flipping the whole playfield. Now they need to clear out first the ground floor and then go to the top floor. And this is something that could still be proven to be quite difficult if we'll see Overt pull off the similar plays, including the fact that Twent was able to just keep holding that top of the jacuzzi area so well, just by himself.
Well, Wildcard, they're going to take a step back after that last round. They're going to have to keep themselves in it and keep that momentum flowing forward. Otherwise, they could be, well, heading to Chalet with the next 2 rounds. They want to close it out at 2-0. But I mean, look, Cthulhu, we're 2 rounds away from potentially having our longest series of the promos tournament.
That's true. Could be a peculiar matchup on our hands. This is by far one of the big nail biters that I had. Whereas, like, say, between Big Dogs and Wildcard, there's been a little bit more so, can Big Dogs play into the whole Dark Horse component? Now it's just the frags upon frags. 2 teams, 2 absolute giants now clashing against each other, and we can see that those rotations, perfect refrag. Emo keeps it in the hands of Wildcard despite the damage to Geo.
I mean, it was just one long, sustained gunfight over the space of about 30 seconds between multiple members. Overt lose 2. Wildcard still keep Geo alive, but they have that thinker, and the first of the 3 nano boosts will be coming through to keep him nice and healthy. I mean, that could have gone so much better for Overt if they had picked up that frag on the Geo, if they potentially just played the angles. If Edpan hadn't dropped down into the fireplace in that main lobby, maybe this could have been an Overt round pushing them onto map point. But right now, they've got to battle it out in the 3 versus 4.
Pat goes all in with his X-Kairos pellets onto the office wall. Twent is still roaming up around ground floor, but that is not yet bothering Wildcard. They want to make sure that their close by vicinity is being cleared out, and Twent already bailed out, defaulted back to the site. Ready, the gas grenades are starting to come about, but with a minute remaining, it's a little bit too early, and Sawyer is looking now to try to contest up close and personal, including the fact that also there's elements with a C4 ready to go.
EMP is going to go out. They're going to try and throw some utility in to clear out the player. Holding Sawyer. Walks back into the line of sight, and that's Toxic Canisters out of play. The frag grenade should be able to confirm there. The EMP denied the ADS, but the nade was pulled off. Twent looking to get aggressive, but you look at Wildcard. They're flooding over towards cover those angles to enable themselves to pick up the win. Pat is on the plant. Is the Nitro Cell going to be there? Elements needs to pull it now. Elements goes down. Twent's alone. Wildcard bopped the round up. We're back even, Cthulhu. This is still anyone's game.
Back to even Steven, 5-5 Panda. This is where the heat starts to rise. This is where Wildcard just need to pave their way back into OCN. Show us that they had a rough run in 2021, but so did a lot of people. And going into 2022, Wildcard looking to revive themselves, revive their momentum, their passion, and, well, their win streak.
5-5 Bar Gaming back on the cards once again. This site has been Wildcards in the second half. They've won it twice. And for Overt to head back there is potentially a risky prospect. They won Kitchen, they can't go there. Obviously, Office hasn't worked. Bar Gaming is the most sensible option after that. I don't see either of these teams heading to the basement. It is such a tenuous site to try and hold. But they're just not bowed amazingly well. Honestly, I think realistically, we could be looking at Wildcard picking up this round and then Overt winning Kitchen again. But Wildcard, just the tenacity is proving too much.
Tenacity is probably the best way to really describe this whole Wildcard. Been just doing absolutely phenomenal work, honestly, on the attack. I am curious how will they be able to really perform the attack here, because last time we did see it, it was off the back of just the last moment push. They managed to just absolutely flood the side, frag the ever-living heck out. This time some extra reinforcements being done on the snowmobile garage, some pog mats being placed in the coat hanger room, Elements trying to set up a few maybe angles around the game room, and so far Wildcard hasn't really changed a whole lot of their operator roster, and looking to do just about the same. Clear out some of the positions, make sure to, you know, clear out that mute jammer that Vincia is about to do. So honestly, right now this is all looking nice and pretty, and well, there's the entry, but there is now presence in that connector room. There is now presence in the blue tunnel. So it will be straight from the get-go contention ground between Wildcard and Overt.
Twent and Cairo looking to try and deny that push in through the basement. I mean, we've seen that entry played by a number of OCL teams to great success on the attack. So being able to deny that contest, you can contest stock, especially with that Thatcher on the cards. You can then deny any chance of, you know, defending both sites from that position where Elements currently finds himself. But I mean, this round is so pivotal. If Overt can pick it up, oh, look at that run out. That was ambitious, Twent. That's some great distance you have to cover, and doesn't find much of anything for it, but he keeps himself alive nonetheless.
He keeps Wildcard thinking that there may be a few more runouts. This keeps Vincia on the top of his tippy toes, and Edpan, if he swings out here, he can still keep up that support for Sawyer's position. Geo on a solo crusade, he actually has that leverage with Milo life droning ahead of him. If he can cover the distance very quickly, he could actually force Edpan out of that spot, and that could be absolutely deadly for Sawyer.
again, I don't think they're respecting the presence down in the basement. Cairo and Twent, if they pull off that late flank, they could completely cut Wildcard off at the knees and go into the final minute. They need at least a drone, some information on these positions so they can at least counteract them before it costs them the round.
Absolutely. No swing into the library either yet, so it is a stalemate here. Just outside of the site. Geo has probably the best position to go in and to get the leverage to wedge out the players of Overt from those key positions. Library stays first. From there on, going for the push towards either where Twent is or start wedging some of the players out. But Pat goes down. It's all about to be a bloodbath.
Very quick frags across the board, down to the 2 versus 2. Both players from Overt in the basement. Milo spotted, Cairo wins it. That is absolutely massive.
Oh!
Twent sitting on the diffuser, bags map point for Overt. One more, they take us to close line. One more, they keep that dream alive. But one more for Wildcard gives them that second shot at redemption here on Chalet.
There we go, all full serious faces for Overt. They know full fact that they are not out of this yet. Wildcard still has full chance to just send it back into it. Oh man. Already, according to Dev, attack percentage win rate has been already skyrocketed here in OCN Relos, whereas compared to OCN Stage 1, Stage 2, and Stage 3, it all was kept just about 49, well, from 45 to 49%.
I mean, we're used to like what? I think it's 50, 52 plus defensive sided win rates across the board, aside from Cafe because it was only played once in the OCL Stage 3. But I mean, across all 3 stages, it has been a defender sided affair in the OCL. But right now, we are seeing a team that has come from that ground, that crucible of talent in the region. They've pushed on into OCN. Unfortunately, they've only had the 1 stage to prove themselves, which is why they're in Brelos. But I mean, you look at Cairo on Overt, the guy is gunning against some of the, these Wildcard at one point were the best team in the region.
Absolutely. Yeah, we've touched up on that storyline quite a fair few times as well throughout the whole weekend. The Wildcard being the Kings back in 2020, now going into 2021, they had a extremely rough run and extremely rough time. Going into this one, they though seen quite a bit of a revival, albeit playing against the teams like Overt, scary prospect because teams like Chiefs already been feeling like they're miles and miles ahead. Same goes for Knights. So if Wildcard do make it back into OCN, it's still going to be an uphill battle for them to just keep things up, to keep redeveloping and reinventing for themselves against the current meta.
This round is going to have to be a huge one. Overt, they want this. They need this to keep the dream alive. OCN 2022 is on the line right now. If Overt win this, they get their shot at Coastline. Wildcard, if they win, they get overtime. It's just there's so much that could come from this round right now. And Overt, they're going to have to play some of the best defense they've played all year to try and deny Wildcard that opportunity.
Yeah, because otherwise, for Wildcard, pushing this into OT with their map advantage, Overt, this is their last chance to push themselves into map 3 and to make it work, because right now, ooh, look, bit of a scary moment there, really. Geo trying to just get rid of that ballistic shield, making sure that that safe rotation is being cut off to the absolute maximum.
At the moment, though, Ed Penny's still looking to contest that same angle. He's looking for a bit of a picture with this frag grenade. That could be very, very rough for Eddie, and it is. Ed Pen out of the equation here, but Twent, he answers back with that kill onto Pat, taking out the hard breach. It's not the most required, but Twent doubles down. Mavoska as well, removed in a second.
That's not a good turnout for Wildcard, albeit they were able to come back a few times from this kind of deficit, but right now they need to make sure that they clean up their act. Imorin's still alive, and Sia is still alive. The big 2 top fraggers are still kicking and ready to roll. If Imorin can find a shot here onto the piano presence, he could do quite some work, but unfortunately for him, the information is not yet there. Geo needs to make sure that he goes big here as well, because apart from that, well, in a 3v3 with 52 seconds remaining, this is going to be their last chance to stick around in Chalet.
Vinny, Vinny's found 2. That's Swent as well. They've got the player advantage. Once again, Element's looking to get aggressive onto the bathroom window, but Gio's already in planting.
Whoa.
He needs to get back for support. Gio, they can't deny him from getting it down. Cairo is going to have to go massive. The knife, he gets the kill onto Imorin, but at the cost of a lot of health. They know where he is. It is down to Elements to try and claw this back. It's going to have to be a run from Cairo to try and even contest things. Gio and Trophy. Vinny finds the head of Elements. Cairo running for his life is going to have to hit everything, but he cannot. Wildcard, take us to OT.
Jeez. Just as I thought that we were about to go into the coastline, just as we were thinking that that's it, Overt managed to recover. No. Yes, they keep it sweaty. Yes, they keep it close. But Wildcard's still not done with them on the snowy map. And you can see the concentration is still there. Tilt has passed on about oh man. For Overt, this is going to be a scary time. They can't seem to be able to get any kind of streak, any kind of momentum, and Wildcard are making sure to keep on gatekeeping them.
Pause. I mean, we've seen these pauses do harm and do absolute wonders. Overt, of course, they've caught it going into overtime. They missed out on that opportunity. They got the lead in the round, but all of a sudden, Wildcard were in. They were planting. Vinny was covering as well. And with that jump out that we saw from Cairo, he had to go so far just to get in a position to contest the site. It left his teammate alone. Elements, unfortunately, just couldn't do it. Vinny was able to hold on and push Wildcard to OT. Potentially another 3 rounds here in which to do it. You look at the tension on the face of Soy. He's giving the boys a bit of a chat. They've got 30 seconds left to do it. But you can see the severity in their eyes right now. They know that they are potentially 2 rounds away from missing out on that guaranteed spot. They will then have to drop down and face Fury, which means they've still got another chance. But, I mean, upper bracket run, that's the one you want.
Yeah. Very scary times right now. For Overt, usually we're so accustomed to seeing them, you know, being kind of all happy, all cheerful, all ready to meme it out. Not here. Tension is rising and rising very gradually and not seeming to let it off. So right now, this is not looking good. Sawyer trying to get the team back into the play, back into that solid mental state, but with the way how Wildcard been performing and them starting things off on the attack on OT, best case scenario, I have to say.
Yeah, I mean, this easily favors Wildcard, but we're going to be heading back down to Kitchen, which is, I mean, that's where Overt just got pushed to overtime. I mean, that's a bold call. They're looking to set themselves up again. Eddie doing some minor editing there with his Jordanian Rimadash. Going to be opening up those walls. Cairo, I think, is probably going to be the pivot point here for Overt. If he can find a couple of frags, if he can open up this round for the team, they can then look to push the closer in the next. But, I mean, every part of me, every number that we have from this tournament is saying Wildcard are going to be the ones to do it.
Yeah, with the way how the whole dynamic of Wildcard been going, it has been just absolutely just phenomenal to watch them play. And obviously this time Overt didn't let the second half slip away this hard, but still on the cusp of possibly losing it all here. Albeit, yes, look, they still drop down. If they do lose this out, they drop down to the lower bracket final and playing against Fury, who, to at least certain degree, could be considered slightly less of just powerful opponents. But even then, at their best performance, Fury could still take Overt to the absolute maximum, and that is going to be draining Overt as well quite heavily. So, in saying that, first round of the overtime is upon us. Attempt to take control of Library is the first step, it seems, here.
Also, if I'm not wrong, I believe this is the first overtime we've had this tournament as well.
Also true, yes.
As you'd expect from the 2 teams that have come from the OCN. I mean, they're both 2 fairly competitive teams. Wildcard, it's been a while since we've seen this form out of them, but they have that experience, they have that skill, and for them to be able to push it back and get themselves that spot going into next year, they can begin that redemption run and push themselves to the team that they once were. Right now, though, this is where it all begins. Gio, he's pushed into Bar. He's looking to get some control from below, and they know there's any players there. Cairo, in fact, the first to fall to Milo, though.
That is huge. Getting rid of Cairo is big here, which puts the pressure now onto the rest of the Overt players to try to frag out. Gio is already there. He's at the fireplace and ready to keep on fragging out, but it's Milo to actually clip Twent and just like that, 3v5. Oh no. Oh no for Overt, but well,
That's
Edpan also
diffuser.
says no. Oh,
Edpan
no.
finds the diffuser. Gio is low. If Edpan can find that, no! It's a trade for Vinny, unfortunately, but they find the kill onto Element. Sawyer is now alone. He didn't spot it through the wall. Sawyer just missing an opportunity there. Pushes in the main lobby. There is no one on the side. He's the only player left, and he's got 3 players in which to find, to frag out, to win the round for himself. Gio is going to be hard left! Wildcard take the first round of OT. They are 1 away from booking their spot going into next year.
Oh, Panda. Oh, Panda. Closest game that we had so far, and of course it had to be Overt versus Wildcard to decide who goes either into map 3 or who goes into OCN. And of course at the moment it is Wildcard just absolutely just pushing Overt to the maximum. Now for Overt, this is the buffer of time where they can show their own performance. Their attack, mind you, still has been quite good until round 5 and 6, where both times it was a little bit of on a questionable spectrum, and Wildcard were able to just run away scot-free, really, with the 2 pointers. So going into this one, Overt need to make sure that they're nailing their plays. No more are there chances of, you know, let's try this. Let's fool around with that. No more. That buffer is gone for this very map. They need to make sure that this is the final decision on how they play, how they execute their choices, and really, well, this may end up being kind of, well, sorry, this may end up playing a very cruel joke against them, but in saying that, Wildcard as well had a bit of a rough start on defense, so wouldn't put it past that. It may not be the pointer, or rather the winning round for them either.
I mean, that's the thing. You've also got to think about the implications going into that lower bracket final. Fury are sitting there watching right now. They're getting so much information on both these teams going into that final match. Obviously, you know, there are bigger things that could play in that match for them, but those will be discussed going into it when, you know, when we jump over there. But I mean, right now, Overt, their primary focus: get the overtime win, get to Coastline. Don't let it come to that lower bracket final.
Absolutely, yeah. Overt want to escape this as much as possible, but the chances of that are so, at the moment, very slim. It is going to be a tall order. Quite quickly, Elements learned his mistake from the last time. Won't be really falling for that frost mat anymore. Straight away already, swings are coming about. And we see some cheeky grenade though kills, like we've seen from likes of Gio, or whether it's going to be just straight up force yourself on those positions and call it a day.
I mean, Overt, how do they approach this? That's the question. Is it that smash grab style of play that we've seen them find success with, or is it clear those bases, get the objectives taken out before you push onto the bonus side itself, and then, you know, just go for that structured approach that they've become so known for? You can see right now, Milo tucked into Library, looking to hold on that last vestige of defense above the site, and Overt, it's going to be their first hurdle.
For Edpan, the main case here to get rid of Gio, get rid of Vincia's position, whereas Milo, he's playing for the fact that he's not been drawn down, and that is a perfect play, but no, the trade times is wrong, and it's instantaneously a 4v2.
A 3v2, Zemo answers back. Overt, Cairo just not being drawn. How did they not know Milo was there? How did Cairo just push towards Mezzanine without checking that corner? They are punished for it right now. Emo pushing towards Library stairs. Wants to be able to contest this if he possibly can, with Gio disconnected again down in the basement. They could find themselves outmaneuvered and outfranked.
Well, just yet, and you look at Overt, same goes for them as well. Quite disconnected push could be in play here. As long as Emo can nail one of his gunfights and get rid of, say, either Sawyer or maybe even Twent playing above, that could be big. Edpan as well will be a huge one to cop a frag on, but at the moment it is just a combo for the Storm. 37 seconds left to go. Vertical could be in play. Twent doesn't check the stairs, and that could be the deadly issue. But right now, Gio swings about. No,
Sawyer!
He doesn't land the shot. That's a 3v1. That's the win.
That was the biggest frag possibly of his career. Emo finds the answer back onto Eddie. Twent shuts it down. Overt pushed to the absolute brink. Final potential round of the map. Cthulhu, we're going full 15 here. But with Wildcard heading back to the attack, can Overt hold on?
Oh boy, yeah, that's going to be the big question mark here. Really, Overt so far had a bit of a back and forth, a bit of a bumpy road for themselves without being able to gauge or acquire any kind of momentum. Wildcard have been the ones bringing in the heat. They were the ones to dictate the pacing of it for the majority of the times, even despite some of the rounds that they lost. Bayern Gaming Room is going to be the choice, and well, 2 times that we did get to see Bayern Gaming unravel, it was both times in the favor of Wildcard attack.
Bar Gaming, the final bomb site of the map. Wildcard on the attack. So again, everything is looking like it's going to come up Wildcard, but Overt have this one last shot, this one attempt, the last ditch effort to try and push us to coastline and give themselves that shot at the decider. Cthulhu, things have been hectic, they've been chaotic across the maps, but for the most part, they've been attacker-sided.
Yeah, absolutely, attacker-sided they were, and it's just been, that's been the story for both Overt and Wildcard, as a matter of fact. Defense has been either poorly timed or just some misfortunate actions been happening. There's just far too many things to count on, and right now Overt, the final chance to push themselves into map 3 just for a chance to contest for that guaranteed OCN spot, otherwise Fury time for them, and that is going to be a whole different fiesta that I don't think they would want to really experience.
Still that one opportunity. Trying to close it out. We're into the action phase here. Wildcard looking to push themselves in that position. You look at Emo Rin and Vincia right now. 30 frags between the two of them. They are going absolutely massive to try and keep Wildcard in the OCN. K-Trick just a second too late from Twent. That is going to be absolutely shattering for them, but now, I mean, they've still got the potential to play after their guns.
Exactly. Well, saying for the guns, actually, Miloska is already about to go in for the entry. He might be going in for the swings already. The information is there. Swing comes about. There is the frag. The LMG is just better, but he is not expecting another swing comes about. No, he cannot land those shots. Twent keeps his position, but not for long. That's another refrag. City is here. 3v4 in just under a minute.
Pan was rotating down to try and provide that support, but it's not to be. In the 4 versus 3 again, Wildcard stacking the deck for themselves. The positioning is so good, Cthulhu. I think Overt might just be meeting Fury soon.
Boy, don't count it out just yet. Overt could still make a big comeback, big return here, I think, but seeing as the 2, or rather 3 remaining players were the ones that had a bit of a slightly quieter game, even for Edpan, unfortunately. 9-11, not the best kind of scoreline. Same goes for Elements. It's just been slightly of a quieter game. Entries been generated plentifully, and right now Wildcard are actually looking to possibly make an entry through the opposite side of the map and see if they can just get a good, solid flank. That's been kind of the name of their game during the clubhouse as well, and so right now Vincia looking to start some early pressure. A few pre-fires could be huge if the live drones would have been around.
When they're setting themselves up for it, the positioning, you can tell Wildcard are priming themselves to execute. It's going to be chaos.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. This is looking absolutely grim, and escaping the bullets when Seer gets another chance at re-peeking later on.
The frag grenade did do a bit of chip damage there onto Elements. That's something you see every day. Emo Rin finds Eddie. Overt might have just done his dash there. And unfortunately, things are looking very bleak at the moment. A 2 versus 4 in the clutch. Wildcard might have taken this. That's 1. Sawyer down. They just need Elements and redemption. Wildcard, after a year of heartbreak and disappointment, go on to 2022's OCN season.
The longest game between the two teams, the longest one in the whole tournament so far, still wraps up in a 2-0. Wildcard built differently. They get to return back to OCN, and now, well, the continuation of their story arc, maybe return back to form for 2022.
A year. It has been a brutal year for Wildcard, losing Diesel at the very start. with Coach Silex playing stage 1. They then bring on Milo. They unfortunately cannot achieve much more throughout the rest of the year. They come to this, the final hurdle. They do redeem themselves, though. They are carrying on. They take our first spot going into OCN 2022 Cthulhu. And I mean, you just, if you a Siege fan, you have to be absolutely ecstatic for them.
Oh yeah, 100%. Look, Wildcard returning to form. Yes, it's been a bit of a rough and a bumpy game against Overt, but keep in mind, Overt were one of the freshest talents and were the ones to be the dark horse going into OCN Stage 3. And now Wildcard kind of finally read into all of that. It's all good. It's all looking nice and pretty.
And there you have it, Wildcard. They do it. They make it happen in 2. And I know the Deaths, they're going to be absolutely elated. We'll throw it over them, gentlemen. Break it down for us.
Huge moment for Wildcard back into OCN for next year, boys. It's been a turbulent year for them, but at the very least, guys, they can end it on a high note, knowing their future is safe in the Oceanic Nationals.
Yeah, they escaped the ultimate doomsday storyline. It was one that we were running with for the majority of the year. You know, how shocking would it be if Wildcard weren't in OCN? It would have been almost unbelievable, but they make that run through the upper bracket. They get it across the line. I will say, though, this is a really good effort from Overt to push it all the way to OT. It was really strong considering some of the positions that they found themselves in. And Wildcard, I hate saying luck can sometimes play a factor in Siege, but sometimes it does. And, you know, the veto, of course, leaning into them nicely. They got attack in overtime. They were able to ride that high, ride that momentum, and get the job done.
It's fair to say, Dev, in a best of 3, there are going to be little moments of luck here and there, but generally the best team prevails.
Oh, absolutely, and also it's technically not luck. Like, it's how the veto works out that, you know, the choices of which team gets to choose attack in overtime. And yeah, this was a very, very attack-sided game. In fact, the relegations so far have 57% attacker win rate, and over the course of the year, it has been in OCN and in APAC South an average of 46% attacker win rate. So Defend decided all year long, OSA's not even in the game yet, for God's sake. And these teams are attacking like nobody's business. Wildcard, you know, they might struggle on their defenses, but they come out of the gate swinging when it's their turn to make a move. And that is just fantastic to see. The recovery, you know, it takes a lot of mental fortitude to go from being the best team in the region and, you know, keeping in mind, 4 out of 5 players on this team were on that OCN Championship 2020 roster. Milo, the only new face from last year, and they have bounced back from a shocking season, come first through the relegations, a fantastic notch in the belt, and a huge milestone for this team and their future.
Now that Wildcard have secured their future, Guz, we can maybe even touch on some hypotheticals. Do you generally think, in your mind, had they not re-qualified for OCN, that this team would have disbanded?
Oh,
big hitter question.
Go
out
and say it. Say it.
This is, I'm not going to make many friends with the answer either way. Yes, honestly, I think if things didn't go their way here, things probably would have fallen apart a little bit. I think as well, obviously not necessarily connected to the OCN program directly, but this might have a flow-on effect over towards APAC South, keeping in mind they need to fight for their spot there as well. So they still have a lot to fight for. Their job's not just done and dusted for the year, and I think they can try and ride that high heading into that as well.
Dev, we're going to continue the heavy hitter questions here. Over to you. Do you sense we will see the exact same core 5 of Wildcard at the start of Stage 1 OCN?
It's very, very hard to say. There's actually a massive off-season roster window that is going to open up after 6 Invitational, and, you know, technically teams which hold the license to the spots in the league can actually change all 5 players on their roster, provided that at least 2 of those players have played at that same level in the previous season. So, yeah, there's a chance that this wildcard roster will look very, if not entirely, different by the next time we see them. There's a chance. I don't think it's likely. Like, I think you'll see 1 or 2 roster moves, but I honestly think that, like, this team has proven that, like, they earned their spot back in the league.
I'm pretty sure the rules are the same for the casting lineup as well, Xenox, so don't get too comfortable up in that tower, mate.
I honestly think we should be getting rid of Dev. He just wants to get rid of all 5 members of Wildcard after the recall.
I want to make a shout out. I want to shout out Emorin, right? Guy has had a really rough year. He went 18-9 in that map. He was fragging out, like, I think hands down MVP of today's matches. Like,
All right.
What a absolute gamer.
Yeah, sorry, James. We got Vincia waiting on the line. We don't want to keep him waiting for too much longer. Surely some smiles on the dial here for Vinny. Congratulations on making it back into the Oceanic Nationals. I do pardon the discussion around Dev basically wanting to bin the entire team, but how are you feeling? How is the boys feeling after this result?
Pretty ecstatic. I don't know. It's been a while since we've won a tough series, and props to Overt. They played an awesome series today, and I think that's just testament to the way that the T2 scene's growing in this region. And yeah, they did really good stuff. It was a bit of a shaky start on our defenses again. I don't know. We've kind of decided that we can't defend, but it is what it is. We'll just attack and win, I guess.
Dev's gone, by the way. Dev's completely gone. So you know what? We'll throw it over to the best in the business. Guzzler, ask Vinny.
Well, I think I know what question he's going to lead on to anyway. So I'll just finish it off. We were looking at the stats, right? And the attacking win rate in OCN and APAC has not eclipsed 50% all year, and it's sitting about 57%. Pardon me. In Relos at the moment, is there anything you can sort of contribute towards that? Because at least from my point of view, right, we haven't seen massive changes in operators or anything in between that.
Yeah, I think it's in terms of attacks, that's like one of the things that you drill as a team, and I think teams are getting much better at kind of figuring out the way to effectively attack now. It isn't as methodical as it used to be. It's very much about being adaptive, and I think teams are getting much better at kind of countering into what defenses are doing, especially the way that the maps are playing out at the moment. Maps like Chalet, Clubhouse, those kind of maps, Coastline, are generally more attacker-sided at the moment, and I think we'll probably see that trend continue when OSA's added into the lineup as well.
Yeah, can I jump in one
I
now?
was going to say, James, you're back now. Get your question out, buddy, quick before you DC again.
Yeah, look, Vinny, congrats, man. Look, I want to know what the kind of... I mean, obviously, I didn't hear everything you said there, but I'm assuming you didn't cover this yet. What's the future looking like for Wildcard? It's been a rough year. You've been there since, the start. You joined this team last year when Ethan left. You've seen Wildcard at their highest of highs and their lowest of lows, and we've been here to chat to you about it the whole way. What do you think is next?
Well, I think this is just the first building block in getting this team to back where it was. Before we started, there was a pat put in team chart on Liquipedia 1 year ago today. We won November Major and qualified for Invite, so it's been a bit of a downhill kind of year since then, but this is just, kind of the first building block in getting this team back to where it was, which is on top.
Yeah, Vinny, one quick one from me. What's the little plan moving forward over the Christmas break? Are you guys just going to have your little break? Are you just going to maybe reset away from Siege for a bit, or is it just grind time?
I definitely think it's still grind time. We took a nice break over the off-season before this relegation, and we worked really hard to get back into our zone, and I think we're still in that zone right now. So we're just working on little things now, refining what we've already done. Clubhouse basement defenses need to be looked at a bit. But
a little bit.
But yeah, no, definitely grind time leading up to APAC South.
Yeah, awesome, mate. Any final words before we let you go?
As always, thanks to all the fans for sticking by us. We are very happy that we're going to be back in OCN and can give you guys some good entertainment next year.
I'm sure we'll see you soon. Best of luck in OCN next year. Vinny, congratulations once again.
Thanks, guys.
Wildcard, they stack the deck, they stack their future. OCN 2022 confirmed. Guys, let's get some words out of you, because honestly, you're about to clock off. We need to meet your quota for the day.
Yeah, I think, again, congratulations to Wildcard. It has been a devastating year for them, so to be able to at least tick this box is nice. They still, of course, have the APAC box to tick, and maybe even, SI quals, soon TM. They'll be fighting there as well, no doubt. For Overt, though, of course, we'll touch on them for a little bit. They're not down and out. Let's not forget that. They have their opportunity to still fight it out against Fury in the lower bracket final. And I mean, if you look at yesterday's result, hey, not a bad form guide. Overt taking down Fury 2-0. Now, I do expect it still to be really close, and no doubt the pressure and the fatigue will start to kick in a little bit for Overt, who didn't play, all that bad against Wildcard. Unfortunate there for the OT and Chalet, and again, just very attacker-sided, and they let a couple of those critical rounds slip. So very keen to see how that game will play out, which is coming up shortly. I'll be able to sit back, kick the feet up, and relax.
James, I know you would have watched the entire match of Overt and Fury, every single round, going into the lower bracket final now. Do you sense there's going to be much change? Of course, 7-4, 7-4 scoreline suggests, Overt kind of had Fury's measure. Can much change in a day?
Yeah, honestly, you want my gut feeling, I think Overt have got this in the bag. I said at the start of today that Fury watching are probably hoping to face Wildcard, because obviously we saw just yesterday that Overt can beat Fury. Back in the day, end of Stage 2, OCL Grand Final, Fury was the better team. They won in that best of 5 over Overt, but the growth that we've seen from Overt in the last 3-4 months has been huge. They've evolved into a team that's at that next level. Fury, unfortunately, didn't get that experience in OCN. They were still playing in OCL, and unfortunately that made it a bit harder for them to grow at the same pace and speed that Overt did. I think it's going to be a really tough game for Fury. Look, I don't want to count them out, but I just can't see our Overt 4th place OCN team who beat Rhythm in playoffs, who beat Chiefs and all these other teams. I can't see them going out here.
Overt need to make sure that they don't let the upper bracket final defeat get to them mentally. They need a little break, though, to prepare for their lower bracket final match against Fury. When we do come back from our slightly extended break, of course, we've got our final best of 3 of the Promos Relos, and we'll have a special guest joining us. We'll see you soon.
GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
That's a good question.
Hi, I'm Juicy from Knights.
Hello, my name's Dino. I'm a player from the Knights.
Hi, I'm Jack Daddy from Order.
I'm Specker from Order, and today I'll be playing Quick as a Flashbang.
Under pressure, I cope fairly well, I think.
I kind of thrive in chaos. I find a melee relatively boring.
If I was to compare my eyes to an animal's eyes, I have owl's eyes, I think.
Maybe a little cat, you know?
My eyesight sucks. I'm wearing glasses. I can't see more than 20 centimeters in front of me.
I do have glasses here, but I actually know it for me. I just got them for the looks. If I ever want to look smart, does it work?
No, Knight's never really a challenge, you know? I like to give them a bit of charity every so often, make them feel like they're in control.
Clearly just not as good as me and Dino.
But I think we're better than Order. In Siege, out of Siege, even in appearance.
Watch yourselves, boys. I'm coming for you.
I think Specker's going to do horrible. I'll leave it at that.
Throwing flashbang!
What, is that it? The flashbang?
Nothing yet. I just see completely white for me at the moment.
At least it lights up my face. It's like getting flashed in game. You see the people's screens are just full white.
I see something like a person, I think.
Time's ticking. Oh my gosh.
Oh, I see I think it's a logo sledge.
It's starting to come into picture now. I see, it looks like a person, an outline of a person maybe. Looks like Finker, I'd say.
I think I see Lion right there already. Yeah, Operator Lion.
It's Lion then.
That's Lion, okay. My boy.
That's Lion. Oh, I suck.
I told you I got good eyes.
I see completely white still.
I'm just gonna start guessing stuff. Lion, Siege.
I'm blind.
Sledge.
I mean, I'll wait for 30 seconds to pass. We'll see what happens.
Something's starting to form, but I literally have no idea what.
Is this a troll? What's happening? It's still white, 30 seconds in.
What is this?
It's actually really confusing.
Is Chachenko, maybe? Kapkan? Is that a person? A drone? What is that?
I can see a half circle and it's a flashbang.
Oh, a flashbang.
Oh, it's a flashbang itself.
That's a flashbang. Alright, there we go. I've been flashed. No. 46 seconds again. Oh gosh.
Something's coming in. Mirror?
Is that Carly? That's Carly. No. Gridlock. Gridlock, yeah it is. I think? No.
Gridlock standing on a brick wall of sort.
Brick wall behind Gridlock.
It is Gridlock? Oh, there's more. Okay. Alright.
I'm gonna guess it's Mozzie or something on the left side.
She's got a fly spot in her hand.
Oh, is that someone wearing butterfly wings?
Oh, she's swatting a fly. Swatting Mozzie.
She's swatting Mozzie. Oh my god.
Oh, she's killing Mozzie on the window.
And look, he's just been absolutely squished out there, so poor man.
Oh, I actually got it. I actually said Mozzie early.
What a horrendous joke. I love it.
I felt I went pretty well in this game for most of them, except the last few.
Obviously, I think my vision isn't apparently as good as I once thought it was.
I think I went okay in that game. I think Donna might have struggled with the second one.
I don't think I did too well, because especially the last one took me 50 seconds or something like that.
Maybe I should have just bumped up the contrast on my monitor a little bit. This has to be the highest accolade that I've received in years.
Wasn't surprised. My teammates sucked.
It's so bad.
Absolutely fun to play, and thank you so much for having me on.
Do I get anything at the end? A pride? Oh, shit.
Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, will seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go back, you're back now. Keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get out now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle.
Stuck in your car on a Friday night, and we laugh over stuff we try not to talk about. Still your smile keep on heating up the climate, and all the blood to my cheeks are rushing out, yeah. And by accident, you're getting closer. Oh, can you tell me something, tell me something? Is it a wild shot of of this friend zone. Whatever it is, it just feels so real. And your eyes keep on talking in the silence, and all the blood to my cheeks are rushing now, yeah, yeah. And I'm hoping you are getting closer. Well, can you tell me something, tell me something? Is it a wild shot of letting you know that you're the topic of all of my thoughts? Tell me something, tell me something. Well, can you tell me something, tell me something? Well, can you tell me something, tell me something? 'Cause I'm so sick of this friend zone. Chasing all my dreams now lately. No matter if I try too hard, nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side. I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. Different. Tell me everything's alright. Life is just a bunch of faces, and if it's not, we'll still be fine. I know we're going places. I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side. I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different.
Hot sun, always nights, never day. Even when I watch the floor, the dust will come. Keep on hunting for the prey. No matter how loud, need no light, no spark. I'm in line mode. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm, far from calm. I know you feel me, brother. Brother. hot sun. Always nights, never day. Even when I watch the floor, the dust will come. Keep on hunting for the prey. No matter how loud, need no light, no spark. I'm a light, no. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet stove. Far from calm, I know you feel me, brother.
Only 2 teams remain here for the OCN Promos Rallos. 1 from OCN, 1 from OCL. Only 1 spot, of course, that remains. OCN's Overt, OCL's Fury will be battling it out in the lower bracket final. Joining me on the desk is, of course, our 2 OCL experts. Guys, this is it. It's do or die time. Blue Panda, are you still riding that Fury bandwagon that you guys have been doing basically since the reload?
I mean, look, having seen, the chat that came out of that first match, Fury got into their own heads. That's probably the best way to, understand why things went the way they did. I think if they come into this, they come and reset knowing full well that they are versing Overt again. I can't say for sure that they'll win it, but I know it'll be a lot closer, and honestly, it'll be as close to 50-50 as you can get. This is what I was expecting in day one.
Yeah, Cthulhu, Wildcard gets through though, right? I don't think this was something that, at least back on the reload when we were doing our predictions, it was all about Overt and Fury. Well, now it's either Overt or Fury.
Yeah, look, I mean, with Wildcard, I think the main issue that we were looking back at the reload was the fact that the main amount of pressure was, out of all 4 teams, was on Wildcard, because now they were facing OCN relegations, they're still facing Apex South relegations, and just all that pressure could be compounding. Now that they kind of made a return to form against the team that Overt that beat them back on in the regular season of Stage 3, 7-2 on Clubhouse, that's quite a stark change in their performance. So in saying that, now it's more so turns to a question whether it's Fury who will get into their own heads.
Yeah, certainly. As we turn our attention, of course, to the particular match of this lower bracket final, Fury and Overt, we're moving away from, say, any of that wildcard talk. We'll continue to talk about Overt, though, of course, because we did just recently see them, Blue Panda. What did you take away from their loss against Wildcard? They weren't that bad. It was still a pretty close match.
It was so unbelievably close coming down to the dying moments. And I think it just becomes, it was a case of, Wildcard's tenacity. They played the map veto the way they should. They knew what side they wanted to be playing. Well, you heard it in the interview, but he said, we're not too confident in our defenses. We wanted to shore up our attacks. And my God, were the attacks coming out of Wildcard terrifying.
Yeah, they are a team that you guys hold dearly, obviously, Cthulhu being previously from OCL. It would actually be very disappointing if they would have to return to OCL, though, truthfully.
Yeah, look, this is definitely going to be one of those moments where they were just about to reach greatness and then to quite quickly fall off. Could be quite disappointing for them, but I still think that this is going to be an absolute banger. Overt are one of those teams that, despite some of the shortcomings occasionally, they still have the mental fortitude to, come back to it and get back into the play, albeit playing multiple BO3s could be a bit taxing.
Yeah. In some ways, though, this lower bracket final, Panda, it is going to be heartbreak, but it is also going to be that pinnacle of happiness as well achieved for either of the 2 teams. For Fury, it's that breakthrough moment, getting into OCN. But if they were to miss out, after the year-long sludge of OCN, you're missing out at the last minute, that last match, it would be heartbreaking. For Overt in itself would be heartbreaking to, get into OCN and then have to now go out of it again and go back to OCL for next year. Either way, there's going to be a very upset team at the conclusion of this lower bracket final.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, it's just the nature of this competition. There is going to be heartbreak. Either team, especially, you said, Overt have come from the OCL. Fury are currently in the OCL. you want, honestly, you just want everyone involved in this to succeed, and unfortunately that just can't happen. Wildcard, they've proved themselves, and honestly, I'm stoked for them to see them come back to that form. Overt, they've looked consistent. They have been the ones, I mean, yeah, they lose to Wildcard today, but across the entirety stage 3, they look consistent, they look good, they looked continuously on the rise. Fury, they haven't quite got there yet. Yes, they're looking better than they were, but the consistency just hasn't hit for them.
We'll continue that discussion, of course, about Fury Cthulhu, and they're a team that have been so great in the OCL. And while they didn't get the result they were looking for in the upper bracket semi-final against Overt, we know what they're capable of, and for Overt, they cannot take this team lightly.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Look, Overt will be absolutely huge opponents for Fury, and we kind of mentioned this during the whole analyst desk section when Fury were losing to Overt. They were trying to still reinforce that whole OCL playstyle against an OCN playstyle that Overt were bringing in. So, in saying that, for Fury, they still have a chance. They have immense amount of potential, and they all able set of gamers, including Deptra, who's just been absolutely ballistic ever since the beginning of the tournament. But in saying that, it is going to be up to them to essentially decide whether they want to win it out, or whether it's kind of mental chalk through and through.
I'll go to you with this one, Panda, though. One of the sort of hallmarks of Fury, and I guess OCL to a larger degree, is all about attack and aggression, but that's something that has actually let them down here in the Promos Rallos. They weren't very successful against Overt on their attacks of Villa and Clubhouse, only 2 rounds on both of the maps, and then even in their victory against Big Dogs, it was more of their defense that actually got them over the line. Is that a concern coming into this lower bracket final?
I mean, I don't even know if it's necessarily the siding that is the concern. The biggest concern for me is we have seen 3 players of Fury step up and go massive this tournament, those being Brendo, Deptra, and Prez. For Deptra, that's not something that we ever expected. The 2 key pieces of the puzzle of this team that have not shown up, who have shown up for the entirety of Stage 3, Quiz and Tuhan. When do they actually unlock their potential? Because, I mean, Quiz has... I mean, Stage 2 was, you know, just behind his teammate Tuhan, who set, you know, the overall kill stage record. He went 129 kills to 72 deaths, which no one had even come close to up until that point. So, I mean, honestly, it's on them to show up today.
It has been, though, a very attacker-sided Promos Rallos Cthulhu, and obviously that means that's probably more so good news for Overt than Fury, simply based off the matches that we've had so far.
Yeah, 100%. Look, it is something that Overt will be able to boast very thoroughly, even despite the unfortunate outcome for them against Wildcard, and that game was absolutely a barn burner. But going into this, yeah, 100% I'll agree. For Fury, this is a point of concern, given that, yes, their defense could be good, but how good is their defense against an amazing offense that so far Overt will bring it in? And that is, I suppose, will be kind of the one of the storylines of storyline questions throughout the whole best of 3, because Fury can do some amazing stuff, but attack has been very much kind of a coin toss, really.
Just to quickly recap, of course, in that upper bracket semi-final matchup, it was Villa, Clubhouse, Oregon. Let's go to the map vetoes and see what we've got this time for the lower bracket final between Fury and Overt. Coastline, Oregon, and then, if needed, Clubhouse. So technically, Panda, 2 of the 3 maps return from that upper bracket semi-final matchup. The only difference, Villa goes out, Coastline comes in.
And not only that, but 2 maps that we already know for a fact Overt are capable on. Yeah, unfortunately, they couldn't beat Wildcard on it in that last series, but Oregon, Clubhouse, 2 maps that play stunningly well for Overt and their playstyle. Coastline is a bit of a wildcard. Actually, one of the maps that Fury has had a lot of success on this stage, so maybe that's where they need to go to get that front foot going. And Overt as well have been open about the fact they don't really like Coastline. They like the structure, they like the strategy, whereas Coastline, you could be free, you can frag, you can just play if you're gun skilled.
Cthulhu, do you think that Overt's won this map veto, getting both Oregon and Clubhouse?
Honestly, I'm not too sure. It's a bit of a head-scratcher, first of all, that Overt even allowed Coastline to be brought on board, because yes, maybe, whilst they still may not like it, I would imagine that maybe some prep could have been put in there, since it's not the primary ban straight off the bat. But in Oregon, I would disagree initially with the statement that Overt will be feeling nice. Yes, look, it's been a while since we've seen that Oregon to come about, at least from them against a team like Fury. So I would actually say that Oregon could be actually an even ground for both of these teams. And for, as a matter of fact, though, for Fury, they would want a clean 2-0, because going into Clubhouse, I would 100% say they don't want this to happen.
Right, so basically, Panda, do you agree with that sentiment that for Fury, they need to essentially win both Coastline and Oregon if they are to progress to OCN next year?
Oh, 100%. If it goes to a third map, I just don't see Fury lasting that long, especially against a team that, like Overt, who, I mean, they thrive on the strategy. They have their sets. We've seen the innovation that they can bring to the fold. Fury, they're a little bit stuck in their ways because they are such a new roster in the grand scheme of things. So, yeah, I think if we go to Clubhouse, they're just going to get outpaced.
Yeah, I honestly right now, I'd say I agree with both of you. I think that the first two maps, so important for Fury. Clubhouse, we know Overt very strong there. So if it does get to that third map, if that does become a possibility, then I'm backing in Overt. But Cthulhu, do you give Overt a chance of actually just 2-0ing this, just like they did in the upper bracket semi-final?
Oh, I'll be honest here, Xenox. I'm not too hopeful for Coastline for Overt. I definitely think that Fury actually kind of did the big brain here. Big brain slash they, I would imagine, got to a certain degree lucky that the Coastline was actually allowed into the pick pool. And from there on, though, if Overt will be able to hurl and be able to chug through map 2 and map 3, 2-1 is easily on the table.
I will say, though, Coastline was the one map that Overt beat Fury on in that Stage 2 Grand Finals. So, just saying.
Nothing's a given, especially in the Promos Relos, but one thing that is given away is, of course, our RCX goodie bags that will be given away throughout the weekend. But you can type ! giveaway in our Twitch chat, of course, at Rainbow 6 ANZ. I think we're actually broadcasting in Japan as well. I'm not sure if they're hearing us, though. But if you want to check out more information at Rainbow 6 Esports OCE or R6 Esports OCE, whichever one it is these days. Quickly though, guys, we are going to go to a break. When we do come back, we will continue to break it all down, get into this match. It gives the teams a little bit more time to prepare for what is a very, very important game. Fury, Overt on the other side. We come back to it. The lower bracket final will begin.
Order now at macros.com.au.
I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I call a shot to the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish, yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Savage, you've been distracted, your best, my average, there's a reason for that's a fact. So they snapping back, mad at the fact that I don't have a backup plan, I ain't need that. Outworking everybody when I relax, so I ain't tripping about none of y'all feedback. Heard that, wonder when I'm gonna peak at. And that's why you count your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish, yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now.
All right, we're back. We've decided to change the faces on the broadcast because we were sick of Xenox. It was a good segue in his giveaway moment until he fluffed it up. But of course, it is myself and Dev to bring you through for the lower bracket final to decide one team that will be moving on to OCN. I'm keen to see it, honestly, Dev. We've already seen these two teams play. We've got... I don't really know where I'm sitting at the moment between Fury and Overt. I really... Like, obviously the conversation's turned heavily toward Overt just because of the match yesterday, but yeah, I'm still in the open here.
Yeah, it's hard to say, but oh, what a rivalry between Overt and Fury, Stage 2 grand finalists in OCL. And of course, when that OCN spot was vacated, it was Overt who took it up Fury, who thought they deserved it. Well, Fury couldn't hack it against Overt yesterday. They have another chance today, but this is their last shot at making it into OCN. After an entire year, Fury has been one of, if not the most favored team in OCL. Surely they're not going to let this opportunity slip.
Hope not. I hope not. I really hope not from everything we saw. You know, we were giving them praises yesterday for their performances, not just throughout the playoffs, obviously, for OCN, but also back in Stage 3. They've been phenomenal, and now is a time for Overt to step it up. But Fury, they're gunning for that position. In best of threes, it is currently 1-2 Fury 2 to Overt, and it comes down to the wire. The most important match these teams will play all year long. This is for a spot in the 2022 season of OCN.
And two rivals go head-to-head once again. This is Fury's map pick, Coastline, where we will start this battle, the last chance for these teams to make it into OCN next year. Yingban, right off the cuff from Fury. That's Overt denied, a very aggressive initiating operator.
Yeah, that's I mean, that's a peculiar ban, nonetheless. I think, obviously, we're seeing a lot more of the Ying bans coming in and out due to the playstyle of it. Lion getting banned as well. Something we've seen quite frequently throughout this weekend. So it does look like the Rome game may well be on the agenda for both of these teams. I would love to see Fury play into it. I know we were having a conversation with Blue and Cthulhu yesterday. And the Oryx, what is this ban phase, Dev? I'm not even going to keep talking.
Look, that may be the first Oryx ban I have ever seen, if not one of a very, very limited number. Very unusual, but yeah, there are a couple of Overt players who really, really flourish on that operator. He's got a fantastic SMG, the T5 Plus, with a 1.5 times scope. And there are quite a few hatches you can jump up on Coastline. You know, I'm talking Aqua Hatch, the Luggage Hatch, the Hookah Hatch. And without those hatches and the ability to jump up them, it's actually really easy once you take the top floor to just completely deny anyone retaking from below, because there's just two staircases you can watch. But no longer, when you have that Oryx in there, it just makes it so much easier. So overall, a really nice, cheeky little ban there from Overt.
Glaz being brought out from Twent. Would not imagine that will see its position held. Surely going to be 6 pick. There we go. On to for the Buck. And, I mean, we all know how important that vertical play can be for... I mean, I'm trying to think. Literally every site, it is important to have that kind of vertical play on. So, Buck is... in prime position there. I'm sure that you're not going to be scratching your head if you're the defensive side when you see that 6 pick come out.
Nah. The one thing that is kind of missing here, though, is that Thatcher, not always picked, obviously very highly banned operator, but Coastline, despite what a lot of people say about it being a really frag-heavy map, there are a lot of opportunities to Thatcher and hard breach, or Thatcher and then deny any ADSs from Jaeger or Wamai magnets, and really just take down these power positions. And I'm thinking particularly on this Sunrise site, like where we just looked at on Towels or on Sauna, if you can EMP and breach that hard breach wall, then you can really deny some aggressive positions from the defenders.
Certainly can. Now the HP Omen community vote has the... I mean, I would agree with it. It's swaying toward Overt. I think it was around 60%, something near on that. So Fury will have not only the casters kind of going against them, but also the community. Now, that's not to say that they won't be able to pull it out here when it matters, but it's certainly a talking point nonetheless. Office may well be the first place to be contended, but it looks like instead Aquarium is going to be taken from Overt nice and early on. Clearly got a nice indication as to what they're trying to achieve in this early stage of the round.
A little bit of map control teased out. Overt just starting to get some information, cutting off some rotations. Twent on the roof here. Quite an extended hold from Fury. I like this from Cairo, taking control of Master, getting some Vert down into Kitchen and Service, starting to deny some of those positions. That 90 cam, such a powerful asset for the defense, also now eliminated. So you can see it's mostly on Twent and Cairo to take this control above, and that makes sense. Those are the two operators with the most vertical potential. And with that, they can not only start cutting off these rotations, and it can also start to really pressuring these defensive positions. No Jaeger and Omai's magnets elsewhere means that shield is not long for this world. This is a really good start for Overt.
He is very early with a lot of control here. Taking their time in doing so as well. So with a minute 30 left on the clock, they're going to be able to start ticking those check boxes off. Twent now clearing out behind the bar. Phenomenal work done here. Honestly, Overt are in prime position. It's all about what happens from here on out, though. All good and well to take all that kind of control. If it starts to dwindle, if it starts to really claw at the time, that's when Fury get their in, and that's exactly what Fury are going to be hoping for at this point. Overt have just been phenomenal so far in the opening 2 minutes.
And you can see exactly like we talked about earlier in the start of that prep phase, there's actually hard reach already been applied from the Hibana onto that sauna wall, the towels, and that does open up the plant spot for Overt. This is surely going to be a free kill. Oh, very difficult angle through the bars, but Depp takes a lot of damage. Overt are inching closer and closer, or Cairo also spots out that smoke player. Prez only has 1 gas canister left. Fury are really going to be lacking on Plantanar when push comes to shove, and Overt are stepping up massively. Honestly, I can't see a world they don't win this round.
30 seconds here. Elements holding the tight line. What can they look for? Denial. Twent has taken control of Square, and he's going to be able to deny even further. Sawyer now re-sticking that plan as Elements finds a kill. Just to make matters worse, Twent got to hit that one. Quiz goes down. Some lovely trades from Fury here. 2 versus 3, but Edpan's holding down. This has gotten spicy.
Just 2 Han left in a 1-on-3. DMR in hand. A very difficult retake. You can see how smart Overt are playing as well. Falling back, that's a nice shot there. Takes down the low HP Elements, but Tui doesn't see Sawyer, who will follow it up with the bearing. A strong opening round here on Coastline for Overt.
Bit of a strange one, no doubt about it, but at the very least, that clutch does not come through from Fury's side, and Overt will be happy. Look, starting out, I think so far we're seeing good signs. Fury holding their ground, but at the same time, Overt in the early parts of the round, not shy to really decide their place of attack, their point of attack, their difference that they will make. Twent did an incredible job, not only opening up those vertical lines, clearing out behind the bar, but then dropping in a square and finding all of the rotations that Fury are trying to make in that latter part of the round. That last 30 seconds, always so chaotic. Fury They're not going to stick bars. They're going to go up toward hookah and billiards to look for more success.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused.
No
by
cause for
attackers.
concern yet for Fury. One round is just one round, and Coastline is certainly an attacker-sided map, and this entire relegations tournament has been attacker-sided. It's actually crazy. We looked at the stats earlier. It was something like, let me just whip them up. So 45, kind of plus or minus a couple of percent towards the attacking side was the average across the year for OCN. And then here in the relegation tournament, nearly 60% attack win rate. So Fury shouldn't be too worried now if they struggle on their defenses here. It is Coastline, of course. Overt got to pick attack as their starting side since this is Fury's map. But, of course, they're going to keep trying out new things, like you said, hookah this round, bit of an extension over. Actually, interesting that they're extending theater but not bringing Mira. That almost seems like a missed opportunity to me. Mira is often banned on this map because of how good she is at holding onto theater and master. So maybe there's a missed opportunity. I don't know. Like, you know, there are a lot of ways to skin a cat, for lack of a better phrase. And in this particular case, Fury deciding to go with the Goyo and the Aruni instead of that Mira.
Pyro at the moment, out front of lobby, looking for something, anything to be given there. Won't be rewarded just yet. Elements as well opening up from Sauna. There's a lot of work that Overt have got to do, and this is the issue when you see an extension, especially from a team like Fury. They can really capitalize on that. However, if Overt are smart about this, they're going to read into that, and they're going to be able to put pressure from the bottom of blue, cool vibes. There's a lot of different areas where Twent can start to really capitalize on this spread defense, where Fury won't have the response they necessarily could if they're turtling.
Yeah, well, it's a double-edged sword, right, for Overt, because you can see, yeah, they're taking control downstairs and looking to displace these anchors, but it means that in the late round, Fury is still going to retain that map control on the top floor of the east side, master bedroom, theater, etc. Fury will probably hold on to that for the entire round. Like, it doesn't look like Overt's going to contest it. It looks like just a little bit of a sneak. So, like, Cairo might find one, or he might die here. He's just going to do a bit of a lurk. Oh my god! That is unbelievable. He spots the Vulcan shield, detonates it, follows up with a kill. This is gutting. Quiz does find a nice shot onto Edpan, but Overt, they did take that early advantage and some map control with it.
That push up top white, devastating there for Fury's extension. You can see the rest of the players from Fury have started to pull back across a little bit deeper. Still a player over toward VIP. Went spotting out an additional magnet there. At the very least, they deal with that Sawyer Gate over toward Aquarium. This is getting really dangerous for Fury, if I'm being honest. They're going to push back towards site, where the utility has dwindled drastically.
Ooh, but Cairo, he's got an entry here. That's a massive down. He would know that he downed Quiz there. Almost finds Tui as well. Polishes off Detra. This man just holds down the line. That LMG is worth its weight in gold. Sawyer going to put that diffuser down on the ground. Overt should have this.
So well played from Cairo. Doesn't find the kill on the President somehow, but Twent now can watch the horizontal line, I should say. Elements. Sits and waits as a player has dropped. Now, where he decides to rotate, it's going to have to be up cool vibes here. Both players. Did he really?
It must have been from the Thunderbird station. It must have been from that Kona. Now there's actually a real chance here, but time is dwindling.
It is 25 seconds. Thinking about the 7-second defuse. It's going to be incredibly hard here for Fury to bring this back, especially with Tui going down. Elements holding firm on the crossfire. This is really nice from Overt. President, the last player left for Fury here. I mean, you've got to hit some pretty gnarly shots to make your way in, and I don't even know whether you're going to be given that opportunity. 2 seconds left. The pistol of Twent. Why not? What a start from Overt here.
Yeah, it certainly was. Cairo had a bit of a banger there. Snuck up White Stairs to find the first one. The player at 90, very unaware. Very dangerous for Fury not to be cautious at that position. Like, no barbed wire on those stairs, no information gathering whatsoever. And the Vulcan shield was exposed. Like, you know, that Vulcan shield, really strong for playing behind, only if you're on the correct side of it. Yeah. In fact, in that way, it was actually worse than if he was playing literally any other shield operator and had placed the shield down there. So a bit unfortunate for Brendo at the start, but Cairo followed it up. Overt set up really well. Cairo made a strong entry. Yeah, nice ideas there from Fury. Pretty cool to see the Kona Station actually revive Quiz on site. I think it was just like ticking away and then eventually revived him because he was just kind of left lying there. But in the end, it didn't really matter. Overt had strong positions and they go up 2-0. Fury going to keep bouncing around these objectives until they find one they like.
Certainly one that we don't see a hell of a lot, Penthouse and Theatre. I feel like we've seen it a lot more since the rework, but I mean, prior to that, especially in OS, it was very, very few and far between in terms of when we actually saw that played. So I'd actually love to go back and have a look at these successful rates, which I will do in a little while. We'll keep our attention here and now for this round and see what Fury's decision is. I mean, the fact that we're already extending across to Hookah, you probably show face for a little bit there, but ultimately you are going to want to back away. Not a site where you can really expose VIP and allow a team like Overt to take it early on. That's when things are going to get a little bit disastrous. By the way, I will just say, because I haven't really seen a hell of a lot of Coastline, I feel like every time it's been played, I'm not casting. But I do like the changes that have been made in VIP. It makes it a bit more spicy.
It also definitely changes the way you can hold it. For example, Fury going for a really hard VIP hold here, really trying to defend that exterior reinforced wall. And I mentioned the Thatcher earlier this game. Overt have not opted to bring it, so it's going to be a lot more difficult to clear that claw and breach that wall, which does make Fury a lot more snug. Great thing about this Pent Theatre bomb site is, I mean, as a viewer, right, there's no real set meta to defend it. Each team has their own interpretation, so we get to see what Fury have in the strat book.
I do very much enjoy, watching teams try to claw their way into VIP. It can be quite important when you think about the rotations that need to be made from Fury, especially if they're going to be extending across, which, I mean, I haven't seen the outlines for a little bit here, but I would imagine they're still in Hookah and Billiard, so if you can take VIP control, it would be utterly devastating for this kind of a defense. However, Overt, by the sounds of things, are well and truly aware of the positioning to Fury's defense. Only one player on that A chassis toward the site. So, I mean, things that really interests me. The hold that Fury have right now, it's raising eyebrows for me.
Ooh, Prez does find Cairo, though. I was going to say this is lurk central for Overt. A lot of players just entering the building early and looking for positions where they can kind of hang out, watch rotations, and catch off any defenders. Did that nade get... I think it did get the claw, so... You don't need Thatcher when you have a guy who can go below, throw nades through the floor. The second one to follow through, make sure there's no electric claw trick. But while Overt do have now a line of sight here, they don't have an entryway and they are a man down, so it's certainly not going to be a piece of cake from here on out.
Not at all. Now, there is no one in bedroom, so should they want to try and take the VIP hallway, could be very nice elements at the moment, just waiting for that player to overextend in the slightest toward the corner side. Elements has been, okay, there we go. I was going to say has been given tiny pixels to find these players, and eventually President oversteps, and so too nearly does Quiz.
Toughy now, and Overt have set themselves up in strong positions once again. Time is ticking away, however, and the information that Fury have is also being stripped piece by piece. That deployable camera now dismantled. You can see Overt have a lot of info on where these players are, but they're going to have to step up because there's just 20 seconds left on that timer. Deptra finding the kill on no elements. This is looking pretty decent here for Fury, but the plan is going down. Lovely stick from Sawyer. The rest of the team holding this perfectly. Unbelievably played from Overt. Twent finds the trade now. Things starting to settle down. 30 seconds left here, Dev. And a phenomenal hold from Overt. That sent Fury on for the retake. It's just Ed left. This is going to be very difficult. He has to peek really, really wide to actually land those shots. There's a bit of cover on for the bomb as well. Now they know where he is below.
Oh, no.
He's got no bullets in that gun. This is such a difficult position. Surely he's got the Gon 6 and can open the hatch, add another avenue. Fury have got to play this now. They've got to stick it. Oh, no, Eddie, he's not going to have the time. This is such a risk, and that was not the play. Fury get their first round on the board with a 3-on-3 retake.
If only he had the brain of Dev Marta there. I didn't see if there was any bullets in the chamber for the Gon 6, but you're 100% right. The hatch behind him would have been the play. It would have completely isolated that player on site. What a spontaneous round there from Overt to be able to stick that defuse. And it was what we were talking about with that VIP hold. It was pivotal for Fury. The second they lost their control, it allowed Overt to send it through to Bedroom as there's no attempt. I mean, very few, it's not very often, is probably the better way to put this, that you will see players holding from Bedroom. So it is always that kind of, that game of do Overt try to stick a kit there. And the fact that they've been able to do so, I thought, that's it, that's done and dusted. But what a hold from Fury, man. What a retake in a 3 versus 3 when things are getting a little bit dire there. I mean, all hats off.
I was pretty scared for Fury, honestly. Like, there's 10 seconds left. You hear the announcer say 15 seconds to go, and Fury are just sitting there. Like, it's a 3v3. Overt are planting on site, and Fury aren't even pushing. And it does make you a little bit scared for Fury, thinking, why aren't they moving? Why aren't they trying to deny this plan? But they played the patient game, and all credit to them because it worked. Like, as soon as Overt get that diffuser down, suddenly, Sawyer's position in particular, he was the planter, he's kind of caught out. He's like, well, do I just sit on this diffuser and kind of keep it warm and try and somehow stay alive when they're going to know exactly where I am? Fury just played the time game. They worked off each other really well and managed to retake that. So credit to them. Though, you know, also credit to Overt. I got to say, like, sometimes in Siege, you see rounds where, like, one team played a lot better than the other team. That round, both teams played really well.
Yeah.
And hopefully that's a bit of a marker for what kind of a match we're going to see between these two OCL greats.
A lot of history between them, and I'm sure there's a bit of beef, no doubt, trying to fight for that final OCN spot. So it just adds more spice to this game by the minute. Twin at the moment just needs to be cautious. Was that someone trying to run out from Fury? I don't mind that whatsoever. I would just imagine it was Quiz over toward Office there that found like a tiny little opening, but Twen had already backed away throughout the corner. Overt incredibly cautious on their approach toward the site. Now, this is something we've talked about multiple times on Coastline, is about, you know, having an idea of how you're going to attack a site and really sticking to your guns. And Element and Overt have done really well on this site in particular of taking control of that first floor and then utilizing it to perfection. Kyrone only finds a second, but it's the buddy system that finds the trade, an incredibly crucial trade for that.
Credit to Fury. They are changing their playstyle somewhat, and like you said, that trade's pretty pivotal. Kyro's been quite a playmaker. He was the instrumental player on the previous Hookah attack. Edpan's really feeling that pressure. This is the big difference for Fury compared to the previous Hookah defense. Fury are taking the fight to Overt. They're not just going to let them hold these positions downstairs. They're actually going to push, and they're much more aware that Overt are going to be holding angles. So Fury aren't just going to run around and walk into those lines of sight. They're actually going to contest them.
I hear the pings coming out right now. Fury having a decent idea as to what they're going to be doing when this push finally does come in. A minute left. Lovely start for Fury. They take that man count. Edpan, who has been a phenomenal player for them, he goes down. Element starting to light up, has been taken down by Brendo. And now, it's Twent, it's Sawyer. Two players here that could do some serious damage.
Yeah, but not a lot to work with. Executing with only 2 players on this site is so difficult. And where is Deptra? Must have been downstairs. He's now got Diffuser. Bit of a loss for Twent now. Doesn't have that Diffuser. He lands one nice shot. In theory, there's enough time to make it work, but since Dep can just camp that kit, it's going to be very, very difficult for him to go and find it. Deptra is just holding from far, far away. There's a player at 90 as well. There is just no way. You can see how smart Fury are playing it. Oh my god! That was a nice read, but still, like I said, no diffuser, and surely no way Twent can get there. Oh my god, if he had looked the other way, maybe he could have got that. Jesus Christ.
That's a very close end there. Twent played that unbelievably. And I guess, you know, that comes down to your pre-placed drones from Overt. They clearly had a drone in kitchen giving that information across. And it's the small things in games like this. It's the small things that will really compound into something much, much bigger. And for Overt, the fact that they've lost these 2 rounds. I mean, look, it's not do or die by any means, but really you do want to be starting out on Coastline a 3-1 kind of, a 3-1 start on your attack would be unbelievable. And then, yeah, really from there, Dev, it is about converting. And that's been a conversation we've had this entire playoffs, or the promotion relegation playoffs, has been the fact that you have to be able to capitalize on the advantages that you've been given. Fury are doing really well right now to hold this down, but my eyes go to Overt here. They must convert the next 2 rounds.
Yeah, certainly. That round right then is the first time we've really seen Fury take charge of a round. Like, yes, Fury also won their retake, but that defense just passed. Like, Fury's aggression, their commitment to maintaining that pace of the game, keeping the round going on their terms. That was quite a breath of fresh air compared to what we've seen for the rest of the match so far. So if they can keep that up, it's certainly going to give Overt a lot to think about, especially considering now, look, we're going back to Blue Bar Sunrise, where we've seen before, but Fury are making adaptations. They've got the wall denial. Deptra's now on the Kaid, which is going to make it a lot more difficult for Overt to go with the same attack that they did last time. Previously, they looked to just breach on the sauna wall, open up an avenue for Sawyer to get in and plant. And you know, after a little bit of other busy work, that was the end goal. And now no Thatcher on the board. I mean, Overt, yes, they have Twitch, but Twitch is a far cry from what Thatcher can achieve. So we'll see. I don't know. Overall, credit to Fury. They are bringing in some really good adaptations.
Clearly have an idea as to how they want to approach this map, and I mean, it's working out so far. But don't let all this hard work be for naught. Overt, they'll know the pressure that are on their shoulders here. Last thing you really want to do is allow Fury into this series after what you've been able to achieve in OCN Stage 3 and also against them yesterday. You've got to remember, these two teams played yesterday, in which Overt ended up winning 2-0. So now, Fury. Somewhat, I mean, I would say Fury is somewhat in the driver's seat right now. The fact that they've been able to bounce back with such fashion, and it's always, for me, it's not just about the 2 rounds that they've taken, it's how they've been able to take it. I think that both rounds have been quite convincing in the way that they've retaken the site and also held on to it, especially when you look at the Billiards defense of last round. So, minute 30 off that clock, and really now we're starting to get a good idea as to what Overt are trying to achieve, but that time really is going to be an issue.
Nothing for Fury there. It's a wasted C4. See what play is now for Overt. Cairo once again getting in an aggressive position, but the opening is actually onto Elements. Ash player taken out by Deptra, who was previously in office. Once again, Fury taking charge of this match, just like you've been saying. They are looking pretty good. Unless Overt can find some vertical picks here, it's going to be very, very challenging for them to get in this game.
And it is. Twent now being given an opportunity, but Brendo makes it just outside of the scope. Really important here for Fury to be able to take these little pieces, these little wins across the map. The fact that Brendo's been able to stay alive and get away is tilting in its own right for Overt. They've had opportunities. They have not been able to capitalize yet. Look at the time. Seriously, this is not looking good for Overt.
He's got to land this shot. Karu has to win this fight. It would turn around this round.
Oh, there's a player really close in blue. The second you make your way around that rotate, he is going to be in your face, up close and personal. 15 seconds left now.
Oh,
Overt, right, they are really starting to dwindle this away. Sawyer now going to try to stick this. President is going to sit back, and that's what I was talking about. It's Quiz. He was on the vigil, undetected, unseen, and a stone-cold killer. Twent, the only player left. He's got no time, no hope, no clue. Fury with 3 rounds on the trot, and convincingly so.
That was a perfect read from you, Rob. I didn't even see it. I don't know how you managed to catch Quiz was playing right next to that default plant spot. There's a tiny little nook in that blue bar where there's kind of like a shell full of drinks and stuff, and he was just hiding right next to it, as you said, on the vigil, so he can't be droned out. Overt didn't properly check that position. They could have even got Vert on it. They had plenty of map control to catch Quiz off guard. They had like horizontal lines of sight. They could have made vertical lines of sight. That should have been a free kill and then a free plant for Overt. But no, they didn't check it, and that was the nail in the coffin. Excellently played from Fury. And like you said, they are not only in the driver's seat, they're starting to run away with this game. Like, yeah, usually a 3-3 half is nothing to write home about, but with the level of attacker-sidedness we have seen in this relegation tournament so far, the Fury to be so strong here on their defense is something to talk about.
Certainly is. And, you know, just to go into that conversation, Overt from start to finish there, that was not the same kind of vigor that we saw from them in round one, where they very easily took that top floor control. It was contested this time. Fury just put a couple of bodies there, just showed face for a little bit and then backed away. I mean, Overt really didn't have any control whatsoever until the final 40 seconds. You know, these are the small things where if Fury can continue to dwindle that time, they can continue to just chip away at them. By the way, if I say dwindle one more time, you're gonna have to hold me to a fine, Dev. I think $5 for every time I say dwindle. I've already said it 3 times this map, and this is the problem when you haven't cast.
I'll send you my bank details today. Let's go.
I haven't cast all week. You know, it's been a cold week for me. Man. So I know it's the host role that you really sit into. So I can't fall back on the crutches, and nor can Overt. Overt can't afford to allow this to happen. Tui in a very aggressive position here. Fury have really been looking for those opening engagements.
Yeah, but it's not just like, I think sometimes people will say, oh, they're just really good fraggers, whatever. No, like Fury are playing so smart. You talked about last round, Overt went for a blue take through Office instead of that Sauna take into Sunrise. That was because Fury made an adaptation, brought the Kaid, like I talked about in prep phase. Fury once again here, now going kitchen service, and they have been heavily leaning into this Vigil. They've seen that when Overt don't have as much info, when they can't take as much free map control, that's when they really struggle and start to slip up, make those mistakes. So Fury decided, okay, let's just play it way more aggro. Let's just really not let them take things for free. What a pre-fire Elements!
Oh!
He does fall into the frost mat, and somehow Fury actually win out the trades. A fantastic entry from Overt, but by God, Fury, they're very happy with that result.
Tui in a fantastic position here. He could really be the linchpin of this round, Twent. They've got the idea. They know his positioning, or at the very least, they know that there's a player across this side of the map. They know they have to be careful of that flank. And now, Tuhan just waits for the right moment, waits for the time to step out and into the light, and it just misses by literally a second, 2 seconds. But regardless, look at the time that it's burning off of the clock.
And now a difficult decision for Twent. Does he look to push, or does he try and hold position? Tui as well is now faced with that same conundrum, and it's in fact a plant attempt from Overt. Sawyer trying to force it down. Is the cover going to be adequate from Twent and Elements? It just is. Sawyer baits it. So well played from the support player. And now Fury have got to try and push to deny this plant.
Oh, a lovely trade from Tuhan in amongst the midst there. Tuhan goes massive. He clutches up for Fury, and a 4-2 half is on the agenda.
Four rounds straight for Fury on their map pick. They are looking excellent. Fantastic run of defense rounds. Puts Overt on the back foot, but now Fury have got to back it up on their attack.
They certainly do, Dev. They've been left out in the open, and it's a dangerous time. It certainly is a dangerous time at that. But what could relieve that pressure? Do you know what it could be, Dev?
I reckon if your computer was just really fast, it would put so much less weight on your shoulders.
It certainly would, and you can do that with an NVMe SSD from Samsung. They have always been a good supporter of this product throughout this year, and I tell you what, it really is built for the best squad that you could imagine. Exclamation mark SSD in Twitch chat to find out more. But seriously, Overt need to kick into drive here. They cannot let this slip. It's already looking quite detrimental to their campaign.
Oh, hello, Elements.
What?
He was looking for a drone, I think. So Fury now, they've got a good position to close this game in what has been very attack. Oh, look at this. It's a rush. It's a rush. The absolute goal from them. There's drones in there, but it was a bit of a debate all along.
Wow.
Pyro steps up that shield and opens setup, just guts Fury. And look, this may well be a toss-away round.
I think it's going to have to be. Look, Fury, go individual, see what you can get done, see if you can find a couple of kills. That nade, if it had hit the mark, would have been devastating and might have opened up an avenue for players to push in a lobby and take control. But just very quickly, what a hold from Overt. What a decision to open up those lines, to be playing from lobby, to be playing deeper. It's essentially a huge murder box from service to kitchen. It's just ridiculous. And now Fury are down 2 men. They're also really, really hamstrung in terms of their intel. You look, there's only, 2 drones that are on the board that can be moved at the moment, plus 1 in the pocket for Brendo. So they're really going to have to go large individually.
Yeah, Coastline's a map where your man advantage can really just mean so much. If you don't have it, oof, very, very tough to try and bring it back. And now Fury deciding to play slow, look for a pick here or there, but Cairo, 4K on the round!
Oh.
He gets the ace! My God, Cairo! What a bloody legend!
Tell you what. Look, you know, we were speaking before the Wildcard and the Overt game previously for that upper bracket final, and we were saying, you know, Cairo and Edpan, they've both been unbelievable for Overt. Xenox was saying that, you know, really, we look to Cairo to be that massive, impactful player. And you've seen it perfectly there. Like, literally to a T, Cairo steps up in easily the most important round for Overt. When you start out 4-2, and you're down in your attacking half, you need to start with a bang. You have to start with a statement when you go to your defense. On this map especially, that right there could be more crucial than anyone could ever imagine for this roster.
Yeah, look, a phenomenal start to Overt's defense, and perhaps setting up a defense-sided Coastline wouldn't be out of the norm in terms of Coastline overall. Just a little bit of an anomaly for the relegation so far. But Fury, look, they tried something, they tried a rush, it didn't work. Overt aren't going to be made to look silly, at least not yet. So Fury just have to reel it in. They need to admit that they don't need to cheese. Like, they shouldn't need to cheese. They should just be able to win the round by playing in it quote-unquote properly. That said, already lost 2 drones. It's quite a lot here for Coastline. A bit, I don't know, bit foolish from Fury, if I dare say, for them to try and be so ambitious with their drone spots. They tried to get one into theater early in the round. Like, of course, if it's for most bomb sites in this map, you'll have someone in there in prep phase anyway. So, yeah, hopefully Fury don't get punished too much for that poor drone usage in prep phase.
Actually, something you very rarely get to talk about. A lot of the time we see the action unfold far too quickly before we can start talking about the drone. They're only down to 5. And, well, Deptra just said, you know what, we're going to try to handicap this round a little bit, even more so than we already have. 5 drones on the board, 1 player down, and guess what? Overt haven't had to do a damn thing. They've barely even seen anyone. Like, this is...
I can't believe there's only 4 drones left. It's unbelievable. Yeah, that's not great for Fury here. This is almost looking as fruitless as their previous round when they lost 2 to the Rush really early on. And it's such a shame because they were doing so well. And now they're so close to just letting this round be evened up. That said, fights back and forth. Now it's numbers equality once again. Deptra's so close as well to taking Twent down. Maybe there is a way back in it for Fury here.
Well, especially if Twent goes. If Twent goes, that goes, like, there goes your office control. There goes your blue bars control. It looks like he's made it out just in time. Fortunate for Overt that he's decided, nah, my life is better off on site. I'm better off being another crosshair, another player that Fury have to try and deal with. Right now, they're set up in the perfect possible position. You can see there's still a player roaming around here, Edpan. Might be able to punish Fury. Remembering, only 3 drones remain. Of those 3 drones, I believe Deptra has one, Brendo has one, and then that's it. So there's only 2 movable drones at this point. Plus, I mean, if you want to add in the Flores, the Rotero drones, I forgot for a second there. But if you want to add them, then you got a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, it's something, but definitely going to have to make really good use of those Roteros here for Brendo, especially because there are so many shields and pieces of utility on the board here for Overt. It's going to be so difficult to make this execute work. That said, there is a world where they manage it. Twent's got a C4 for Plantanal as well, so what Overt really need to do here is kind of just play passive, play into their power positions, and look to deny the plant.
Nice bit of early util here. I wouldn't mind seeing Twent just the second he hears that plant go in. C4 over the top. It's got to be used perfectly, though. Timing is everything. C4 right in front of Deptra. He would have heard it land as well. Tuhan goes down at the hands of Twent, and Brendo will be short to follow. Overt have bounced back in the first 2 opening rounds on their defense.
And after we praised Fury for 4 rounds in a row and a strong lead on their defense, it's now even. Once again, Overt have found 2 defenses of their own, and Fury's struggling to find even a single attack round so far. Now they're going to take their tactical pause, and let's be honest, like, they need to. There is no better time to take it than right now. Fury need to get back on the board, retake that lead. Of course, only 2 rounds off of match point, which realistically seems so achievable for them, but they need to start to tighten up these attacks.
Absolutely must. You know, I was thinking, I'm like, what? You know, like, could it possibly be the Lion and the Ying band that have, like, really put a hindrance on both of these teams attacking-wise? But I just, like, Lion, sure. Lion is a band that we see all too often on Coastline, and for good reason. Obviously, you're going to be roaming a hell of a lot on that defense, and playing into that Lion band is incredible. But the Ying band, like, I can't even conjure up as to why we've seen such a vast contrast, and not only what we generally see in Coastline in Australia, but more so what we've seen this weekend, which has just been attack after attack after attack.
It definitely looks like both of these teams are less familiar and less comfortable on their attack. Like, obviously for Fury, it's pretty clear, right? That previous round, they lost so many drones early on and team killed. The round before that, they went for a rush. Like, a rush is kind of like you throw your cards up in the air and you just, you know, you go all in. You don't really look at them. You don't really play the numbers game. You just kind of hope it. Like, sometimes, yeah, you can calculate to identify if a rush is a good play. Don't think it was in that case of Fury. But for Overt as well, like, we saw them lacking a bit on their attacks. I don't want to say there's only one right way to do things, but Overt really would have made their life a lot easier had they brought the Thatcher. Funnily enough, neither team bringing the Thatcher, and both the teams are using that Kaid a lot.
Yeah.
So maybe that's something that Fury will struggle with. I guess we'll see this round, of course, because as we talked about when Overt were attacking onto this Penthouse Theatre side, that VIP wall is everything.
Yeah, it's so important. The control, like, not only the wall, but, like, just the entire control of VIP. If you're extending across, which, I mean, you can't afford not to. When you're playing a site like Penthouse, you do need to be putting pressure on other places so that Fury can't just swarm the site, turtle you in, and then essentially just mop up, for lack of a better term there. So VIP control is so important. That first minute and a half, that game of to and fro, ensuring that there is no free access, is so vitally important. You saw how Overt were able to get in on site and plant, not purely because of that control.
My God.
That is probably one of the more unlucky things I've seen. What a shot from Tui, though.
Yeah, look, good start for Fury, and it's funny that may well spiral. That may well lead to an avalanche here. What's really great here for Quiz is he's got this vertical potential now. Playing downstairs, especially when there's a mirror on the board, is huge. Sawyer may well lose his head. Quiz saw him for a second. Oh no, Sawyer! You can't repeat that, mate. Quiz is just waiting for it. He might find another with the nade here. See you later, Cairo! And look, the rain is starting to pour down on Overt. Fury looks like they might find their first attack.
Here I am saying VIP, 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 and all the kills have come anywhere, but there's no control in there at the moment. Literally, oh my word. Quiz, that is gnarly, but what a round from Fury, man.
Yeah, look, when you get numbers advantage, it does spiral. It really does, and a lot of things went right there for Fury. Just a lot of little isolated incidents. Gotta say, that downstairs control was huge for the Sledge player Quiz. Not only finding that early pick onto Sawyer through that line of sight that was open up. That, by the way, that was through the pantry wall and then through the hatch and then through that doorway between Theater and Penthouse. So, look, that's an angle that was opened by the defense to hold that, and look, the attack took full advantage of it. Bit unfortunate there for Sawyer, but then for Quiz to double down with the nade through the floor as well. Like, good game sense, good knowledge that that's where the mirror is and where the common spot is to stand. But yeah, I mean, it just, Overt got wiped, simple as that.
Yeah, they did.
Attackers have located a bomb.
And now, like, Kitchen really need to see Overt stand up here. You know, as unfortunate as certain factors of that round were, it doesn't matter. Fury, they'll take the round regardless. Only one away from match point, which also will just force Overt into a position where they're going to claw back OT on their defense as well. Now, I'd love to... I actually don't know what side they're starting when we, if we were to get to...
it is Fury starting attack in overtime.
Okay, there you go. So, realistically, Fury are in...
more pressure, hey?
Yeah. I mean, they're in the best possible position to close this out if we were thinking about a traditional term of Coastline. But right now, I just don't know. I don't even know what we saw from Overt the first 2 rounds, whether that was just Fury leaning into a weaker attack or whether it was Overt actually just, you know, 5-heading all of the plays that ended up eventuating. But regardless, got to step up here. The final 2 rounds, 3 rounds to play.
Yeah, question is this early engagement, right? Like, it has been so impactful in determining the outcome of a round. That is a lovely nade. Twent almost loses his life for it. A bit of challenge from Cairo as well, who since having that ace has been fairly quiet in the server. Quiz been quite instrumental in his lurks, in his vertical game, his nades. Let's see if Overt can hold him a little bit longer. Of course, still retaining a lot of map control here on this Kitchen defense, extending vertically as well as horizontally. Fury need to start taking some map control.
This was something we saw Overt lack in the 3rd round, where they weren't able to take that meaningful control on Coastline, which is just so important. You can't afford to allow defense that free roam, that free ability to just manipulate the map as you need to. They do. But knowing is one thing, executing is completely different altogether. Quiz is going to have to do so here.
Yep. May well land this shot. It would be big, and he does get Cairo, who's been just so cold since getting that ace. A double for Quiz. A huge play, and this is the backbone of Overt's defense. This deployable shield, watching the holes in the B bomb site service. Sawyer caught on the wrong end of the defensive setup. Now Fury have so much going for them, and this is going to be absolute hell in a cell for Overt.
Overt need to pull out all the stops here. Whatever they can get done, they have to find the opening picks. They cannot I mean, there was no way they could afford to lose a single player, and they've lost all of them.
God.
A flawless round for Fury. They go to map point.
An excellent comeback here for Fury. That's 2 flawless rounds in a row. And like you said, match point here on their map pick. Overt are going to have to dig deep on their defense. They've only managed 2 rounds so far. And while they were fairly dominant, you got to lay most of the blame for those rounds on Fury. Fury really struggled at the start of their attacks. Don't know what it was. We've got team kills, you know, sacrificing drones for no gain.
Yep.
Failed rushes. And since then, they've said, all right, guys, let's tighten it up. We had 2 shocking attacks from Fury and then 2 flawless attacks from Fury. What's next? Who knows?
Next is overtime, surely. Next is overtime. Has to be. Be a fitting way for this one, but I just don't see it happening. Fury, from about round 3, have looked to really be in that driver's seat. And I think they're drilling it home right now, showing that they deserve to be here. And that OCN spot is not freely taken for Overt. I know a lot of the conversation is talking around the fact that Fury couldn't afford to drop Coastline because Oregon, I mean, we're not going to say it's a done deal for Overt, but Oregon is a strong map for them. But then Clubhouse to end it on, we know how good Overt are there. So Fury, their backs are up against the wall. They've played phenomenally on Coastline right now. They are seriously taking Overt to town. They've got to close out. They cannot afford any mistakes now.
Be a huge confidence booster for Fury if they can win this map 1, and it does make you wonder, Overt, if they lose this map, that would have been 3 maps of Siege they've played today, not counting any warm-up scrims they might have done, but 3 official games that they have played and lost. Got to be a bit gutting. Yeah, we've seen flashes of greatness from them, but this game goes swings and roundabouts when it comes to how you're feeling, your confidence, your mental. And if Overt get rattled, they might miss out on OCN next year. That would be unthinkable after managing top 4 in Stage 3.
Oh.
And it looks like inevitable that Fury is going to do well here.
Edpan's had a bit of a quiet game. I hate to just look at the KD and say, oh, quiet game, but seriously, it's been incredibly hard to keep up with both Edpan and Sawyer's ability. That it feels like they've just been shut down at the opening starts of pretty much any round that has had impact for Fury. Elements now, he's got 2 players to deal with just on the other side of the breach. It doesn't look like they're going to push him just yet. They're playing for that intel. They're being methodical with it, but there's only one drone left. What's going on?
Actually coming for a flank here. Oh, he's going to get the pick onto Tuhan. That's a big play, but Elements loses his own one against President. Now Edpan, really a lot of weight placed on his shoulders. Like you said, effectively no drones left for Fury. Very little information gathering ability. But Edpan, he's in such a sneaky position. He knows he's got the diffuser right at his fingertips as well. That's the last drone Fury have got.
Edpan! Oh, Edpan!
What is that? The madman finds 3 kills in the bathroom, washes Fury clean.
What a play from Edpan. We called upon him, and boy, did he step up in a massive way. Brendo now, will that nade do enough damage to Edpan? It should do. There we go. Down to the grave he goes, 6 foot under. Deptra, Brendo, 2 versus 2 here for the map.
Kara's already low. May well be 1 bullet from either of the Fury players to take him down. So a lot of pressure on these 2 Overt players as they try and stave off the match point and the end of this map. Still util in hand for Deptra, and a real opportunity here for Fury to take it. That C4 is an air ball, and now it's going to come down to Cairo. He doesn't get it done. Deptra with the double. Good half. Fury have taken their map pick.
Really well played there from Fury. Stepping up when it matters. The occasion called, and so many of their players have answered. You look to Tuhan, you look to Deptra. President, a sigh of relief, no doubt about it. That is the start we needed to see. That is the kind of dominance and the kind of statement that you need to make in a lower bracket where it's do or die.
Fury are looking for revenge. They didn't get a single map against Overt yesterday and were sent down into this lower bracket. If they can get that revenge here and say that they are in fact the better team, all our doubts would be set aside and Fury would be playing in OCN next year. Yep. Overt, not so. Unbelievable. A fantastic game from Fury to kick off the series, and it certainly puts into question Overt. Are they feeling rattled after losing 3 matches in a row now? I've got to say, bit of a scary moment for them.
It would have to be. There's no doubt about it. I mean, look, we can take away the mental state of the game in terms of what they were able to achieve or not achieve against Wildcard, but certainly so. Fury have made a huge statement here. They have shown us that they deserve that OCN spot, and now Overt, they have the rivalry there. They have the history. They've got to step up to it now. We're going to go to the wonderful desk that has, of course, Xenox, I believe it is, as the host, and, of course, Blue and Cthulhu.
So, Fury take their map pick, boys. We kind of expected that they were going to be able to get Coastline under their belt. They needed it, in fact, as many of you two were both saying, of course, if we were to go to a third map of our favorite. But Panda, is there reason to celebrate just yet, or is it just job done? Let's get the next one.
I mean, okay, so as much as I want to jump out of my chair and say, oh my god, this is Fury that we saw in the grand finals, they are hitting their form, I don't want them getting ahead of themselves. We've seen what happens when teams, especially in this best-of-3 format, get ahead of themselves. There is an entire possibility where Overt reverse sweep this. and they close out the day and reclaim their spot. But Fury, they are hitting form. They are hitting the form that we saw in that grand finals. This is what we know they're capable of. They've gotten out of their head. They're back in it with a real chance. Tuhan and Quiz popping off in a way that I never expected, with Deptra still carrying on that form. Everything is looking good for them.
Cthulhu, do we worry if we're Overt? Do we worry yet? It's only one map, and it was the map pick of Fury, but still, you're down 1-0. Now you've got to win 2 maps in a row.
Look, I would say yes, we do have to start worrying for Overt, because like Dev just mentioned before, right before transferred over to us, they must be feeling rattled. Like 3 maps in a row, especially after what happened on Chalet, that was a heartbreak and a half. And given that this happened like the way it did and Fury kind of finally woken up, Oregon is going to be scary for Overt, and it's definitely going to go down to just how well can they keep their composure.
It wasn't a total beating though, Panda. It's not as if it was like a 7-2, 7-3 kind of scoreline, despite the fact that it was the map pick of Fury. Even 7-4 scoreline, this could have easily gone to say like a 7-5. As we know, in the upper bracket semi-finals, Overt won all of their games 7-4. But this map in particular, Coastline, it was Fury's to win. Had they lost it, we would have been sitting here saying it's probably over. It's probably done. Next map, Overt should be able to get the job done. Yet, of course, now Fury have done the job. Overt now need to reset mentally, though, don't they? And they need to go into this next map expecting to basically do the exact same thing that Fury has just done on Coastline.
Yeah, I mean, they're going onto a map which favours their playstyle. They've been open about the fact that they like the strategic maps. They like the structure. They've gone from that freeform Coastline. They're now heading over to Oregon, which is where they have historically thrived. They have had some amazing results on this map. As much as, yes, you know, I want to feel proud Fury have gone and done what they've just done.
Yeah.
There is a lot that Overt can do coming to this map to shut down their key players. They can shut down Quiz. They can shut down Tuhan. Deptra, I don't know what you need to do to shut him down. I don't know what the hell is fueling this guy, but he is having an amazing series, an amazing tournament so far. But whatever they do, they need to shut him down as well.
Yeah. Cthulhu, do you think that Fury ride this momentum now into Oregon and make this a 2-0 and book their spot into OCN?
I definitely think so, honestly.
Really?
Because on the side of Fury, okay, think of it this way. Fury, during the Stage 3, only once shown Oregon. And that was in Week 3 when they were still just only forming and going through all the jitters of the new roster where they had a 7-5 victory over F5. Now going into this, you have Quiz and Tuhan, who are finally awoken. I don't know what they had, what kind of breakfast, but I need some of that as well. And on top of it all, Brendo finally performing. Deptra is off the hook, and you combine all of that against Overt, who are currently going through either tilt or fatigue or a bit of both, really. Oregon has to be a bit of still a scary prospect. Like, I'm in this very case, I am backing Fury on Oregon because of the fact that Fury didn't really show a lot of Oregon, and they could have kept on essentially practicing it essentially off streams and in the off season. So it's still very much their game that they could wrap up in the 2-0 IMO.
I guess we'll simplify it a little bit, gentlemen, and we'll say that whoever wins Oregon probably goes to OCN, because if Fury would do win it, they obviously go to OCN, and if Overt can win it, well then Clubhouse is a favoured map for them. We'll go to a short break when we come back. Oregon on the other side. Fury are just one map away from the Oceanic Nationals in 2022. For Overt, well, they are one map away from Doomsday. They must now win both Oregon and Clubhouse if they are to return to OCN for next year. It's do or die. Fortunately, though, Panda, this is their map pick here on Oregon.
Yeah, look, it's a map that they've made a name for themselves in this competition. So Overt, I mean, you got to trust that they stick to their guns, they play their siege, and realistically, if that's the case, they should come up big. Look, I'm not saying that Fury won't give them a run for their money. They will, 100%. I think we see another overtime on the cards here. But I think, yeah, just the understanding, the depth of knowledge, the ability to play it is firmly in Overt's court.
Cthulhu for Fury, they'll be riding that momentum. They'll be obviously gunning for this next map, knowing that Clubhouse is around the corner, that they won't probably want to play against. Overt, you're still backing in your Fury 2-0?
Yeah, I'm still thinking that 2-0 could still very much happen, given the fact that, yeah, look, Fury can be a very momentum-based team, especially off their hype, off their dub. Yes, they need to still make sure that they watch out for their, cheekiness and being overly confident. But with the way how Tuhan Enku has shown us how they performed on Coastline, I think I might be just the believer for Fury's run.
Right, very quickly, Blue, what's your predictions for this Oregon map?
I think I still have to back Overt. It is a map they've just absolutely shone on. Fury have played it once this stage. Yeah, it was a win, but I don't think that's enough to say that I reckon they'll take. I think Overt take it. It goes 7-5, if not the full length of overtime, and then we go to Clubhouse.
I'm going to flip-flop, as I usually do. I think Fury are actually going to get the job done, maybe shocking some of the OCN talent. Speaking of which, are waiting in the wings. We'll throw it back to them. It's Manic, it's Dan.
Thank you very much for that, Xenox. And look, I guess at this point, we wouldn't really disagree with them, would we? Fury are looking the goods, and Overt, I mean, there's a bit left to be desired here.
Look, there is a lot left to be desired here. That game that we saw just before on Coastline could well have been a 7-2 in favor of Fury had they not had a couple of real questionable rounds. Overt have got to bounce back. Absolutely no two ways about it. This is their map pick. This is Oregon. This is where they beat the Chiefs in OCN. But Fury have played it yesterday and beat Big Dogs, so we know that this could be a all-competitive match. Overt have not got to let it get to them that they've just lost 3 maps today. They've got to bounce back and win 2 to qualify for OCN next year.
That's it. 0% success rate when it counts. Overt, they need to bounce back here. They have to prove to us and everyone at home that OCN spot is theirs. Otherwise, Fury will be running away with it for 2022. Let's get underway here. Oregon, the bands will come out from Fury first as they start on the defense.
Of course, Fury would have been able to choose starting on defense as this is Overt's map pick. Once again, that Yingban coming through. We've seen, I think it's mostly Cairo who plays it. It does get bounced around from Overt, but Fury clearly don't want to deal with that. I think that's a good maneuver. Overt do really flourish in the chaos of those executes. Thatcher also now banned out by Overt. Not that we saw it played at all on map number 1, but of course a very different beast here on Oregon. Likely to see a lot of Maverick play. I'm very interested to see what comes out in the defense, though. I feel like there's a lot of mobility here for either team to really throw something out there. I want to see where the mirror sticks on through because it did on Coastline, though we only saw it for 1 round. Thunderbird! Wow. Okay, I was wondering why Overt took so long thinking about it. They just want to deny that. Thunderbird, very odd. Thunderbird was only picked twice by Fury on Coastline. Is it just the gun? Do they just want to, I don't know, man. That's so confusing.
You're the one that's meant to have the answers there.
I wish I did. I really wish I did.
Yeah, I am the Jon Snow when it comes to why players are going to start banning certain operators that maybe we don't see a hell of a lot of. Thunderbird is a very unique pick in its own right, and look, for whatever reason it is, don't mind it from Overt. If that's something Fury has been leaning into, shake things up a little bit, make it a little bit more difficult, a little bit more awkward. I'm just looking back to our Coastline game that our wonderful Dev Marta filled out the stat tracker for, and we saw it twice there. So, yes, a good 33% of the rounds might hinder them for, but yeah, I'm spitballing there. We're actually going to go to dining first. So not only is it the site that's least played in terms of that tertiary site in terms of meeting or dining, but it's also a very strange way to kickstart our game here.
I mean, I like it. The way that I think about it is like you've got to play all the bomb sites anyway if you want to come away with a better than 3-3 half. So, look, go for it, man. Like, try your tertiary site first up. Try it a little bit different, especially like kitchen and dining's really fallen out of meta to be the least pick site. Most teams will go kitchen meeting instead of it these days. So I rate it. Like, it's going to force Overt to think a little bit more on the fly and maybe change the way that they do things. On top of that, you know, Fury, try something a little bit different, extending upstairs. Already a lot of utility placed here in dorms. You can see Tuhan placing that Aruni gate upstairs as well. Oh, wow. Open hold here on this main wall.
Wow.
And a pre-placed C4 for Brendo as well. Very curious here from Overt. Let's see if Overt fall into that trap.
This is a really unique setup. So you've got the double wall of showers reinforced. You've got the double wall of game reinforced with a Vulcan shield facing toward the trophy single door. You've also got, as you said, that. Where's that come from? Tui, where has that come from?
I think that was the kid's window.
Oh, God.
And was Sawyer actually in tower, or was he just repelling outside? I'm not entirely sure, but huge pick there. That's one of the main hard breaches, and you can see Twents used most of his hard breach already as well. A pick untraded as well, so Fury going to be very comfortable holding on here.
Defense is up. Detra now going to be playing on the long line from White Stairs, opening up just an additional little line of sight that will allow him to essentially peek for the headshot and the headshot only. I mean, this is a unique hold from something that I haven't really seen so far. Fury, if they're able to stick this, if they're able to keep that kind of pressure on Overt, this could be devastating. What a lovely shot from Twent, and immediately takes control of Pits.
And Tui, he doesn't get one, but he does get downed. They won't know that they've gotten him, and they won't necessarily know. Okay, Edpan now aware. Oh, Edpan's going to try and finish him off. He's going to be able to get it in time. He does not. Oh my God, really respect the grind there from the man. He gave it his best. That laser's bit, well, Twitch has been buffed. It's no longer a taser, it's now a laser, and I believe it does 5 damage. But obviously that's still, in theory, 4 shots to a downed person, depending on whether they've lost any HP while down. So couldn't quite get it done.
Pyro, that's a gorgeous nade. Oh my word. Doesn't catch the mark anywhere near enough as what I thought it was going to. Quiz, in the meantime, has been able to take down Edpan. No more impact for one of the biggest players for Overt now. Elements, Cairo, Twent. They now have to stand strong.
Yeah, and Cairo's been caught out by Tuhan, who's had an absolute ripper of a round. Triple kill for him. Last one left is Elements, no diffuser. They know where he is, and President through the vertical holes. Fury on their tertiary site. They are bringing the fire here. Overt cannot keep up.
Tertiary site, like, completely aside there. What a hold that was, Dev. I mean, you know, like, we always will see the extension above. You 100% have to be putting pressure toward kids' dorms and essentially into trophy. If you allow them to just get all that vertical control across from, let's say, trophy, that's devastating for any hold that you have on site, which generally you have a player in kitchen, you'll have a player in towards security, and a player that sits either dining, showers, or anywhere in between. But they had extended all the way across into games. They had the Vulcan shield to support them, the double wall reinforced, and Overt just played into it as if it was scripted for Fury to be able to take that kind of control, to do that kind of damage. And it even makes matters worse when Quiz gets an opening pick the way he did. I don't know whether Sawyer was repelling. I don't know whether Sawyer was just trying to run around the outside of the building. But regardless, it is just a monstrous pick and a huge misstep here for Overt on their first attack. But regardless, we move down to the basement now, dust ourselves off, get back on the saddle, and we're ready to rumble.
And Fury have really dictated the pace of this match from the get-go, basically. There's only been a couple of rounds where it looks like Overt have kind of been making Fury play their game. For the most part, it has been the polar opposite. Astonishing the difference between yesterday's match and today's game, right?
Yeah.
And you've got to say, I mean, we talked about it a little bit before, but Overt Lost 2 games in a row, 2 maps to Wildcard. Now they've lost 1 more to Fury. That's a hell of a mental toll. Overt haven't really had to play this many official games in one day for quite some time. And, well, I believe the last time they did, it was Overt versus Rhythm and then Chiefs. And, of course, they couldn't hack it against Chiefs in that second game. Now, could they?
No. They certainly couldn't. Poor order for them, nonetheless, but let's look for Overt now. They've taken the top floor control. They've started to clear things out now. Nice vertical line will be held all the way down into the laundry stairs, so the rotate for Fury will essentially be cut off should that player decide to sit there. But it doesn't look like Fury are going to be playing any kind of nonsense on that roam. A very hard hold here. A turtle on site will ensure that Overt need to get a move on. They can't really afford to lose a lot of time here when they decide to go. It does look like, essentially, a fair bit of presence is going to be placed in a spread manner across the map. Nowhere in particular is going to have more than 2 players.
Look at this aggressive play from Tui. Surely it gets punished. It might not. He doesn't find the C4 kill, but he very nearly did. He actually played that really well. That's a great example of an aggressive play from Tuhan, where he read as soon as it was the wrong moment and he fell back. Quiz almost lost his life there. Edpan didn't commit to the peak. Fury had so much confidence, so much aggression in the way that they're playing. Overt have to think twice before they take any step.
This is the kind of confidence you'd want to see from Fury. It's not your map pick. You need to be doing things to ensure that Overt are uncomfortable. Don't want to allow them any sort of ability to maneuver around Oregon. Now, what I find really interesting is there's no one out by barrels. There's no one out by blue. There's no pressure coming in from that side. Quiz is going to be allowed to play on elbow for the longest time. Overt are looking pretty scrambled right now.
Now, elbow is reinforced, which is very strange. Does mean that Quiz can't escape, but Overt aren't putting a lot of pressure on him regardless. Finally, Tuhan does go down. You can see Overt are pushing everywhere at once. Now Freezer control in their corner. Quiz hoping to find Sawyer, but Sawyer may well get the better of him. A great quick peek. Quiz goes down. 20 seconds left now for Fury to hold on.
Hope they don't think that elbow's free, because it certainly isn't. One smoke bait left for President, as now Deptra finds a kill, trying to hold the long line. Edpan and the rest of Overt collapse on site, and Fury cannot hold.
Good attack from Overt in the dying moments of that round. They rotated and they figured out exactly how to crack into that egg. Bit hard to see, honestly. Bit hard to say exactly how Overt decided to deal with that, but not hammering too much into one thing, not getting too laser focused. But there are, in theory, like 4 different ways that you can get onto that bomb site, right? There's freezer, laundry, outside of blue, and the rear stairs. And Overt made sure that they put pressure on every single side, and it really divided Fury's attention. So credit to them. And then sometimes it does come down to winning one, sometimes it does come down to just having some good info. And that's pretty much what happened from Overt. Without really like analyzing every single moment exactly, it's tough to dig deeper than that. But overall, just really good macro from Overt. And now they tie this up.
It is one of the sites that we look at and we talk about so often, and obviously Oregon has seen so much play over the last year. The teams are becoming very diligent in their approach to basement, which used to be just a stronghold for the defense. It was almost assured that you would get 2 defensive rounds per half as long as you were able to go to basement. And now that's completely changed. And I think that it's due to the fact that there are just so many different avenues to attack. You know, when we started watching Oregon attacks back in, the start of 2021 in January, things were looking a little bit here and there, because it was all about the blue take. It was all about that elbow press. And since then, things have drastically changed. Things have really started to spice up in terms of the laundry takes, the front side pressure that you take, the ability that you can to cut off rotations from freezer. Things have really opened up. And I think that that right there is the perfect example for Overt. They don't put all their cookies into one jar. They keep themselves preoccupied on all different fronts, so that Fury just don't have time to really play around with. And eventually, Overt have been able to convert that. Now, we need to see if they're able to run it back here.
Couple of changes here for Fury. We've got the Vigil. It does mean that Quiz is going to try and make a bit of a roam work. Oh, man. You can see that Sawyer's playing this really well. He would have the info thanks to the sound cue. Now he's just cutting off this rotation. Quiz could still potentially sprint past. Quite a heavy roam now here from Fury. 3 players, and Deptra needs to be very, very careful. Overt could well find some of these rotating defenders, but for now they're not going to walk into any of these lines of sight. As info has been gathered by Overt, they just have to take a move here and start to really pressure these roamers.
Very interesting hold from Fury. Not by any means a do or die just yet, but if Edpan can find a kill, Fury's chances in this dwindle drastically. Split now under the control. Love that from Tui. They never expected him there. Deptra's found one in the meantime. Overt have crumbled here, trying to flush this flank out, trying to flush this roam out. But a small moment here. It hangs in the balance. What can Overt get done in the next 30 seconds that might set them up for success?
Hard to say, really, but for Fury, an excellent hold. The Electric Claw on that meeting hatch was instrumental in forcing Overt to go for a really bad play to try and clear that position out. And so credit to Fury for setting that up. Thank you, Mandy, for showing us that one. Now Fury can just sit tight, numbers advantage on site and chill out. Yes, they lost Deptra, but doesn't really matter. Overt are the ones now with only 3 players to try and scrounge something together. An opening pick, though, could open this up for Overt.
I really like this. I really like this from Overt. They get aggressive early on. They find that man advantage. They dwindle it down here for Fury. It's a $5 fine for me. 30 seconds left here. And now Overt have their in, but they don't have anywhere they can really move to. Everywhere is held off from Fury.
Oh, wow. Pyro's actually going to send it blue. A full rotate, but in Harry Potter from down under here rises. Quiz with the double Fury. Lock it in. Overt sent packing, and that is another fantastic round for Fury, taking the lead here on map 2.
I thought Overt had done quite well, in all honesty. I thought that the way that they set themselves up there was, you know, I'm not going to say phenomenal, but they were able to find that man advantage and just completely rip it away from Fury. Then they had 30 seconds to try to utilize that to find those trades. But Quiz, man, Quiz steps up massively, not only from Harry Potter, but on the Vigil as well. Impossible to try and get that intel so late into the round. That is a gorgeous execute to finish out for Fury. And what a round. I mean, I'm impressed from their first to their third round. They're showing us innovation.
And now in their 4th round, they're actually going to go straight back to Kitchen Dining where they started this map off. And it does make me wonder, is this actually, is this not their tertiary site? Is this actually their secondary site and dorms which is not going to be seen, perhaps?
Maybe they're baiting them. Maybe they are baiting them. But it's time to take a little moment aside here to give our love, our much needed love, to the wonderful sponsors that we have on board in Livin. Of course, they are a mental health organization dedicated to breaking down the stigma around mental health. It's quite an important thing in the gaming industry, there's no doubt about it. You could point to pretty much any direction and we all know that, you know, this is something that kind of riddles throughout us, and it's important that we do speak to each other. It's important that we look for help when it's there. Now, if you do want to support them, go across, follow them on social media, and of course you can wear their merch like us. If you type !Livin, that's !Livin in the Twitch chat, it'll take you to their store where of course you can go find out more, but buy some merch. OCN 15 for 15% at the checkout.
Love that.
We do. We love good 15% off here.
We do. Now Overt are going to try and tighten these attacks up a little bit because of course on the backside of this game, it's going to be very difficult for them to pull through, considering that they're a map down. Like, they're so close to being eliminated from OCN. Astounding to think Overt may well be playing in OCL next year once again. After such a phenomenal Stage 3 debut in OCN, no one questioned whether they deserved their spot, but they might lose it anyway. Now Overt have done some great work here, taking control on this top floor, looking much more organized, much more methodical, really putting the pressure on that poor player inside of kids' dorms.
Pyro finds a crucial kill there. Tui going down. Tuan has been quite impressive here for Fury. And now, with the man disadvantage, we see how Fury adapt to this, and it doesn't look like they're going to play aggressive necessarily. They're going to hold on to what they know and hold on to hope as that minute 30 now ticks over. Overt can't afford to waste too much time here on this second floor.
Yeah, because the thing is, a lot of teams, when they actually go for their execute, will go through small tower and then execute into dining, but Overt are actually running out of time to do that now. It looks like they might actually go through the kitchen single door, which is going to be so difficult. Now, Quiz has actually snuck back onto kitchen, despite vertical control being for Overt. They really need to punish that. Oh, no, elements.
Oh, Deptra, this is huge. Deptra finds a free kill here. This is just devastating. He doesn't even need to. President will find the kill on the long line from dining, and now Overt are crumbling at the pressure. They've got no in. They've got no way around this hold from Fury. They have to try and send it through this single door. Sawyer, though, finds a kill on the back to President. 40 seconds left.
Yeah, but there's still no in here for Overt. They need an actual breach so that they can enter. Looks like Twent's got the fuser on the door, but, I mean, that's just not going to work. There are way too many lines of sight to cross, and Quiz takes him down. Edpan for the refrag. 2-on-2 now with just over 20 seconds to go. Desperation for Overt.
Certainly is. Brendo with the perfect repositioning down the bottom of wide. Edpan finds the trade. 15 seconds, and Deptra gets on the dining table to shut him down. Fury are showing up here on Oregon.
A round that could well have been Overt's. Fury claw back. And it is looking very, very scary for Overt. Fury, they lost to him yesterday, and here they are ready to play. Looking to steal their OCN slot away and send them back down into the Challenger League. Unbelievable. Overt really need to step it up now. A 3-3 half might be enough to get them across the line on this map, at which point they would still need to win on map number 3. This is desperation for Overt. They have been fighting tooth and nail, but Fury have been the better team all day long.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many
All I've got in my head now is that song, you know, the Desperado. Sitting in a money color.
Careful, mate. You're going to get us DMCA'd.
I didn't sing over 5 seconds. I'm sorry. I know. Honestly, like, people mistaking me for, I don't know who the singer of that is, but I was just going to say Pitbull, honestly, but yeah, no, that's fine. Moving forward now, Fury are going to show and flex their meeting defense. Man, this versatility from Fury has been unbelievable. From literally every single round, they have approached it in a different manner altogether. I'm really liking what I'm seeing from Fury here, and they have convinced me right now. I mean, I'm my tongue at this, but they may well be the team that push on here in a 2-0 fashion. They are really impressing right now.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I think that Fury have been watching a lot of Guz and Xenox's casts. Guz and Xenox love to say that on Oregon, Dorms is the linchpin bomb site. I think Fury have heard that and said, well, why don't we just not go there? Why don't we just never actually go there? They went Kitchen as their primary bomb site, Laundry as their secondary, back to Kitchen again, and now Meeting.
Yep.
Like, we've been to every single bomb site except Dorms.
Not very often you see that. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen a defense that haven't visited Dorms at least once. And the problem is, after this round, Basement will be back open, which I have no doubt they'll want to utilize. What a snap from Cairo. Oh, that was sharp. Oh,
second as well, Cairo. He stepped up hugely with an ace on Coastline. It wasn't enough there. He's finally going positive here on Oregon. And a lot of work to be done here for Overt. But Fury, in that numbers disadvantage, no doubt they will look to play aggressive off the back of it. So if Overt just dig their heels in and play passively, make sure they're ready to punish, they should be in a strong position. Cairo may be on for a third here. But he's low HP. Tui gets the better of him with a nice QE peek. Finished off with a headshot, jumping outside. He gets a lot of damage down onto Twent, but fortunately for Overt, they eventually punish him, put him down. Just 2 players left for Fury.
That was so cheeky from Tui. I love that. You go aggressive, you find the kill on the Cairo, and you know you're stuck. You know you're caught between a rock and a hard place. See what you can get done. Try and impress. Dress to impress. And honestly, If he finds a kill there, that is more than his job done. However, 2 versus 4 now. A little bit unfortunate for Fury here that Cairo has just absolutely ripped through their first line of defense. They can still hold on, but it just doesn't seem doable. This is a meeting defense after all, but there is 50 seconds left on that board, and the more that Overt wait, the more they stall out here, the more dangerous this becomes.
Look, Overt do have a couple of drones left, but they really need to get them working. You can see that mute jammer stalling out elements a little bit. President is a real linchpin here for Fury. He's got that shotgun, the FO12, and there's no way he's looking to lose a fight here in server. But Overt have numbers advantage. Oh, Brendo finds one. 2-on-3 now. Very, very winnable for Fury.
Not like this. Not with an ally with the shotgun that will mince through anyone. The flank from Brendo, it's going to come in a little bit too little too late. However, if he can find the timing on this, he might be able to deny the plan. This could be monstrous. Brendo, he's going to make his way around the corner, the rotate hole. He decides the other side. He'll find the kill on the elements. It's not over just yet. C4, it's the sound audio that tries to bait out Twent, but it won't work. A lovely take from Overt in the end, but a nice attempt from Brendo, all things considered.
It goes to show with the way these teams are playing how impactful that opening kill can be. Cairo found 2 off the cuff, and while there was a trade back, Overt just played slow and steady. Insane that they managed to win the 1v1. I think it was Edpan winning the 1v1 onto President with the shotgun. President probably should have gone 1-for-1 there, and unfortunately, not doing so may well have lost them the round. Like, if that was Brendo retaking in a 1v2, he probably wins it. Honestly, I would back him. If it's a 1v1, he absolutely wins it.
Yeah.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Oh, I thought that FO12 was just going to mince the players coming through security then. I'm so disappointed.
Credit to Edpan. He ripped through that player.
Yeah.
And that was definitely one of the most decisive moments of that round for Overt. That and Kairo's 2K, that probably put it in the bag for Overt.
What was crazy is 2 players went through to security as well. So the fact that, I mean, Vedpan doesn't find that kill there, that could be 2 off the board for Overt, and that could be a 4th round on the board for Fury, which would just be utterly insane. But here we go. We could be looking at a 4-2 first half here for Fury. Now, granted, Oregon is, I mean, I'm not even going to say it's defender-sided anymore, but it still is more comfortable for the defense. Overt have a mountain to climb. They need to find this round to give themselves that space, the room to make a mistake on their own defense, and it not to completely derail all their attempts moving forward. There's no rotate hold on Aldo. That's weird.
Yeah, it's similar to what Fury did last time. They just double reared it.
That's wild. It's just soft.
Their preference, I guess they haven't decided exactly how they're going to play it as of yet. I don't know, maybe Prez just prioritizing.
Yes.
I mean, maybe Prez is prioritizing being on cams for now instead of actually making that rotate. Maybe he's just legit forgotten. Who knows?
Yeah. That's wild.
Look, the big thing for Overt here, finally getting that second attack round. What really is pivotal for them is just getting back on that horse, right? Mental game. Let's see if Deptra can find one. Surely Elements wins it. There you go. More and more confidence here for Overt.
Yeah, and look at this. They're just going to send it in. Edpan's going to be the spearhead once again, trying to find the kill, but he gets taken down. Now Brendo can step up, but he's shut down immediately. It's just trade after trade here. It's not bowing too favorably for either side. There's a flank coming in from the top of White. Sorry, not from the top of White, from the top of Laundry Stairs. It was Quiz again on the Vigil. Time and time again, this Vigil for Fury is paying dividends. Quiz runs away with his life, and Overt are left scrambling.
Surely that's got to be it here for Overt. There's a lot of time, but I mean, that nade is actually just going to open up more lines of sight that the Roma Quiz can use. Sawyer, though, he has an opportunity here, going for a very sneaky play in through blue. No one has contested him yet. Cairo also separated, going to pick up that diffuser. A 1v1 here or a 1v1 there could turn the tide of this round.
Cairo is probably the player you want in this moment in time for Overt. It's pivotal. Sawyer finds the first, and now Cairo. He halters for a second. He's got the support of Sawyer right in front of him. Quiz is nowhere to be seen as he's been taken out as Tui has come on the flank. This is it. This is devastating. This is the half. It has to be the free kill for Tuhan, and he can sit there and wait as Sawyer is left with a decision to be made, and it's all too little too late. Fury go up 4-2 in the first half of Oregon.
A scary moment for all of the fans that Overt have gained through Stage 3 of OCN through their unbelievable run all the way into the playoffs. Now Fury is close to eliminating that team that we have become so very fond of. That said, this rivalry goes deeper and further back than just one stage. These two OCL greats have been at each other's throats since the start of this year. And while Overt did get the upper hand yesterday, Fury is here making a statement.
Whoa. Kind of, honestly, like, you know, I haven't even thought about the prospect of Overt not being in the season for 2022. I had them pinned in from the start. I just, yeah, this is crazy. This is utterly crazy. Fury now are in all sorts. They are seriously running away with this. Overt have to stand up. Now, one thing that I can see in the Discord that's been mentioned is the fact that Fury had actually run out of... oh, God, I can't even talk about it now.
Reinforcements?
Reinforcements. I can't believe that. I can't believe I even forgot the word of that. It's just one of those days. The reinforcements, which meant that they could not actually block off elbows. So, bit of a strange one there that never really turned into anything. It wasn't a talking point, but it's just something that might be interesting to mark as a note for Fury in the future. And now we're going to see what the impact that Fury have on their attack. Got to remember, their drones in Coastline, it was pretty awful. They had like 1 or 2 drones left in the last minute, so they'll need to kind of monitor that a lot more carefully.
Yeah, droning was a big weakness of Fury on Coast, but they still managed to win 3 out of their 5 attacks. And the 2 attacks they did lose were, I don't know, write-off rounds. One was a team kill, one was a failed rush. So overall, Fury have been really, really good on their attacking side. Especially just finding situations that they shouldn't be. This might be a free nade kill. Oh, bit of damage, not much, onto Eddie. Overt, though, they've got to dig their heels in. They've got to show that they can hang here on their defense. This is their map pick after all. They really should be winning here.
Should.
Oh, they don't have Maverick, so they're not going to be able to open up the hatch in meeting. Where's the other claw? Is the other claw on the other hatch in... Can we have a look, Mandy?
Insecurity, is that what you're talking about? Or?
Yeah, there you go. They're not going to be able to get either of those hatches. Wow, that's a bit of an oversight there. Going for no Maverick. It's the cost of bringing that Nook, I guess.
Yep. Certainly is. A couple of interchangeable players or operators on that roster that could maybe have been better used on Maverick, but regardless, unless, you know, I mean, it won't make a difference if Fury can just close this out, right? If Fury can win this round, then it won't really make a difference, but it does obviously drastically change the amount of avenue you've got. Edpan's going to be so careful. He sees the nade roll out in front of him and a second nade to follow up. It does not find the kill. Now things get a little bit spicy as Twent gets aggressive and takes down Tuhan. It relieves the pressure across toward Blue and allows Edpan to re-aggress.
I love that aggressive smoke play from Edpan. He's used all of his gases now, which is a little bit concerning, but he has managed to really thwart that aggressive blue take. Keep in mind, Fury have so few options now, and now so little time.
Waiting for the right moment. Twent goes down. This could be really interesting. Quiz finds a kill. Yes. Edpan, who re-aggressed into Harry Potter, finds the double kill. Quiz and President have 10 seconds left to go absolutely nuclear. There's a player on the ground. Both players are low for Overt here. Opportunity given to President. Sawyer has to stay alive! My word, how has he managed to get away with that?
There is no way! With 1 HP prone in the hallway, Sawyer just won that! It's unbelievable that Fury even managed to get it back in their advantage, that they managed to start planting that diffuser. What an unbelievable round. Overt thanking their lucky stars. Fury have looked like the better team in so many ways, but at the end of the day, it may well come down to a tiny little moment like that that could determine who goes to OCN.
Oh my God. Don't do me like that. Don't do me like that. That was outrageous. How on earth has Sawyer been able to get away with that? The Nook had an incredible opportunity to repeat that angle. Again, Dev, 1 HP is all it took. But look, we'll move away from that conversation and try to refresh our own minds because we are moving across to kids and dorms for the very first time on this map. I can't believe I'm saying that. Fury took 4 defensive rounds without seeing a single buck. That's madness. That is madness.
Yeah. Let's see if Overt can make a comeback here, because keeping in mind they are still down at a deficit, and with how close that round was, Rob, especially considering once again, like there's so many aspects of Fury's play where I'm like, oh, that shouldn't work, you know. Lost all their drones in the first minute and a half. Oh, they should lose this round. Oh, don't have Thatcher or Maverick, not gonna be able to open the hatches. They should lose this round, and they still managed to bring it to a 2v1. They very well could have won. It does make you very scared. It's like it's never over until it's over for Fury, because somehow they just managed to pull something out of nothing time and time again.
Pyro finds himself a cheeky opening kill on Brendo. Wherever that was from, looks like it's out the door of rear stage. And now gives Overt an incredible heads up in this one. No Yana, no Gemini. Again, think about the nades, the Gone 6. There's a lot of utility that then goes with Brendo. Fury are going to have to pick up their act here. As the man down, they will need to claw this back tooth and nail.
A lot of extended reinforcements here for Overt. Depth is just deciding exactly how he's going to try and breach this wall into Attic. Looks like with Prez, with the secondary hard breaches, he's going to be the one to try and hold on to Master. Oh my god, I didn't even see the player on the other side. What a shot.
Man, sometimes Cairo does things and it just leaves me wondering, like, what is this man made of? Shut you up real quick then. Oh, Cairo's actually gone down. Tuhan taking control of Z. Might have been able to shut elements off from the site, but it does not come to fruition. Tuhan now moves back toward lobby, heads up, taking armory and trophy control.
I don't think Fury have a proper breach yet on the master wall, so they're going to have to funnel through these choke points. Indeed, that is so. Looks like there was actually originally a rotate there from Overt. But Overt have actually slunk back into their shells. They're not really contesting trophy any longer, playing really passively. 2 guys in kids' dorms, 1 guy in a big window and elements downstairs, giving so much free ground up to Fury, who still have enough drones left to check for all this. Like, even Attic fully uncontested. Overt are playing a very risky game, giving up so much free real estate for Fury.
None of those vert lines, or the vert lines that we would generally see prep for a C4 from Elements, so they're going to have to hope that the intel is good. Should Fury be able to send it in? Start to stick that plan. Edpan now is caught at the back of sight. Sawyer, he needs to hit this shot. He has to shut down that player coming from pit. They have to try and funnel everyone through toward trophy. Sawyer gets lit up a little bit. Edpan hits a crucial shot. 10 seconds left.
Oh
Sawyer goes down. And now a gorgeous C4 from Elements will allow Edpan to find the final kill. It's even here on Oregon.
But only just once again, Fury made that look really, really good there for a moment. I'm not sure whether they did have a breach on that master wall at the end. I think they must have. They managed to get a player in a position to plant, but like you had alluded to earlier, vertical game, very good from Elements. On top of that, Edpan managed to hold on just long enough to keep Fury at bay. Now, no doubt this is going to be a Fury tactical timeout, I do believe. Indeed, it is. We've got that confirmed by the admin team. They'll have a chance to have a think about what's gone wrong, and if they can turn this around here, and if Fury can get that momentum back,
yep,
you got to have a lot of confidence in them to close this out.
Oregon always a tale of 2 halves. As excited as you want to get in the first half on the back of Fury's unbelievable performance on the different sites that they were able to showcase, it does come down to this. Close but no cigar is not good enough for these rounds. Fury are contesting with everything that they have, and Overt are standing up to the occasion. First Sawyer, then Edpan and Elements. This is where we really start to decide what team deserves to be in OCN. Fury are throwing everything but the kitchen sink toward Overt. And we're only in round 9 of map 2. This could still go to Clubhouse. But I'll tell you what, I'm convinced that either of these teams would do well enough in OCN to warrant a victory here. I don't even... You know what? I don't even know who's going to win this anymore. I completely have taken my hands away from this game. My predictions are out the window. It's all going to come down to on the day. It's all going to come down to the moment to moment, the clutches and the firm holds that we see from these defenses.
Yeah, sometimes unpredictable explosive attacks await us at the end of these rounds as well. Like we've been saying, you can't count Fury out until the round is over because they somehow managed to pull something from nothing.
Yep.
But for Overt now going finally to their tertiary site kitchen meeting, we've got Edpan on this Oryx. Not only is he able to make light work of these rotations downstairs, but he's got the ability to jump up those hatches as well, back onto site if needed. Very mobile operator and a fantastic one to bring to this bomb site in particular.
I was liking the Edpan overview then. That was enjoyable. Getting to see what he's all about here. But as you can see from the way that Fury are setting up, big emphasis on the control of Big Tower is what's going to be needed to set them up early. We see it time and time again, Dev. Rear stage is incredibly important on these attacks. You really have to decide early on what that approach is going to be, and Fury have done so early.
Yeah, and on top of that, got the Maverick, going to make light work of this attic wall, make a rotation as well. Not really an aggressive hold, like, yeah, I mean, you gotta be careful. If he just opens it all up now, he could get swung from a player in attic. Obviously, we can see there's no one there, but
yeah,
you gotta be very careful. Usually you'll open like a low line of sight, kind of at prone level, because then someone on the stairs can just look straight on through it and kill anyone who's down in pit. Fury not opting to do that for now. I'm just playing a bit more safely as Brendo looks to take control downstairs. Quiz as well in tow.
This is really interesting. Generally, we see at least one player in blue just kind of holding and cutting off the line for that flank up the stairs, but instead, Fury have decided that maybe they're going to try and flush out this flank. Maybe they're going to try and take control of the entirety of downstairs. Cairo has completely forgiven that kind of area down there.
Oh, I love that.
Oof. I thought there was a player in there. It's actually just on the other side of Big Tower, but that would have been very, very sneaky from Cairo.
Oh, Tui. Oh, almost loses his head there. Cairo the same as he very scarily crosses that line of sight. Both of those players have been very big hitters in this game so far. Hit and miss though, I must say. Now Tui's made an entrance, starting to go for a little bit of a lurk. And he spots the head as well, can land that shot. Cairo goes down, and right on the back of that, aggression from Fury.
Ah, this is lovely from Fury. Find your in and then execute on top of it. They've taken control of split. They've got meeting as well. Fury looking to win their ones on the back of Edpan, getting aggressive. Sawyer goes down. This is an absolute onslaught from Fury. It's Elements and Edpan to hold on, and it's slowly and surely getting ripped away from their own grasp. This is a round to forget for Overt.
And for Fury, one to bring back that confidence. What an explosive moment between Tuhan and the rest of the squad to just go forth and deal damage. Even the drone hole is an element of danger for Elements as he has gone down, and Fury take the lead once again. Just one round from match point, series point. And of course, OCN waiting on the other side.
Funnily enough, Overt are taking attack straight away. Love that. Don't let Fury get away. Do not let Fury get in front of you. You need to stop that momentum, which we've seen already what happens when Fury starts to run away with a game. They really thrive on that confidence, Dev. What a call as well that was. The second they found that kill in towards Split, in towards Z, they just immediately took control. Those are the kind of calls that show Fury have a very good indication of what they're trying to do. The second they can see an isolated point of contention, the second they see that point of interest, they go for it and they go with everything that they have. Overt left scrambling in that round, now go down to basement where they must be successful. As you said, it's match point on the line here for Fury.
Overt have already done this once before, but it was a clutch from Sawyer, the 1 versus 2. Keeping in mind, now Fury are actually bringing that Maverick, so they do have the option of opening up these hatches and more lines of of entry onto that bomb site. Very, very scary for Overt now, knowing Fury have been fantastic at their adaptations throughout this series so far, and we can already see by the operator lineup that they are even more prepared for this. If there's any weakness, I've got to say it's probably the only thing missing is that Capitao.
Yep.
Which, well, obviously that is the operator that you've traded out for the Maverick, but that Capitao is really good for countering these mirror windows, denying positions as well. Perhaps the smokes from Tui or the Twitch drones could help with some of those mirror windows, but that's a risky game. Overt, though, overall, no doubt whatsoever, the pressure is squarely on their shoulders. Fury, they can smell blood in the water, and they are the sharks circling this OCN spot that Overt may well let slip.
5 seconds left.
It's a really good point you bring up there, you know, the smokes of Tui. All right. As much as it doesn't seem like a lot, the smokes that Tui threw out from Garage there
so
into
good.
Z and then into Split, the amount of pressure that takes off of you as a team and as an individual player, making a play like that, remembering Tui is the only one on that side of the map that can really impact anything. Those smokes allow him so much room to move and so much ease in the mind that he knows it's not a clear shot. It's not a free kind of cutoff. And so for me, those smokes could have been pivotal for that round. It could have been the linchpin that said, nah, I've got them. I've got the ability to make a solo play. I'm going to go for it. You then add that into an addition like a site like Basement. You can cut off so much information. So much of that information can be just completely lost in the smoke, in the wind of it all. So now we look to Fury. As they really are in the driver's seat here, Overt have to stand up.
Looks like Overt going for a very, very passive hold, forcing Fury to make the first move, and Fury have very swiftly taken full map control. Just over 2 minutes still, just under 2 minutes still remaining, and Fury have got full map control. They have a pretty good idea of what they're dealing with in terms of the hatches that are reinforced, the hatches that are Electric Lord. President's going to come on through, roll up with that blowtorch, and likely make short work of these two hatches that Fury were unable to get last time around.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Puts a lot more pressure on those players trying to make an individual heroic play toward the end of the round when you're trying to play around Electric and that hatch is completely open and exposed. So many different points of contention you then have to worry about as the defense. So Edpan will not be able to run amok as he was kind of allowed to in that previous one. But with the double wall reinforced there, they should be able to cut these X-Kairos out and just make life a little bit easier for Edpan.
Question is whether there's any denial here. Sawyer, oh my god, was that an actual drop? It is! Quiz has actually already dropped into Electrical. And he used the sound cover of the X-Kairos to do it as well! An entry for Quiz! This could be the opener for Fury to take match point, the double!
Tuhan going huge. Oh, Quiz doesn't see the player. Got to be careful. There is a drop nade in there. It goes off without a hinge, and Twent goes down. Fury, time and time again, is stepping up here in these promotion and relegations. Elements can't get anything done. Cairo has to go massive. He won't get any more than the one, and it's match point, it's series point, and it's OCN point for Fury.
Unbelievable! Fury are tearing through Overt in the series, and they have 2 OCN points ahead of them. 2 opportunities to steal back what they believe was rightfully theirs all along. An OCN spot was vacant at the end of Stage 2, right after Fury had defeated Overt in that OCL Grand Final. Overt still held the #1 place in the OCL standings overall, thanks to their performance in Stage 1. And that's why they were invited into OCN. No one questioned whether they deserved that spot after they managed a 4th place finish in OCN Stage 3. But now Fury has said, look, you think Overt were good? Well, let's show you our Fury.
I like that, Dev. Using that for your soundbite a little bit later?
Maybe I will. I'm hoping that I get a really good one from you on the map final call, mate.
No.
High expectations, all
I'm
right?
going to give... you can have it.
I mean,
you can have it.
No way, mate.
You're going to have it.
Nah, you had a great one for yesterday's match when Big Dogs got eliminated. What was it?
And you
weren't
all
even
bark,
casting.
No bite.
All bark, no bite. sent
Off
to the kennel
without a fight.
That was phenomenal, mate. And yet you weren't even casting it. So now you got to step up, mate. Do the same here.
No, but there's no pressure there. You know what I mean? You can just say those things willy-nilly. I don't have something to rhyme right now. You know what I mean?
Maybe that's the story of Overt, right? Absolutely no pressure on them during the OCN. They had already said that they expected to end up at the bottom of the standings. They far surpassed those expectations because there was no pressure on them, because they had that freedom and that confidence. Because they didn't give a crap. Like, if they were going to lose, they would lose. But if they win, it would be a story to tell the kids. And now Fury, the unfavored team, Overt, finally have favoritism on their side, and they collapse. They buckle under that pressure.
By the way, it needs to be said out loud. Sky gave me 50% of that one. He gave me 50%. He gave me the off to the kennel without a fight, so there's no... I can't take full credit for it.
Well, I hope Sky's been
He's a
workshopping the Fury line, and he's got in your DMs right now, setting you up.
Nah, he hasn't given me anything. Disappointed. And by the time the game's done, he won't have gotten it to me. This is dire straits here. I mean, that's if Fury win this round, that's for sure. They
Very possible.
Are there.
Very, very possible at the end of the rope for Overt, but they go over to Dorms, now unlocked. They've won it before. Kairo's got to win this engagement, but Fury have been so good on their ones.
Oh, God.
And young president himself takes charge. Cairo shut out.
Overt might be soon to follow. Could you believe it? It's no longer have you heard the story of the individual player, Dev. It's have you heard of the story of Fury that have been denied their OCN place but have fought tooth and nail to claim it as their own. They need to do so here. They have to step up. It was a 2-0 against them last time these two teams played, which was literally yesterday. Talk about a triumph. What a storyline they've had in this promotion and playoffs. It's time for them to stand tall and wear that badge of honor that will come with OCN.
This lower bracket one run has been difficult for Fury, but they are not making it look difficult here against their old foes. Fury are so close they can taste it, and Overt have fallen back. You can see Elements is so far afield, hoping to utilize the Yokais, but it's a 3 versus 5 now for Overt, and there's 30 seconds for Fury to lock it in. Surely they can't lose it from here.
Oh, the swing from Edpan had to be everything. Only 20 seconds left on the clock here for Fury. It's still doable. Overt, they have to hold strong. Where are the Yokais? Edpan injures a player. It's now a 1 versus 3 with no time left on the clock. Elements can't deny it. Fury run away with the match, the series, and the OCN promotional place. What a performance from 0-2 down yesterday to 2-0 up. They are going to be our OCN representatives for 2022.
OCN, baby, says President. He cannot believe it. They have done it. A whole year. It started in OCL Stage 1 with the most disappointing stage Fury had all year. And then they fought back, tooth and nail. Your back-to-back OCL champions are now welcomed into OCN.
Just going to quickly put my jacket on. I got pretty heated there, Dev. Woo! Jeez. What a game from Fury. What a performance. I mean, I'm kind of left speechless here. It's
It's astonishing to think that not only Fury has made it, because like, yeah, that's crazy, but they've been fighting all year for this. But to think Overt will not.
I know.
To think that this team who achieved so much in their brief stint in OCN misses out on the start of next year because they fell to their old rivals. What a delicious dish of revenge that has been served by Fury. Astonishing for them, and we've gone full circle. We really have. Overt beat them yesterday, and Fury punch right back again and take their OCN spot away from them.
Devastating for Overt, but I guess the celebrations begin for Fury and the entire roster there. I'm sure there's 2 more people that will be celebrating, and they're on the desk. Xenox, take it away.
That's right, mate. It's me and Cthulhu because we got our prediction correct. It's not Blue Panda. He thought it was going to be Overt getting the job done on Oregon. Firstly, though, big congratulations to Fury. Massive commiserations, of course, for Overt. They'll be going back to OCL, and Fury will be coming to OCN next year. Boys, I'll go to you first. Panda, just give me your raw reactions to this.
I mean, it's both sides of the coin. Absolute elation at Fury and their success. They pulled out all the stops. They played the way they needed to, but absolute heartache for Overt as well at the same time. I would not hesitate to say both teams are of OCN caliber. Unfortunately, with only one spot remaining, there could only be one progressing.
Cthulhu, what's just your general thoughts here?
Look, I'll say that. I'm happy and proud for Fury. The grind has finally paid off, but it's a bittersweet feeling, really, because Overt also, they've shown how well can they perform in OCN during Stage 3. Their performance was absolutely amazing, and seeing them, unfortunately, here fall, look, yeah, it's quite unfortunate for them. I'm still pretty sure that the boys would still be able to either toughen it out and just absolutely steamroll OCL and come back in even better form. If not, look, each and one of them deserve a spot in top end teams in OCN/Apex South. So overall, Overt are still one of the best teams that I've seen for a while, and look, for Fury, the future is bright for them.
Just bringing it back a little bit away from some of the celebrations, Panda, and maybe dissecting the series as a whole. What a turnaround from yesterday where, you know, it was Overt who won 7-4, 7-4 in that upper bracket semi-final, and then just one day later, it's a 2-0 to Fury.
Yeah, I mean, we said we wondered when Quiz and Tuhan were going to show up, and holy cow, did they show up today. I mean, you look at Tuhan and Quiz, both of them cracking double digits in this map. They went big on the last map. Quiz was hitting some absolutely insane shots, and this is what we wanted to see. Fury were well and truly in their own heads yesterday. I think if we saw this level of siege yesterday, it comes back to that coin toss. It could have been either team that got knocked down to the lower bracket. It was the moment that came for Fury. They were able to ride that momentum. And look, yeah, it doesn't go a third map, but that's the way siege goes sometimes. I'm just so stoked to see them finally get that opportunity.
We could feel it coming, couldn't we, Cthulhu, coming into Oregon, that sense of momentum that Fury had built. They looked like a different team from yesterday, and that's why we both sort of went for them here on Oregon to close this out 2-0. That was not the general consensus, though, at the start of the day, let alone really the start of the Promo Relos. Yes, there were a lot of fanfare for Fury to qualify for OCN. Many actually had Overt and Fury, and say Wildcard and Big Dogs being the teams to not make it, but alas, it looks like it's going to be Fury and Wildcard. That was probably a combination we didn't predict.
Yeah, look, we always kind of had at the back of our mind, yeah, look, Overt shown us a phenomenal play. They were the ones to, expected to qualify, but I think it's more so maybe it's just the pressure kind of ended up falling through for them, and it's just, look, it's a sad day, but nonetheless, still all the storylines that now from here on out get to progress. For Fury, obviously there's on the side of Org, they re-enter Pro League for the second time. For President, he makes back into OCN. There's just a lot of cool things, as well as that Deptra as well makes it back, re-qualifies for it for the second time. For Wildcard, look, it's now, as Vincia said, the first brick in them rebuilding their team, and overall, yeah, like I said, bittersweet ending. Sad for Overt, sad that Big Dogs couldn't really show themselves more. Good day for Fury. Yeah, grind finally thoroughly paid off.
We'll touch on a bit more of the bittersweet stuff later. For now, it's all about the celebrations. Let's have a chat with President, which I'll just firstly say, it's good to see your face once again, mate. It's been a little while since we've had a chat, about maybe a year ago or so. Congratulations on making it back to OCN at the top level domestically. Just what's your raw thoughts on the matter right now? How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm speechless. I'm over the mood. I'm so proud of my boys. Like, we put in ridiculous amounts of work, countless hours, and it's so good to finally see it paying off. Also, just want to say, like, massive respect to Overt. Like, they're such a great team. It's such a shame that they're not going to be playing OCN next year. I really hope that we can see them bounce back next year and hopefully in OCN 2023.
Look, now, Prez, we've watched you grind it out throughout the entire year. You guys have been through highs, you've been through lows. We questioned it coming into Stage 3. We weren't sure if this iteration of Fury were going to be able to do it. Honestly, it could not be, we could not be more proud that you proved us wrong. But, I mean, obviously the push then comes to Apex South. Do you guys think that you're a team that could be ready for Apex South come 2023?
100%. Like, everyone on this team is ready for the grind. Like, we put in so much hours already, and that's just OCL. So I'm really excited for next year, and I think we can really have a good push towards Apex South. Yeah, I'm speechless, really. I don't know what to say.
Look, I have one more question about this whole matchup that unraveled. Ban phase, you guys managed to cop the coastline that you shown off absolutely amazingly. Going into Oregon, did you have that already inkling that this might be it? We finally might be in OCN, or was it only up until like the final few rounds where you guys went and okay, the realization finally hit you?
We kind of just took it round by round, really. We didn't really want to get that into our heads that, 2 rounds and we're OCN. Like, we just took it round by round. We want to keep our mental strong, you know. Yeah, I don't know. We just pulled it out of the bag. We were kind of expecting a club pick, but I guess from yesterday's game, I don't know, the Oregon pick probably favored us, to be honest. So, by end of the day, we just played really well.
What's the goals, though, internally for this team going into next year? I know, obviously, the boys already sort of briefly mentioned Apex South. That's a little while away.
Yeah.
But what's the goals for OCN? Is, you know, playoffs, top spots, just generally competing, or do you have higher expectations on the team?
We just want to be able to compete with the top OCN teams. Obviously, playoffs is a massive goal for us. I think coming to stage 1, we're just going to be doing a lot of learning. We're going to be having a lot more higher quality scrims now, so that's going to prove valuable to us, and yeah, just getting a lot more experience. And then probably going to stage 2, stage 3, that's when we're going to really aim for those top spots in OCN and hopefully aim for Apex South at the end of the year.
Pros, you've been fabulous here in the interview. There will be many more to come next year. Final thoughts, shout-outs that you want to give to everyone watching?
Just shout out to my boys, you know. So many hours, so many losses, so many heartbreaks we've gone through. It's been a wild ride. Even more shout out to Boats. He's been the only one that stuck with me for the entire year. It's been a roller coaster, really, and I'm so happy. Shout out to Fear as well. They've been supporting us the entire year as well. And yeah, OCN baby, here we come.
Indeed, mate. Go and celebrate with the rest of your team. Give big congratulations from us here on the desk to all of the boys, and we'll see you next year.
Thank you. See you next year.
All happy days for the Fury camp as they head to Oceanic Nationals 2022. But boys, the bittersweet moment that I said we'll sort of retouch on for Overt, Panda, it is indeed disappointing for a team that showed so much promise in Stage 3. A playoff run in Stage 3 in the Oceanic Nationals. Now they head back to OCL.
Yeah, honestly, I'm like I've said time and time again, they're a team that has proved themselves consistently at a higher level of Siege. If not for this, I 100% reckon they would have been one of the teams pushing for Apex South towards the end of next year. They are going to have to play back through OCL to get them in. I have absolutely no doubt that they will crush the competition every single stage next year. In fact, if they don't make grand finals every single stage, I'd genuinely be surprised. But they're a team, they're capable. Unfortunately, I think maybe a bit of fatigue, maybe getting in their own heads cost them a bit today. And I mean, that's just the way it goes on the day. You can't really overcome that unless you start fresh the next. And I 100% believe if you play that same matchup 10 times in a row, it would be a 50-50 split the whole way.
Yeah, let's recap the bracket from today. Of course, the upper bracket final from earlier and the lower bracket final. Not a good day if you are an Overt player fan. 0-0. Unfortunately, no map wins today after a pretty solid performance yesterday against Fury Cthulhu. How things can change in 24 hours, and you know, they would have been on top of the world. They would have won, you know, 2-0 against Fury going into Wildcard. They were the favorites. Let's reiterate that. And then, of course, you end up losing 2-0 to Fury in the lower bracket. You miss out on OCN. Everything that could go wrong went wrong.
Yeah, look, I think for Overt, I genuinely think that is just the nerves for Overt that just kicked in, especially by the conclusion of Chalet against Wildcard. It's just a heartbreak for them that they couldn't really qualify. They're now starting to think, oh, what if this, what if that, and kind of got into their own heads. Similar way how Fury got in their own heads at the very first matchup of theirs against Overt, which did conclude in completely polar opposite turnout. So in saying that, look, Overt, just unfortunate turnout for them, but it's it's the plague that plagues us all at this point, and it's just the nerves that kicked in at just the unfortunate time.
Fury weren't the only team to qualify today, of course, Wildcard, which featured our MVP. Some call him Emo-Rin. I call him Emo Win. After today, it is a big moment for Wildcard getting back into OCN after everything that happened throughout 2021. Emo was just basically back to his best, Panda.
Yeah, look, I mean, he's been one of the standards for the scene for such a long time. Wildcard, we had so many questions, after their performance through first, second, and third stages, in fact, and to see them come back with this level of determination, this level of capability, it just makes you confident that going into next year and going into Apex South relegations, that they are going to be the ones to back.
Yeah, they're of course a team though that probably, I don't want to say what Dev said before, Cthulhu, about rejigging the roster, but they're still going to have some growing pains. They're still going to have to go through some things if they are to get the best out of this particular roster next year.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Growing pains are certainly going to be there, and I wouldn't put it past that there's going to be plenty of hiccups still here and there, but that's all part of the learning process, and given the fact that we get a bunch of changes every season as well, we'll see one season that is going to be favoring the current kind of setup of the roster, and then in the next season it could completely just flop itself. So, look, I wouldn't put it past that we are going to be seeing a lot of those changes and a lot of experimentation, but that's just how the way the cookie crumbles.
It is unfortunately the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Great analogy. For Wildcard, of course, though, this time it crumbles their way. Sometimes it hasn't quite gone that way in 2021. To sort of recap, I guess, everything, Wildcard, Fury have gone through. For Overt, Big Dogs, they will go to OCL. Do you expect to see Big Dogs in OCL, Panda? Like, I know there was all of the pre-Promo Relegation discussion, disbanding, not disbanding. Like, what do you think is going to actually happen to these guys?
I mean, they've got finals still to go. That's coming up, next month. I think it's the grand finals is on the 14th. I know that much at least. So they've still got that to go. As for next year, I mean, all the signs are pointing to. Look, the roster will probably stay there. They've got the spot, but some of the key, the key members that were there for this year probably won't be. I think there are probably going to be a couple of changes coming that way, but in some form or another, yeah, they'll be sticking around.
Yeah. I guess, Cthulhu, your thoughts maybe on what you might expect from Overt in OCL. Do they just clean stomp the competition? Is it going to be difficult?
Yeah, look, if Overt do stick about and don't decide to, either part ways or anything, they will absolutely be a dominant force. And like Panda said and before, if they won't be literally sitting in the grand finals all three stages, I will be genuinely surprised, because at the moment, look, there's going to be a lot of teams that will try to gun for them. There's probably going to be a lot of teams that will try to copy their playstyle, but at the moment, Overt bringing back that OCN experience into OCL will definitely improve the scene as a whole, but they will be still leading the charge and at the first place.
Just about ready to close the show, so what I'll do, boys, is I'll give you both the floor here. I'll go to you first, Panda, and just give us your final thoughts on the promos and relos.
I mean, it was always going to be a grueling set of matches, the way it fell. I mean, the biggest question, obviously, coming this was how seriously were Wildcard going to take it, given the situation. Unfortunately for both Overt and Fury, they decided to take it seriously, so then they had to fight out. But honestly, some great Siege. The whole range of emotions, elation to heartbreak, and it's really nothing more you could ask from a competition.
Cthulhu?
Look, honestly, I'm just, I'm excited and feel just absolutely humbled to be part of all this. I got to witness by far one of the best Siege in a while, and seeing the teams that have been putting in the grind, putting in the changes, putting in the effort, finally get through it and get promoted, like Fury, like Wildcard, who are finally starting to rebuild their whole momentum. It's an amazing sight. Yes, unfortunately, the heartbreaks are there, but it's all part of the growing pains, and honestly, it's just, I guess, it's only the beginning. 2022 is looking just absolutely brilliant.
It's been brilliant to have both of you on board. Thank you so much. Of course, OCN, OCL, it's like a big family. It was great to have you both be a part of the broadcast. Of course, OCL season finals, I believe, sometime next month. And of course, we've got the OCN season finals. So we're not done yet for Oceanic Siege this year. More to come in December. Of course, keep up to date with all of the socials at R6 Esports OCE. Get filled in. For now, though, we'll see you next year. Well, next month.
I'm running out of time. I'm running out of feeling so. I'm running out of time.
I've been running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience, ain't no conversation. Feel good, sometimes make you feel good. You're my mission, my grand prize. Catch my vision, no damn pride. Girl, you max easy. I don't mind leaving, just let me know. Then she told me take it easy. Yeah, yeah. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you with me now. You know what the message is. I be running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience, ain't no conversation. Ooh,